This young man was itching all over because of the scene before him. He saw his parents, and their faces looked so young. Both were comforting. No Eun-ha with some infant toys in their hands. What was happening here? No Eun-ha wasn't sure either. He thought he had been reincarnated into the next life. But when No Eun-ha reached out to touch his mother's hand, he discovered his hand was tiny and he couldn't move at all. This body, it seemed like... No, Eun-ha hadn't died. Instead, he had traveled back in time to when he was just 1 year old. This was truly shocking. No Eun-ha's eyes widened as he felt how illogical this was. How could he possibly travel back in time? He only remembered that at that time, he was barely alive in the ABC dungeon, while Lee Yu-jung kept crying and mentioning the words, miracle. Could it be that she activated a miracle? How could Lee Yu-jung possess power, comparable to those seated on the 12 thrones? So it wouldn't be surprising if she really did make this happen. But when it comes to turning back time, it's still too hard to believe. No Eun-ha looked at his parents carefree, untroubled faces feeling a slight sting in his nose. He had never thought he could see them again one more time. In his previous life, they had all perished from a monster attack when he was only 6 years old. Since then, No Eun-ha had lived with deep hatred for monsters, and had become someone who hunted them down in return. But now, No Eun-ha had been given a second chance. So this time, with these hands, he would change his fate. Within the baby form of No Eun-ha, though he retained all memories from before rebirth, the truth was that he was still just a baby now. In other words, he couldn't do anything at all. Just eat, sleep, and... Yet No Eun-ha had the chance to live again, and that was the opportunity to change himself, both literally and figuratively. Figuratively meaning No Eun-ha could avoid the tragedies of his past life, and literally meaning that today he learned how to crawl. And his first crawling attempt was enthusiastically cheered on by a very special fan, named Nuna. Nuna was his cute older sister, only slightly older than him, but No Eun-ha's memories of her were quite vague. Compared to his memories of his parents, there was only one moment that he remembered very clearly. It was the day his family was attacked by monsters. No Eun-ha still had a loving older sister. When she saw him successfully roll over, she rushed to hug him tightly, repeatedly, pressing her cheek against his, and praising. Wow, you're so good, my dear little brother. Overall, No Eun-ha was perfect in every way, just a bit over the top in showing his emotions. Time passed like that. In the blink of an eye, No Eun-ha became a 9-month-old baby who could sit steadily, and he began absorbing mana everywhere, even in tiny amounts. But it also existed in the air. Before reincarnation, No Eun-ha didn't have much mana within him, so that time was quite difficult. Therefore, if his body could handle it, he wanted to start absorbing mana from such a young age. The process wasn't smooth, though, because Nona interrupted when she saw her little brother, sitting cross-legged like an old man. She couldn't help but come over to tease him. But because of that, No Eun-ha suddenly realized something. His sister held a large amount of mana inside her. That wasn't necessarily a good thing, because if someone had too much mana, they would suffer from mana condensation disease, which could ultimately harm their health. No Eun-ha didn't want this to happen to his sister, so he needed to help her control her mana. Naive Nuna knew nothing about these things. All she wanted was to cling to her little brother and grow up together with him. Time flew by like a dog running in the field. Before long, No Eun-ha was 4 years old. He could do many more things now, and spent more time outside than inside the house. And the reason was that every time he went out, No Eun-ha brought his sister along. She wasn't just popular with the kids, but also well known among everyone in the neighborhood. Compared to his sister, he didn't seem to be welcomed much by the other kids. And the reason is that every time she goes out, No Eun-ha brings you along. Your sister isn't just famous among the kids, but she's also well known throughout the neighborhood. Compared to your sister, you don't seem to be very welcome among the other children. Hey, No Eun, why did you come here? You didn't need to come. You show up right when you're mentioned. Look at this kid's attitude, clearly doesn't want to see you. I was dragged here Kim Minji. No, Eun-ha, stop calling me that. I told you already. My name is Kim Minji, not Kim Minji, the other person shouted, making No Eun-ha's ears ring. After No Eun-ha arrived at the playground, she quickly asserted her position as the leader of this group of kids. So the whole group started gathering, preparing to play cops and robbers. No Eun-ha wasn't excited at all, because he felt he shouldn't play with kids when he was already 32.5 years old. But when he saw his sister smile, No Eun-ha felt this experience wasn't so bad after all. Well, he decided to play along for her sake. The two kids played together until late afternoon. By the time they went home, they were covered in mud, but No Eun-ha seemed very happy. Everything was peaceful until they passed an alley and heard growling. It came from a stray dog. Its eyes were wild and terrifying, and No Eun-ha Standing just half a head taller than her little brother, she didn't hesitate to stand in front of him. Eun-ha, it's okay, I will. No, Eun-ha's voice clearly trembled with fear, and he realized this situation seemed exactly like. In his past life, no matter how many times he was reincarnated, his sister would risk everything to protect him. He still clearly remembered those words, along with the sensation of his sister's trembling arms. But this time, everything was different. No, Eun-ha bravely stepped forward. Facing the dog, he said, "No, I will protect you." As soon as he spoke, the mana within him was unleashed. No, Eun-ha stared straight at the dog, then shouted, "Go away, dartling it!" It wasn't his childish face or voice, but the mana he radiated that scared it. Without waiting for a second command, the dog turned tail and ran away, leaving No Eun-ha stunned with his mouth wide open. After a while, he regained composure and rushed toward his brother with an excited expression. No Eun-ha what just happened. That was mana. Right, I want to do that too. Teach me. Nuna seemed overexcited, but given her personality, this reaction was normal. Eventually, Nuna agreed to her sister's request. After all, since she was 9 months old, he had intended to teach her. No Eun-ha looked very happy and grabbed his brother's hand running home. He always wanted to protect his sister's smile, and to do that, he had to prevent the family tragedy that happened when he was 6 years old. To change that tragic future, No Eun-ha vowed he would do whatever it took. So after returning home, he began tutoring his sister privately, teaching her how to control the mana in her body from the smallest steps. But this was quite difficult for her. No Eun-ha's repeated failures made him feel that the world was fair. His sister was born blessed with mana, but lacked the talent to control it, while he wasn't born with much mana, but was very skilled at manipulating his mana. Luckily, Nuna was persistent from a young age. So many failures didn't make her give up. Just wait and see, I'll definitely succeed. Persistence was a plus, but impatience was a drawback. The exercise No Eun-ha assigned was to use mana, to balance a spinning top, but she was too impatient and used too much mana, causing the top to fly wildly, out of control. Up to that point, their family was peaceful and happy. One evening while the family was watching TV together, No Eun-ha's mother mentioned that next year he would turn 6, so it was time to start kindergarten. "I don't want to," No Eun-ha pouted in response. "No, you promised me, didn't you?" Indeed, earlier. No Eun-ha had complained endlessly before his mother allowed him to skip kindergarten. But in the end, he promised to start school once he turned 6. No Eun-ha couldn't believe that. Someone who had lived nearly 45 years across 2 lives was about to endure noisy crying and troublesome kids. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Coincidentally, today was also New Year's Eve, and the TV was live streaming the New Year's countdown program. The moment the MC announced the New Year was also the moment Korea made a new history for mankind. The screen changed to a female reporter sitting on a plane. She said they were flying over the Gongmyo Shrine, the resting place of their ancestors, the kings and queens of the Joseon dynasty. A new chapter in Korean history was about to begin. "Ladies and gentlemen." No Eun-ha felt a bit dizzy from the female MC's voice. A new chapter. It seems they had too high expectations. Ever since humanity learned how to use mana, everyone has been busy mastering it. Because mana was concentrated in one place, they didn't realize that monsters had begun to spawn. In 1999, before the 21st century began, that horrifying event happened later, called the end of a century. Monsters escaped and started massacring everywhere. Because of this, South Korea lost 30% of its population. Humanity then truly understood fear. People had to live in constant dread, always fearing that monsters could appear at any moment in the blink of an eye. The existing government and laws lost their power because only strength could defeat monsters. Or rather, only mana could establish a new order for a world of true power. In South Korea afterward, power belonged only to the wealthy known as the chaebols and those who wielded mana, as abundant as No Eun-ha was in her past life. Because of this new powerful group, the current government was replaced, but it took a long time to stabilize, and many casualties occurred with people losing contact with each other. So in remote areas, people had no choice but to wait helplessly for monsters to come and devour them. But amid South Korea's despair, a light shone that was the goddess Lim Ga-eun. At this moment, Lim Ga-eun's face appeared on TV. She was once a famous actress, and now she had become the first-generation goddess protecting South Korea. Lim Ga-eun became a goddess because she possessed the ability to suppress and disperse mana surges. This ability was called White Veil. All the players who protected the shrine became swords defending the country known as the 12 Thrones. Officially, players were managed by the Mana Management Association, but most of the truly strong created their own guilds and operated there. They possessed the rare gift of destiny, which helped suppress monsters and control public opinion in South Korea, Lim Ga-eun became the first player to earn the title of the 12 Thrones. Then, the others appeared one by one. Players who held the 12 Thrones title and belonged to guilds began to leverage both the Mana Association's power and their own guild's influence to consolidate strength and rule over other players. At this moment, Lim Ga-eun, dressed in traditional attire and magnificently made up, stood before a magical orb placed at the shrine looking very solemn. The gods of the celestial and earthly realms were asked to grant us the power to protect this country. As soon as she finished speaking, a dazzling blue light erupted from the orb. The light quickly spread to cover the entire city and gradually the whole country. The camera then shifted back to the female MC sitting in the helicopter. Thanks to the aerial shot, the magical blue light looked even more impressive, ladies and gentlemen. A protective barrier had just been created before our eyes. This hemispherical protective barrier can prevent mana surges and now covers the entire sky over Seoul. Nuna was so excited, she ran out to the balcony to see. No, Eun-ha followed her sister. The scene was truly impressive, even though it was night. The sky was coated with a shimmering blue light, different from any electric reflection. Both of No Eun-ha's parents looked up at the sky, then clasped their hands and began to pray. Now we can live in peace. Thank you, goddess. Countless other families like them stood on their balconies praying. Nuna copied her parents, clasped her hands, and didn't forget to make her little brother follow. But he knew well that praying was useless, because there were no gods in this world. He clearly remembered his past life's memories, when the world was destroyed and all the gods were dead. The blue light in the sky gradually faded. Meanwhile, No Eun-ha kept focusing on her prayer, begging the goddess to let her family live happily together. No Eun-ha gazed intently at her sister and smiled. Next, he clasped his hands together and sincerely prayed to the goddess of time to live a truly happy life in this lifetime. In a flash, another year passed. No Eun-ha was now 6 years old, and the event that caused him to lose his family forever was drawing very near. Finally, No Eun-ha could no longer avoid going to kindergarten. On his first day of school, Teacher Tao warmly welcomed him, and the first activity was always self-introductions. Standing on the podium, No Eun-ha looked down at the kids below, feeling extremely resentful. "Hello, my name is No Eun-ha. I'm 6 years old. Let's play together later." No Eun-ha's introduction was as brief as possible. Teacher Tao thought he hadn't finished speaking, but after waiting with no response, he tried to encourage him. "That was a bit short, huh? Do you want to say more? I think the others would really like to know about you." But No Eun-ha didn't want to be friends with these kids, so he refused to continue introducing himself. Then something interesting happened. He ended up in the same class as Kim Minji, the kid he always called Kim Minji. As soon as Kim Minji saw him, she shouted, "Why are you in our class?" "Oh, you're Kim Minji. You study here too?" No Eun-ha replied, teasing the little girl. Kim Minji was like a small volcano erupting with anger every time she saw him. Teacher Tao noticed the tension between the two kids. He had to step in to mediate. After that reluctant introduction, the kids had time to play on their own before lunchtime. At first, Tao worried No Eun-ha wouldn't make friends, but the other kids seemed very interested in the new kid and quickly surrounded him. Each one asked a question: where he lived, how many people were in his family, his likes and dislikes, everything. No Eun-ha's head ached from all the questions, which was exactly why he hated kids. It took great effort to escape. No Eun-ha wandered around the kindergarten and found the children's reading area, at least a place quiet enough to be peaceful. He randomly picked some children's books to pass the time. There was another pretty girl also reading there. But No Eun-ha didn't notice her at first, until a noisy group of kids appeared, disrupting the hard-earned quiet atmosphere. No Eun-ha soon found 3 kids leading was Choi Eun-hyuk, followed by Tao, and then 2 of the boys' underlings. Their names were Ma Bang-jin and John Seong-jin. "Hey, you're reading books again. What's so fun about that?" "Young-ha-gyang, don't you have any friends? Why are you always alone?" Choi Eun-hyuk shouted loudly. The girl named Young-ha-gyang looked clearly worried when she saw this boy. It seemed she had been bullied many times before. Choi Eun-hyuk seemed used to being the kindergarten bully, immediately grabbing the bow from her head. "Young-ha-gyang, what's this ugly headband?" Young-ha-gyang quickly stood up, demanding her bow back. "That bow was bought by my dad." But the kindergarten boss kids didn't want to let her off that easily. As a result, Young-ha-gyang was crying and begging at the same time, while also showing filial piety. The sky-high pride of a 6-year-old Choi Eun-hyuk got offended. "Look at this kid, he's fuming mad." With the sky-high pride of a 6-year-old kid, Choi Eun-hyuk got provoked by him. "Look at this kid, he's blazing mad. What did you just say?" He glared daggers at No Eun-ha, though even in his wildest dreams he couldn't imagine that the person he was provoking was actually a terrifying man trapped in a child's body. If not, he'd probably faint from fear. Eun-ha slowly stood up and walked over to Choi Eun-hyuk. "I said you're just a kid." What's so fun about that Choi Eun-hyuk was furious, his small hands clenched into fists. Seeing how skilled Choi Eun-hyuk was, he must have been used to bullying classmates. Kids like that deserve to be taught a lesson. Eun-ha kicked him, and the boy flew straight backward. He slammed hard onto the ground. Then Eun-ha picked up the red bow and returned it to its owner. His whole body slammed hard to the ground. Then he picked up the red bow and returned it to its owner. Here, don't let them snatch it away next time. Choi Eun-hyuk was helped up by his two little underlings' pain radiating from his butt. That must have made him really angry. "My brother definitely won't let you off easy," he threatened fiercely. Eun-ha couldn't believe such words were coming from a 6-year-old. He turned around and shot him a deadly glare. Choi Eun-hyuk was so scared his legs went weak, and he hurriedly ran off with his two underlings. After they left, Dongjung-ha timidly tugged on Eun-ha's sleeve. When he turned, he saw the little girl laughing and crying at the same time. "Thank you for demanding my tape back." Looking at the girl who seemed fragile, but both Kim Minji and little Choi Eun-hyuk earlier had above-average mana, and most of the kids here had similar mana levels. So Eun-ha began to get curious about how much mana Jung-ha possessed, and it turned out he had drawn a secret as well. After rechecking, it was found that this girl seemed to have even more abundant mana than his sister, and compared to Nuna Jung-ha, she appeared more skilled at controlling mana, so her mana continued to increase over time. Someone like her growing up would definitely be among the 12 thrones, or at least become a seed candidate for one of them. But in his previous life, Eun-ha had never heard the name Jung-ha, so he was quite curious. Even if she didn't become a player with that much mana, she should have been famous. So to find out the reason, Eun-ha took the initiative to befriend Jung-ha. He was living in a world where mana was the ultimate power, so it would be very beneficial to get close to this girl, and she had no reason to refuse. The person who helped him became his first friend in kindergarten. Seeing her son well-behaved and not causing trouble at school, Eun-ha's mother seemed very happy. Even after he came home, she deliberately checked his backpack all at once and found the paper carnation bouquet he had cut at school. Eun-ha's mother wore a bouquet given by her son on her chest, along with a carnation from her daughter. But his sister was truly clumsy. Eun-ha cut 3 flowers, one exactly for Dad, one for Mom, and one for Nuna, right? His mother suddenly asked, making Eun-ha's eyes light up with anticipation. After a while, Eun-ha reluctantly replied that the 3rd flower was for her. In his previous life, elementary school also made students fold carnations on Parents' Day, but by then, Eun-ha had lost both parents. Still, he had to do it, and stuffed the ugly carnation into his backpack. Then his grandmother, who always packed his bag every day, took it out and lovingly decorated it in the entrance hall. After that, every year, Eun-ha folded carnations, but never gave one to his grandmother, because he thought if he gave her flowers, his longing for family and hatred toward monsters would lessen. And Eun-ha would not allow that to happen. He wanted to live like an unfeeling monster to take revenge. So his feelings for his grandmother were carefully hidden until the day she passed away. That's why in this life, saying I love you to her was something Eun-ha absolutely had to do. That fateful day was drawing closer. Approaching that 4 or 5 year mark, the Heavenly Maiden government opened restricted roads, so people could visit relatives during Family Month and prepared to deal with monsters appearing on the roads. They hired many player squads, but because the Kraken monster with destructive power suddenly appeared, casualties were higher than expected, and Eun-ha's family was caught in that tragedy while visiting his grandmother. This life seemed to be following a similar script when Eun-ha's father came home from work and suggested they visit his grandmother tomorrow, but Eun-ha absolutely could not let that happen. No way. More specifically, it was Eun-ha's maternal grandmother, since his father was an orphan. The only grandmother he had was on his mother's side. In his previous life, he grew up with his grandmother after the whole family perished when his emotions were numb, and he lived like an undefeated warrior. She was the one who took care of everything until she passed away. Eun-ha's father seemed excited. They hadn't been able to visit her for a long time, because the outskirts of Seoul were quite dangerous. But this year, the government had repaired the roads and promised everything was under control, so everyone was reassured. That included Eun-ha's parents. Only he knew about that tragedy. "Can we visit Grandma some other time?" He hesitantly made the request, and his parents immediately felt puzzled, because previously, Eun-ha even picked a carnation to give to Grandma. "Yes, I want to see Grandma too, but not tomorrow. Can we go another day?" This was harder than Eun-ha had imagined, because after all, he was still just a kid, whose words didn't carry much weight, but he had to act like a child so as not to arouse his parents' suspicion. If he insisted that they couldn't visit tomorrow, it might make his parents suspicious. So, no, Eun-ha tried hard to keep his childlike innocence genuine, since Children's Day was almost here. I want to go to the amusement park and ride those fantasy creatures. They said it's not far from our house. His suggestion was quickly supported by another child in the family, Nuna. It was rare for their parents to see both kids excited, especially since before neither Eun-ha nor Nuna wanted to go to the amusement park because there were too many monsters outside, so they had no choice but to change their plan. Instead of visiting Grandma, they would go to the amusement park tomorrow. Then Mom will prepare lunch to take along. Is there anything everyone wants to eat? Great, I want sandwiches and fried chicken. Nuna was so happy she jumped up and down. Eun-ha silently breathed a sigh of relief the plan was working, even though he couldn't stop the Kraken monster from escaping. At least he could prevent his family from encountering it. This would be the first step in changing the future. But Eun-ha hadn't thought about the butterfly effect. It seemed that his small action had unintentionally changed many things in the future. Not long after Eun-ha's mother suddenly received a phone call. It was unclear what was said on the other end, but she looked so worried, almost about to cry. When she hung up, Mom told Eun-ha that his grandmother had just collapsed. This felt very illogical to him, because in his previous life, Grandma's health had clearly been stable. But anyway, this disrupted all of Eun-ha's plans. If Grandma had collapsed like that, Mom had no reason not to go see her, and Dad was determined to take his wife back home. Seeing his son's face darken, Eun-ha's mother thought he was upset about being denied the amusement park trip. She knelt down on one knee to meet his gaze, then gently comforted him. No, Eun-ha, Grandma isn't feeling well. I know you really want to go to the amusement park, but can we wait until next time? Eun-ha was extremely confused because he had tried to change the future, yet Grandma got hurt. So if he tried to intervene any further, something worse would definitely happen. Was there really no way to stop his family from facing that Kraken? Then what was the point of him being reborn? Eun-ha was so stressed he struggled to breathe. After thinking for a while, he realized that in this life, the only difference was himself. He was different from his past life. Specifically, he had been accumulating mana since he was 9 months old, and he also had combat experience from before. So if he couldn't prevent his family's collision with the Kraken, there was only one way left. That was for him to fight the monster himself. The Mana Management Association had classified all monsters based on their danger levels. Rank 9 included monsters that caused environmental pollution or spread diseases. Rank 8 were monsters that posed physical dangers to daily life. Rank 7 were monsters committing medium-level crimes like robbery and murder. Rank 6 were monsters that paralyzed administrative work in the city, whether acting in groups or alone. Monsters that invaded human territory or had a threat level equivalent to, that were ranked 5. Rank 4 were monsters that controlled packs, harmed humans, or threatened the human economy. Rank 3 were monsters that could paralyze government-level administration, classified as entities, causing damage equivalent to disasters. Even higher rank 2 were monsters that could paralyze government-level administration and causing damage equivalent to a disaster. Even higher rank 2 monsters can paralyze government administrative functions, at the government level identified as entities causing damage at a scale equivalent to catastrophes, and at the highest rank, 1 monsters threaten human existence, identified as entities. The Kraken is a rank demon monster. In the previous life around the time Eun-ha graduated from the Player Academy, it was downgraded to rank 4 due to the overall power increase of players, but currently players are in the Kraken's area. Will only appear with ranks from E to C, so they definitely can't defeat that monster. Naturally, with the current situation, you can't even take it down. There's only one way to survive. You have to stall until the 12 thrones appear and defeat this monster. What's worse is that the only weapons a 6-year-old child like you has are scissors and a box cutter. Eun-ha obviously wanted to carry something else like a kitchen knife, but her parents would notice. With fragile weapons like handmade scissors, if you cover them with mana, they can still inflict some damage. To the monster. Eun-ha, are you ready? We'll set off soon. Mom suddenly peeked into the room. Yes, I'm coming out now. I'm ready. Eun-ha, the ready you just mentioned means ready to face the Kraken today, since the roads have been repaired. And it's also family month, so traffic is jammed. Eun-ha's parents sitting in the front seats were anxious, yet their little son showed no signs of tiredness or frustration, unlike Eun-ha, who had slept drooling earlier. Actually, Eun-ha wasn't as relaxed as it seemed. The farther from the city center, the more tense he became. From his past life memories, Eun-ha recalled the Kraken appearing when his family crossed the bridge. The roads were packed, but now they had passed over half the bridge, and the monster was still silent. Could the future really be changing again? Please let us cross the bridge safely, he silently prayed. But it seemed the Kraken mocked his desperate wish, saying you cannot change your tragic fate. Because right after Eun-ha's silent prayer, the monster, ranked BA part of that disaster group, appeared. Its tentacles moved, destroying everything around. The roads and nearby vehicles were smashed to pieces. A huge boulder fell onto a car, completely destroying it. The terrified citizens scattered in panic. From afar, a group dressed in black ran over. What are you players doing? They're here. A blond young man led the charge, shouting loudly, protecting the people. Suddenly, he looked up. A tentacle slammed straight into the blond man. He was covered in blood, raising a trembling hand. Seeing this, the other players panicked and fled. One shouted angrily, "You damn players. If you run away, what are we supposed to do now?" The scene shifted to Eun-ha's family inside a car. Eun-ha's father's voice trembled. "We should get out too. It's chaotic outside, so be careful when you do. Don't worry, trust me. If we move calmly, we can evacuate safely." Eun-ha and his sister hugged each other, terrified. Eun-ha's parents reassured their children. "Did you hear what I just said? Stay calm. Get out of the car. The players will protect us. So don't worry." And so the family of four exited the heavily damaged vehicle. Yune's face turned pale as soon as she stepped outside. She collapsed to the ground, making him startle and call her. Her legs trembled. "Why can't you stand up? You need to get up. You need to get up and move." Eun-ha's father looked at her anxiously. He approached her and offered, "I'll carry Eun-ha." Then he turned to Eun-ha and asked, "Eun-ha, are you okay?" Eun-ha replied, "Yes, I can walk." The player pointed and shouted loudly, "This way. Please follow me to evacuate somewhere else." Eun-ha ran, thinking it over. Although a BA rank Kraken appeared, and the players were panicking, the experienced players quickly assessed the situation and focused on evacuating the civilians. However, the Kraken wasn't the only problem. "We need to get off the bridge before they arrive." Suddenly, a spear pierced the leader's body. He didn't react in time and died on the spot. Eun-ha's family gasped in shock. A hand with sharp claws clung to the bridge railing and climbed up. He frowned, thinking they've arrived the rank 7 potential fish monsters. One approached, pulling the spear from the dead leader's body. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its sharp teeth bared at the humans. A creature lunged and bit hard into a nearby woman's shoulder. The players fell into trouble. As they appeared, someone supporting an injured girl called out, "Is there anyone here who knows healing magic?" A woman who heard this ran over, but after only a few steps, she was pierced through by a spear. Without stopping, countless creatures charged to attack the entire Eun-ha family. Eun-ha stared in shock at the scene around him. His father shouted loudly, "Kids, do you trust me? No matter what happens, I will protect you. So don't look back. Just run. Run with all your strength." A tentacle coiled several cars together, then lifted them all onto a hill. The tentacle hurled. The cars sped fiercely toward those fleeing. Eun-ha looked up in astonishment at the flying objects overhead. He urgently shouted, "Dad, it's dangerous." The cars fell crashing hard into nearby people. One car slammed onto an oil truck. The impact caused a massive explosion, igniting a huge fire that blocked the road ahead. Despair filled Eun-ha's father's face. A player shouted loudly, "When will the reinforcements arrive? The road is blocked by the fire." The person opposite replied, "It's only been a few minutes. We need to hold out until help arrives." Eun-ha thought to himself, reinforcements arriving 12 minutes before I reset to 12. The throne arrived here 30 minutes after the Kraken appeared. Can the players protect everyone when the escape route is blocked? They can inflict some damage on the creatures, but without AI to deal with the Kraken, we're all doomed. Eun-ha took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, then set down his backpack. I prepared for this from the start. Even if I risk my life, I will protect my family. Eun-ha's mother was confused when she saw him pull out a knife. "No, Eun-ha, no, Eun-ha!" He looked at them and said, "Mom, Dad, please don't move until the rescue arrives." Eun-ha's father's voice trembled. "Eun-ha, what are you doing, Eun-ha?" His eyes were full of determination. "The players will stop the monsters from attacking. Even so, if something dangerous happens, Eun-ha will protect Mom and Dad." He thought, if I leave, I'm the only one here who knows how to use mana. Smiling, he said, "You can do it right, Nuna." She became flustered and just called out to him, "No, Eun-ha!" Seeing him run off, Nuna shouted, "No, Eun-ha!" Filled with determination, he grabbed the knife and dashed off like tearing paper. Eun-ha ran at an astonishing speed. As he ran, he channeled power into his legs. He pressed down hard and soared forward. He stomped fiercely over the cars. Suddenly, his body passed through an electric current, and he bit his teeth in pain to endure it. This was a movement speed boost skill he had used in his past life. This was the first time using it in this body, but it was indeed a bit too much for a child's body. Still, if he used it, he would reach the Kraken immediately, no matter the pain the skill caused. No, Eun-ha kept using it. He landed hard on a car's hood, and then took off again. 2 nearby people were amazed. What is that kid doing? It's dangerous there. Hearing the shout, 2 creatures noticed them and spotted Eun-ha, then blocked their path. He gripped the knife tightly, mana bursting from his hand. Eun-ha wielded the knife with power, tilting his head to dodge a claw swipe from a creature. Eun-ha seized the chance to chop off its head. As one fell, others rushed in. He jumped to avoid a deadly strike from another creature. No Eun-ha landed and stabbed hard into its neck. Another creature flew at him to grab him. No Eun-ha swiftly dodged, slicing off its head. He clenched his teeth, suddenly realizing another creature was still fighting them. It sent him flying. No Eun-ha slammed down on a nearby car but quickly stood up. Exhausted, he raised the knife in front of him. This time, 4 creatures charged to attack all at once. Eun-ha swung the knife, gathering momentum to strike with all his strength. He slashed horizontally, cutting off one of its arms. Eun-ha dashed toward the front of the creature, his eyes flashing. He turned and swung back, slicing its arm again. The creature's arm was severed completely. He thought, I'm clear-headed now, feeling like I'm killing monsters before I reset. Eun-ha gritted his teeth as killing intent poured out. Now I'll become unbeatable again. He shouted fiercely, unleashing countless slashes all at once. All the anglerfish were knocked down to the ground. Another anglerfish hid under a car, opening its mouth wide. No Eun-ha quickly jumped up to dodge its bite. He swiftly struck down, stabbing hard into its head. Behind another was slowly approaching. It shot out a tentacle, but Eun-ha noticed it. He rushed forward with a powerful swing, slicing the anglerfish in half. But his paper-thin blade broke into several pieces because of that. It probably couldn't take any more right. Tossing it aside, Eun-ha pulled out a spare pair of scissors. It's okay. He snapped them into 2 small knives. Using his speed boost skill, Eun-ha launched himself closer. He stopped on top of a car. In front of him was a giant monster covered in tentacles. He braced himself, ready to attack. I'll fight with this. One tentacle raised high, it grabbed several cars to attack. Eun-ha used his speed boost skill to dodge, stepping on one tentacle and grabbing it. He ran straight forward, using all his strength to leap high into the air, revealing the monster's terrifying face. Eun-ha stabbed hard with both scissors blades, sliding down along the tentacle. Leaving a long wound, he pulled out one blade and thrust with all his might again. From afar, a tentacle rapidly approached. He let go and dropped down to avoid the attack. Eun-ha landed without a scratch and looked at the bent scissors. Thinking the scissors were broken without hesitation, Eun-ha threw them away and focused all his strength on the remaining blade. This is all I have left, huh? Eun-ha ran off in one direction to dodge a tentacle lunging at him, stepping on it as he climbed. No. Eun-ha ducked low to avoid another tentacle, then jumped up, raising his scissors high. No Eun-ha strained with all his power, shouting loudly, but suddenly, a tentacle reached him before he could react. Looking over, he was hit head-on and fell down. As he landed, Eun-ha quickly retreated, gripping the scissors tightly. Damn, his mana was nearly drained. Then Kraken suddenly redirected its attack toward the bridge pillar, smashing it hard and destroying it. The spot where Eun-ha stood also shattered. Panicked Eun-ha stepped on the broken stones and ran away. After a while, a portion of the bridge collapsed. Eun-ha managed to reach a still intact area. Without rest, Kraken grabbed a truck, preparing to attack. The truck cracked under its grip. Kraken threw the truck with great force, and no Eun-ha was nearly exhausted. He mustered all his strength, shouted loudly, "Take this, you bastard, Eun!"-ha lifted the scissors, unleashing immense power. Suddenly, the truck was sliced in 2 by Eun-ha's swing. The truck flew behind him and exploded. He stood frozen, breathing heavily, looking at his hands covered in wounds. No Eun-ha suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. His head hit the stone floor hard. He lay still without any movement, struggling to get up. Damn it. I can't move. Have I completely run out of mana? No, if I lose consciousness here, everything I've built will collapse. Eun-ha's gaze at Kraken grew dimmer, and then closed tightly, leaving only darkness. Suddenly, he punched the ground hard, using his last strength to stay alert. Not yet. Am I really going to end like this? I want to live. I want to live happily with my family in this life. A tentacle raised high, gathering momentum, rushing at him with full force. No, Eun-ha trembled. He didn't want to die here. Suddenly, from behind, hands reached out. Eun-ha was embraced as a shout rang out. "Don't hurt my little brother." A massive energy burst erupted from her, forming a shield that blocked Kraken's attack. Nearby anglerfish noticed, but were instantly scattered by her radiant energy, which shot straight up into the sky. Nuna was amazed and couldn't believe it. This was a miracle, a talent capable of restructuring the world by rewriting its laws. Before reincarnation, Nuna knew of 4 people said to possess miracle talents, and the only person he could trust with everything was his colleague, Lee Yu-jung, After seeing the massive mana, Eun-ha had thought that if she had the miracle talent, Eun-ha was hugged reassuringly. "You're safe now, Eun-ha." Eun-ha was amazed to realize his wounds had healed, and not only that. "This light also protected us from the Kraken, but there's a price for using magic. Those who wield it have to pay dearly to be able to restructure the world." He worriedly asked, "Eun-ha, are you okay? Do you feel any pain?" She smiled and replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." But then Eun-ha suddenly collapsed, saying, "I'm so sleepy." Then she fainted into Nuna's arms. A light glowed from Nuna's chest as you looked at her with a faint smile. She only had a little mana left, just enough to keep her alive. Was her mana the price she had to pay? Eun-ha laid Eun-ha down on the ground and wished her a good rest. Eun-ha's eyes filled with deadly intent. He unleashed his mana, and the tentacles attacked again. The Kraken's eyes turned deep red. He sneered. "You're finally opening your eyes? Have you decided she's your enemy?" It swung its tentacle fiercely, but a strong strike caused a liquid to splash out, injuring the tentacle. "You don't stand a chance touching her." This time, no Eun-ha didn't hesitate and confronted it head-on. He slashed across, cutting 2 tentacles and causing them to bleed. His mana had recovered. "I can't defeat the Kraken right now, but the future has changed. My family is still alive. There's nothing left to fear. Just hold on until noon when the Kraken appears. He's on Wanyo Bridge, not far from here." Someone annoyed said, "This is such a hassle." This person was Kang Hun-cheon, unable to move at all. "Are you sure you're actually driving? Not dozing off while pretending to drive right?" The young driver stammered. "There are a lot of cars on the road. At this hour, every street in Seoul looks like this." He grumbled, "Do we have to get permission to leave at noon? My precious days off. Why work at all? I joined the noon shift just to fight strong opponents. Not to save civilians." Suddenly, both sensed something. The driver said, "There's an enormous amount of mana." Kang Hun-cheon raised his hand to stop him. "I know." His phone rang. Kang Hun-cheon answered, saying, "You feel it too, right?" The other side didn't deny it. "Yeah." He asked, "What is it?" The voice replied, According to the info, it's a BA rank Kraken." Kang Hun-cheon frowned and repeated, "Rank BA, why?" He smiled with interest. "Where is it?" The driver was scared. "There's a monster, and he looks that happy. Anyone who saw that face would probably go crazy." The voice on the phone explained, "Obviously on San Motorcycle Taxi Bridge. You're going to handle it too. There are already some players at the scene. I don't know the extent of the damage yet, but the situation is chaotic." He casually said, "I'll meet you there later." Got it. The call ended. Kang Hun-cheon opened the door and got out. The driver panicked. "Captain, what are you doing?" He stretched and smirked. "What else?" "Running there, of course. With this traffic, when will we even get there?" He unlocked a suitcase. Once opened, Kang Hun-cheon took out a sword. The driver ran after him in shock. "What? It'll take 2 hours to drive there." He laughed confidently. "But 30 minutes is enough." Kang Hun-cheon activated mana to boost his strength. His whole body radiated immense energy. Kang Hun-cheon lowered his center of gravity-focused power into his legs and stomped, cracking the ground. Then he shot forward at incredible speed. The driver watched him go awestruck. That's the captain for you. He fights like a maniac. His only wish is to face strong opponents. Kang Hun-cheon, captain of the Flame Demon Sword Guild. 30 minutes later, a terrifying giant fish lunged, but was cut down by his sword. The slash carried fire, burning it to ashes. He suddenly noticed a massive pillar of light ahead created by no Eun-ha. That was magic. But no one else was at the scene. Who could cast such powerful magic? Kang Hun-cheon's mouth involuntarily curved into an intrigued smile. A newcomer was standing in front of No Eun-ha, constantly protecting No Eun-ha. He swung both hands hard at the tentacles. Eun-ha gritted his teeth, channeling mana. Into his hands, Kang Hun-cheon charged forward from afar, wielding his flaming sword. He swung fiercely, cutting the tentacle, attacking Eun-ha. Eun-ha exhaled in relief. "They're here." After attacking, Kang Hun-cheon landed. Noon struck right on Flame Demon Sword Captain Kang Hun-cheon. The tentacle was severed by his strike, but the flames kept burning relentlessly. The Kraken writhed in pain, slowly sinking back into the sea to escape. The massive Kraken had vanished from sight. The firepower ability allowed him to freely control flames. That's also why he was called the Fire Demon Kang Hun-cheon. Turning around, he was quite surprised to see no Eun-ha. There are only these 2 kids here. How can I sense the mana flow around that girl? Those kids cast spells earlier. I'm sure the girl lost consciousness after using up her mana, and the boy protected her from the Kraken. These 2 kids are strong. If they grow up to be players, it'll be really interesting. Kang Hun-cheon said, "Don't worry, I'm not going to fight them. At least not yet." Eun-ha's eyes were full of caution as he watched him. Kang Hun-cheon raised his sword and said loudly, I'm only here for one reason. To cut down this kraken. Step back, kid, it's about to surface again. Just as Kang Hun Cheon said, the creature was slowly surfacing before it could regenerate. Kang Hun Cheon smirked. So you're the immortal? You've been quite famous lately. Eun-ha glared coldly at him, then after a moment asked, What do you want? He sneered. Nothing much. Just wanted to see if you're as strong as they say. Come fight me then. Eun-ha replied coldly. If you don't like it, step aside. Kang Hun Cheon blocked him. I don't want you to leave. You can't get past until you fight me. Exhausted, Eun-ha let out a heavy breath. Eun-ha drew his sword. Don't regret this. Kang Hun Cheon also pulled out his flaming sword. The two charged at each other with full force. Back to the present, Eun-ha watched the back of the fire demon Kang Hun Cheon before he regenerated. He always rushed into battle. I've never beaten him, and the more I fight, the stronger he gets. He really is a monster born for fighting. Kang Hun Cheon growled. Why hasn't this bastard poked his head out yet? Just a little burn, and he's already scared. As soon as he finished speaking, a tentacle smashed through a bridge pillar. The ground beneath the three of them trembled, ready to collapse. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, it's destroying the bridge supports, Kang Hun Cheon thought, as he looked at Eun-ha. I can't fight and protect the kids at the same time. Suddenly, a staff slammed down hard, and two magically created bridge pillars appeared. Seeing this, Kang Hun Cheon smiled coldly. Perfect timing. Above, a helicopter approached. Park Heron said, I told you not to call me that. I'm not that old. What do you mean, mother? Seriously. You could have just come by helicopter. Who runs all the way to Seoul Sand Bridge? He laughed, pointing. As long as I got to Seoul, that's enough. Park Heron sighed. All right, you're always right. The rescue team will arrive soon, so the evacuation will start shortly. Focus on taking down the Kraken with her power. Kang Hun Cheon immediately revealed his power. Annoyed, I didn't even need to show off. Park Heron scolded him. Shut up. If you're going to show off, don't complain about it. Kang Hun Cheon shouted. Fine, I'll leave the kids to you. She turned her attention to Eun-ha and Nuna nearby. Park Heron said, All right, you speak up now. Replying, Got it. Underwater, the calm surface was disturbed again. As the Kraken rose once more, it unleashed its terrifying tentacles. Kang Hun Cheon charged repeatedly, laughing loudly. Finally showing your face. He ran swiftly to the edge of the bridge and launched himself powerfully upward. Kang Hun Cheon fell into the sea, causing a massive explosion. Beneath, a small light began to glow. It was Kang Hun Cheon's fire burning fiercely underwater. His face slowly surfaced. His entire body was engulfed in flames. Walking slowly on the water, each step left a small flame behind. The Kraken attacked Kang Hun Cheon with a tentacle. He looked up at the two tentacles above him, which wrapped around in multiple directions. It attacked him simultaneously from 4 directions. Kang Hun Cheon sneered with contempt. Pathetic. He raised his sword high. Get lost. Kang Hun Cheon swung his flaming sword down with great force. The intense heat burned the Kraken's entire body. It writhed in agony, screaming miserably. Kang Hun Cheon coldly stared at the Kraken flames swirling around him. His body also began to dissolve. Eun-ha rejoiced. Finally, the Kraken is asleep. The helicopter landed, and Park Heron hurried over. Hey kids, are you okay? Don't be afraid, I'll heal you right away. She suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. Realizing these kids had no injuries at all, was that magic just now a miracle? The miracle healed the kids. Amazing witnessing a miracle, Park Heron couldn't help but reach out curiously. Una's voice turned cold, his eyes filled with a deadly aura. Did you touch her? Park Heron paled at the threat in his tone. How could a child have such a strong, deadly aura? She couldn't contain her curiosity. Who are you? At that moment, the helicopter arrived near them. Park Heron spoke. The rescue team is here. Let's get the kids to the hospital first. He lifted Nuna up and looked up. Today at 5 p.m., a giant octopus suddenly appeared on the sandbike taxi bridge. It caused many casualties, and rescue operations had been underway for a while. The Goddess City authorities issued a statement about this tragedy. Eun-ha sat dazed on the hospital bed. Hearing the news, his face darkened, looking very sorrowful. Seeing Eun-ha still unconscious in bed, Eun-ha recalled that she was suffering from mana exhaustion. Since she lacked enough mana in her body, she would recover after taking a mana dose, so there was no need to worry too much. A faint smile appeared on his lips. It's all over now. No one died. I've changed the future. Suddenly a voice called out, startling him. No, Eun-ha! No, Eun-ha! He turned to look at the caller, none other than No Eun-ha's parents. They looked at him tearfully on the verge of crying. His face turned pale, sweating profusely. I'm doomed. Eun-ha lowered his head, unable to face them. No Eun-ha's mother asked, Are you hurt anywhere? He avoided her gaze, stammering, No, I'm not. No Eun-ha's father asked. What about Nuna? He pointed. She's sleeping. Because of the mana deficiency, she's on medication. Hearing this, the man sighed in relief. Then he grew angry. No, Eun-ha! Why did you run outside and disobey your father? He kept his head down, timidly. I'm sorry, no Eun-ha. Thinking to himself, sorry. What am I sorry for? My family survived. This is the best outcome since everyone is alive. I don't feel guilty at all. He slowly looked up at No Eun-ha, stunned eyes wide in shock. Ahead were fearful eyes, scared of losing him. His mother's eyes were the same, filled with tears. No Eun-ha frowned, confused about what was happening. They didn't care about the result. They wanted to know why he risked everything. Running toward that giant octopus, I understand how terrifying it is to lose family. But I only did what I wanted, without considering their feelings. So he stammered, struggling to say, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't do it again. As he spoke, No Eun-ha cried, and a warm hand was extended to him. No Eun-ha's mother smiled and said, Come here. He ran into her arms and hugged her. No Eun-ha's father embraced them both from behind. Don't do that again, okay? Do you know how worried we were? Tears streamed down his face non-stop. Yes, I don't need to fight monsters anymore. Now I can live like a normal child. Maybe that's what his parents wanted for him. The next morning at the hospital where his family was staying, No Eun-ha's father said, We'll handle Nuna's discharge paperwork, so wait here for us. Okay, he replied happily. Yes, no matter what happens. I'll wait right here. Eun-ha thought to himself after this incident. His parents' trust in him had hit rock bottom. Now he would just sit here. Eun-ha lay sleeping on the bed, still not awake. He sat by her hospital bed. Eun-ha offered him a snack, blushing happily. So good. Eun-ha turned and realized there was none left. Was it because he had used too much energy? But he still craved something sweet. Just then, someone handed him a cake. Here, eat this, kid. He gladly accepted, oh, thank you. Seeing Kang Hun-cheon ahead, Eun-ha stiffened. Surprise filled his face. Kang Hun-cheon unwrapped the cake and said, Don't you like chocolate cookies? Kang Hun-cheon brought the cake to his mouth. Eun-ha bit the cake, thinking, Is he about to drop it dead? He didn't look like he was about to die at all. He should have gone crazy by now. But no, he was crazy from the start. Kang Hun-cheon smirked and said, How old are you, kid? He replied calmly, I'm 6. He crossed his arms. You're still so little. What about the little sister? No, Eun-ha replied. She's 10 years old. Kang Hun-cheon asked again. What's her name? He frowned suspiciously. Why are you asking her name? He pointed. She's not the little girl's. Little No Eun-ha was a bit guarded, but still answered, No Eun-ha. Kang Hun-cheon made an offer. No Eun-ha. Do you want to join the academy? I can recommend you. He trembled, thinking, this bastard wants to get me into the academy, turning me into a fighter to battle. When I grow up, could it be that he's raising others to fight against them because he has no rivals left? Kang Hun-cheon stood up and said, Well, you're still young, so take your time thinking about it. No, Eun-ha, I'll remember your name. Outside, Park Heron was already waiting and said, Are you just going to leave like that? It's definitely magic, a kind of magic that had long disappeared in Korea. Kang Hun-cheon pulled out a tissue and said, I don't care if it's magic or not. The question is whether it's strong enough. Park Heron angrily shouted, You obsessed fight idiot! He retorted, I'm not an idiot, I'm older than you. And now you're one of the top 10 on the throne. You should watch your words. Besides, if magic is such a rare power, as you say, that child would be noticed by the whole world. If we announce it, if that happens, the girl, it will never live a normal life again. You wouldn't want that, right? She stammered. Kang Hun-cheon pointed and said, If you understand, don't meddle in this. Let's go to the cafe and have some sweets. Park Heron paled, imagining desserts. Are you crazy? He frowned. No, I told you to watch your words. I just want sweets because I used up some of my power. We arrived at Grandma's house one day after the giant octopus disappeared. Getting out of the car, No Eun-ha's parents spoke up. Mom, why are you outside? Mom still isn't well. Grandma of No Eun-ha smiled. I missed you so much, so I came out here. I also want to see my grandchild. Looking inside the car, she realized, oh dear. Oh, they look exhausted. Good sleep well, my grandchild. At night, No Eun-ha woke up slightly. At that moment, still tired, it turned out Nuna No Eun-ha's older sister was sleeping right on top of him. No Eun-ha sat up and sighed. How bad is her sleeping habit? Suddenly, he noticed across from him. Well, your mom sleeps exactly the same. No Eun-ha twitched his mouth. Does she have the same sleeping habit as Mom? He gently covered Nuna with a blanket. No Eun-ha slowly stepped outside without waking them. Outside in the yard, he sat alone at the big table, looking at his hands, thinking silently that his mana had increased. His eyes darkened because of his power. His pre-reincarnation ability was madness. With that power, the more mana he used, the stronger his body and magic power became. But as its name suggests, the more mana used, the easier it was to lose his mind and fall into madness. Yeah, he fell into deep thought. But at that time, he didn't lose consciousness. It would be an ultimate power if it didn't come with a penalty or cause madness. Was it that he didn't understand the nature of madness? Suddenly, No Eun-ha's grandma appeared beside him. "Why are you still awake?" He was surprised. "Since when have you been here?" He hadn't even noticed her arrival. No Eun-ha scratched his head and answered, "I already slept a lot in the car." She smiled gently. "Really?" No Eun-ha's grandma placed a warm cloth on him. "But if you want to grow up, then you have to sleep more." No Eun-ha pondered. That's how Grandma was when his mind wandered. She was always there. She waited for him to talk, no matter if it was a problem, his feelings, or just a small conversation. Then he asked, "Why aren't you sleeping?" She smiled faintly. "Because you aren't sleeping either." No Eun-ha. No Eun-ha shyly looked away, thinking, "I know. This is what I want to see my grandma becoming, like a child without me noticing." No Eun-ha's grandma said, "Do you want some warm milk?" He shook his head. "No, I'm fine." Suddenly, No Eun-ha's mom appeared behind him with 3 cups of warm milk. "Really?" No Eun-ha was startled. "Since when have you been here?" She pointed at the milk. "Then who's going to drink it?" He took the milk and obediently drank it. No Eun-ha's mom said, "But Mom, did you know how surprised I was when I heard the phone?" No Eun-ha's grandmother replied, "That's why I told you I was already feeling better. I know the neighbors can be a bit nosy." She was worried. "Still, did you know how worried I was when I heard you fainted?" "How worried I was?" He thought for a moment. "She slipped, but woke up with only a scratch," she recounted. "I lost consciousness." No Eun-ha's mother doubted lost consciousness. She explained, "Could you call it sleepwalking? I was going upstairs, but then I saw him. I'm not that old yet, dear. Just listen." He kept waving his hand, telling me not to go up now. Reflecting. He wasn't talking to her, but to you. Yeah. Ha fell into thought, rubbing his chin. Calling it a dream would be really strange. If something happens, the whole family will follow Grandpa right away. If that were the case, she should have told us. No Eun-ha's grandmother recounted cheerfully. "But isn't it miraculous Mom dreamed of it just a while ago," he said. "There was a beautiful deer, lonely out there. But when Mom went out, it turned into No Eun-ha." No Eun-ha's mother was surprised. A deer. No Eun-ha's grandmother was puzzled. Why, she recalled you had dreamed about it before, and Dad was left behind. A deer. No Eun-ha's grandmother gasped, "Oh my goodness!" The girl blushed and waved her hand. "Oh no!" No Eun-ha's mother quickly turned to him and asked, "No Eun-ha, what do you want to be when you grow up?" No Eun-ha paused, drinking milk, stammering. Something dark loomed behind him. Demons kept screaming, "Save me! Save me! Help me, ha!" A terrifying feeling arose when seeing his expression. She worried. "What's wrong, huh?" He subconsciously glanced behind him. He forced a smile and said, "It's nothing, I don't even know." No Eun-ha's grandmother's voice rose. "Not knowing is okay." No Eun-ha turned in surprise. "You're still young, so take your time. Experience both joys and hardships. Make lots of friends, fight with them, study, then play. One day you'll know what you want. If you still don't know, just live until you do." He broke into a sweat. "Are you telling me to live life to the fullest?" Mom and grandmother both hugged him. She said, "That's right. Time belongs to our No Eun-ha. So Ha, you can do whatever you want. Exactly, you can do it. The meaning of No Eun-ha is that she comes from the universe, full of boundless potential." No Eun-ha blushed. "Is that the meaning of my name?" She looked at him tenderly. "I will support you, no matter what you do." No Eun-ha's grandmother also said, "I will cheer for you too." Grandmother was surprised. Ha from inside the house called out, "I want to drink milk too." They all laughed happily. "Ha, you're up. Come here, do you want some milk?" she asked. He smiled brightly. "Yes, please." He looked at them with a happy smile. While talking, he suddenly remembered and brought some flowers. "Grandma, here you go." No Eun-ha's grandmother was surprised. "Oh my, thank you. I'll put it on the shoe cabinet to show it off." He thought placing it near the entrance means she wants to show it off to the neighbors. "You don't know about that, right? I don't care if you know or not. Let's just make beautiful memories in this life. Grandma, thank you for raising me." The gentle image of No Eun-ha's grandmother appeared in his mind. One afternoon at a house, No Eun-ha's father's voice echoed. "No, Eun-ha, no Eun-ha, you're going to have a new sibling." Both were surprised. "What?" Eun-ha was joyful. "I'm going to have a sibling." No Eun-ha's parents replied, "Yes, you're going to have another brother or sister. Suddenly, No Eun-ha's mother looked at him and saw him trembling. She worriedly placed her hand on his shoulder. No Eun-ha looked up and burst into tears. "Thank you, Mom. Thank you so much. This is the best thing that has happened to me since I was born." No Eun-ha's father shyly said, "If you say that, people might think you're the father." The whole family laughed out loud in happiness. Scene changed to Do in kindergarten, where 3 little girls ran in from afar. "Pochi's here." "Do you miss Mom?" No Eun-ha wore dog ears, crawling tiredly. No Eun-ha, the 2-year-old goddess of history, 7 years old. The kids came up and petted his head. "No, Eun-ha, you mean Pochi. Why are you crying? Don't cry, Pochi." "Good dog." He blushed angrily, thinking, "I'm not crying, damn it." Suddenly, Minji nearby spoke up. "Don't you guys see anything cute about Pochi? I wish we could just throw him away, you mutt." He gritted his teeth. "Damn it, Minji. He always mocks me whenever he gets the chance." The girl huffed coldly. "Want me to tell the teacher, or do you want to get scolded?" Eun-ha recalled how he was caught sleeping by the teacher, which drove him crazy. Falling asleep only to be thrown back into the cage. Such a monster. Another little girl stepped in. "Kids, my loves, Dad's home." Taking advantage of the kid's distraction, he quickly slipped away. Outside, No Eun-ha took off his ear device, sighing wearily. His gaze suddenly caught a girl sitting alone reading a book, Jung-ha-jiang. No Eun-ha hid the ear device and asked, "What are you reading?" The girl smiled and replied, "Sherlock Holmes. I've been hooked on this for a while." He rubbed his chin. Sherlock Holmes chronicles Sherlock and Professor Moriarty. Fell off a waterfall and died. Jung-ha-jiang suddenly paled and asked, "What?" No Eun-ha was startled. "I accidentally spoiled it." The girl bowed her head as if about to cry. "You're so mean. I haven't finished reading it yet." He forced a smile. "Sorry, but he'll come back in the next book. The Return of Sherlock Holmes." As he finished speaking, tears streamed down Jung-ha-jiang's face. Eun-ha said, "You're too cruel," and hurriedly left. "Sorry, I really am sorry." Eun-ha walked away to another spot, but stopped when a voice caught his attention. "It's nothing, just wasted more blood. So unfair, damn it. Next time I'll take you down." A boy's eyes suddenly focused on Eun-ha. "I was just trying to see who's the strongest in class. Perfect timing." The kids around whispered, "Eun-ha and Eun-hyo are finally fighting. Who's the strongest?" He smiled faintly. "What are these kids watching on TV?" The kids started gathering around. The two started provoking each other, drawing toy swords and pointing them at Eun-ha. 2 tigers can't share one forest. "I'll end our fate here. Draw your sword." He was speechless. Oh my, the 2 kids cheered behind him. Eun-hyo finished him off with one move. "Exactly. Show him who's the strongest." He smirked a little at these kids. Someone outside shouted, "Take down Eun-ha." The girls clung to him. Eun-ha thought to himself, "Is that what you care about?" Minji cheered for No Eun-ha. He was delighted finally. "At least there's you, neighbor." The girl made a threatening gesture. "You're going down, No Eun-ha." He sighed. "Oh, right, this is you." He felt a little sad that no one was cheering for him. Eun-ha suddenly noticed Jung-ha-gyang, but the girl burst into tears. "I hate you." Hearing that, No Eun-ha jumped in surprise. Eun-ha picked up the plastic sword. "That's right, I'm alone in this world. You've become scary. It's all your fault." Eun-ha imagined himself and Eun-hyo standing in an arena. The boy charged up, shouting, "Bring it on, demon!" He stood calmly as Eun-hyo approached. Eun-hyo lightly parried a strike from the boy with great strength. He knocked Eun-hyo's sword away. The sword spun above his head, leaving the boy staring up in amazement. Taking advantage of the moment, Eun-hyo quickly lunged. Eun-ha ran past him, slicing across Eun-hyo's waist. At the same time, the spinning sword fell to the ground. Eun-ha stood confidently without looking back at his opponent. He slowly sheathed his sword. Choi Eun-hyuk clutched his stomach, trembling. "Impossible. I could still fight if I could use my sealed power." The boy coughed repeatedly before collapsing. No Eun-ha stood proudly amid the admiration of those around him. He turned and smiled. That was an exciting fight. The kids cheered happily. He really did smile. "That's Eun-ha for you." "See, he's good because of all those family games." "Right, whoever can pull out Excalibur will be Eun-ha." He looked puzzled. "Huh, what?" Ahead was a toy sword stuck in a pile of building blocks. "I've never seen Excalibur drawn. You can do it, Eun-ha." Scratching his head. "Maybe I should try it too." He stepped forward and grabbed the hilt. Eun-ha easily pulled it out amid the kids' cheers. "Eun-ha got Excalibur. Eun-ha is the best." "No! Eun-ha, no! Eun-ha!" He shyly screamed inside. "Please stop. Stop it." The scene shifted to somewhere in the park near a phone displaying news. Breaking news. Rank 7. Goblin monsters have appeared. The Macaronier Knights are at the front line, but reports say 2 of the goblins had escaped from the scene. Organizations like the Mana Management Association, they most likely are hiding. Freeze Minji touched a cheerful girl and removed the freeze. Eun-ha sighed deeply, watching the kids play exhausted as he sat under the tree. I'm so tired, aren't they? Eun-ha sat cross-legged, clasping his hands together, because the future has changed. I need to store mana whenever I get the chance. As time passes, the world will see mana as a form of power. So it's best that I accumulate more mana. Since they learned about it after that incident, I'm sure I'll have more space to store mana. 2 kids saw him and called out, No, Eun-ha, are you done resting? Come here, come play with us. Eun-ha thought silently. Are they okay? Their endurance is terrifying. Just then, Teacher Tao brought a bag of snacks. Kids, come eat some ice cream. Everyone stopped playing and ran over. I want cantaloupe ice cream. I want watermelon. Tsubankt. He watched the scene in front of him and smiled. Kids will be kids. After a while, Tao's whole body. He looked at the scene before him and smiled. Just like a child. After a while, Tao himself. The 2 exchanged a glare. Let go, you pig, Minji. That's mine. I got it first. Why don't you let go? I got it. First. Let go. How can you be a guy and be so petty? So what if I'm a guy? What's that got to do with taking ice cream? Tao looked at them, tired, snatched the ice cream and said, Hey kids! Did I not tell you friends shouldn't fight? You did. Tao broke the ice cream in half. He handed each half. See works, right? You can share. They ignored him and started sulking. He gave each person half. Pretty effective, isn't it, you guys? We can share it. The 2 ignored what he said and started whispering to each other. Winner takes all, deal rock, paper, scissors. Tao immediately got angry. Teacher, where's Choi Eun-hyuk? He was startled. Choi Eun-hyuk. The teacher wasn't sure. Maybe he's in the moon garden. Minji calmly said, I guess he's swinging his sword over there. Why does he always play alone like that? Eun-ha thought special training must be done in secret. Minji asked, puzzled. Why do you want to bring ice cream to him? If you want it, you should get it yourself. She shyly said, I think he'd be really sad if he got left out while we're eating together like this. Minji shook her head. Jung-ha Gyang is wrong. His only mistake is being too kind. How about this, do you want to bring ice cream to Eun-hyuk? Yes, Jung-ha Gyang. She nodded in agreement. I want to. Minji said. Want me to come with you? Jung-ha Gyang shook his head. No need. Tao loudly reminded the kids, when you're done eating, throw the trash here. Eun-ha frowned a bit as he watched her leave. Who wants to play tag next? Come here. Minji approached him. You should go out there too. Eun-ha refused without hesitation. No need, I've played enough today, she reminded him gently. Then no one will want to play with you anymore. He wasn't very concerned. You don't have to worry about that. Go play out there. Minji scoffed coldly. No, Nuna told me to play with you. No, Eun-ha scratched his face, thinking my sister, really. She grabbed his shirt and pulled him along. Getting up and going, the kids gathered to play rock, paper, scissors. Eun-ha lost, so he stood there feeling restless. Having lost, Eun-ha gritted his teeth angrily and turned toward Minji. Without hesitation, he chased after her. I'm going to catch you! Eun-ha sprinted full speed, and just as he nearly caught Minji, she stopped folding her arms and freezing. Minji stuck out her tongue, teasingly. He ignored her and switched to chase someone else. Suddenly, No Eun-ha ran right past that friend without noticing. The friend was surprised to see him running toward Minji. She was distracted, but suddenly looked up. Eun-ha dashed past like lightning. He turned his head back, grinning widely. Eun-ha tapped her shoulder to unfreeze her. Only then did Minji react, exclaiming, You! The curly-haired boy ran by, tapping her shoulder. Come on, you chase now! Minji started chasing. The boy laughed loudly as he spoke. The curly-haired boy ran over and patted the girl's shoulder. Come on, you chase now! Minji was now the one chasing. The boy laughed loudly as he spoke. Minji glared at No Eun-ha with fiery anger. You! She looked at him with murderous intent. You're not going to get away with this, No Eun-ha. Eun-ha tilted his head and smirked faintly. You think you can catch me? Then his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Eun-ha immediately stopped. Minji ran up and touched his shoulder. No! Eun-ha, you're caught! Seeing his reaction, the girl was confused. What's wrong? Why are you standing still, Eun-ha? She suddenly unleashed deadly mana. Why are you at daycare? Suddenly from nowhere, a dark blue hand with sharp claws grabbed him. Gritting his teeth, he turned to look. The nearby children stood blankly confused. Huh, what's that? On the fence. A rank 7 monster appeared wielding a weapon, the monster goblin. It jumped down and entered the daycare. The girl with pigtails stammered in fear. Mom, a goblin! It opened its terrifying mouth and raised its weapon, preparing to attack. It swung its massive weapon down toward the girl's face. She looked at the goblin desperately, as it raised its weapon higher. At that moment, it slashed horizontally at the girl. Suddenly, a hand shot out in time, launching an object toward it. The object struck the goblin's hand hard, causing it to drop its weapon. The goblin growled angrily. The camera focused on the attacker, who was none other than Eun-ha. Behind him, another goblin was slowly approaching. Eun-ha nimbly dodged and frowned, muttering, "These guys are really annoying." Eun-ha clenched his popsicle stick. "I have to kill them quickly and call for backup." He focused his energy within his body. He struck the goblin with force. In the distance, Tao's footsteps came rushing closer. Tao hit one goblin on the head with a broom. "You can't escape!" He turned to Eun-ha and shouted, startling him. Eun-ha stood still. As soon as Tao finished speaking, he threw the broom forcefully. The broom flew like the wind, striking the goblin's stomach hard. Near Eun-ha, Tao took the opportunity to grab his shirt along with the girl and ran off. "Hold on to me!" Behind them, two goblins angrily chased Tao. He shouted, "Are you okay?" Eun-ha remained calm. Yes. In the air, a goblin was almost catching up, ready to swing its axe down. On Tao's shoulder, Eun-ha gathered mana in his palms, quickly forming a mana orb. "Don't even dream about it." He threw it with great force. The mana orb hit the goblin's stomach, causing it to fly back in pain. The massive goblin's body fell right where the other goblin was behind. Eun-ha breathed a sigh of relief, glad he was unharmed. The three of them ran frantically into the building. As soon as they arrived, Tao collapsed, panting heavily from exhaustion. The principal anxiously asked, "Teacher Tao, how is he?" Tao quickly asked the principal, "What about the other kids?" She immediately reassured, "They've been evacuated." "But did the Gopri really appear?" Tao nodded. "Yes, there were two. It seems they've been here for a few days already." Eun-ha looked around as the principal spoke. "I'll report this right away. We have to wait for the players to arrive," he suggested. "Then let me block the doors with the other teachers." Suddenly, Minji's panicked voice rang out. "Teacher, I don't see Jung-ha Jiang and Choi Yun-hyuk anywhere." Tao lost his composure immediately. "But I just saw them in the garden." The children nearby chimed in. "That's right, they said they were going to get us ice cream." His face turned pale. "I'm going to rescue them now." The principal stopped him. "No, the teachers and other kids are all around panicking and trembling." "Teacher Tao, you need to stay," he stammered. But two nearby children cried out, "Teacher, what about those two? Please save them." They talked without noticing someone had already left the room toward the garden. A terrified scream echoed. At that moment, Wang He-ut was caught by a goblin, which raised its weapon to strike. Jung-ha Jiang stretched out her hands, channeling mana to stop it. She ran forward and struck the goblin hard. The blow sent it flying, rolling several times. Jung-ha Jiang helped the boy up anxiously. "Wang Hai-ut, are you okay?" The goblin quickly stood up and growled. Jung-ha Jiang and Wang Hai-ut trembled, supporting each other as they fled. The boy clenched his teeth, determined. Wang He-ut used all his strength to hold her hand and run. Jung-ha Jiang ran on. The goblin opened its drooling mouth, watching the two run toward the playground. Jung-ha Jiang called out, "What should we do now?" Wang Hai-ut hurried to reassure, "The adults will come rescue us." "Let's hide and wait for that." The boy pointed to the metal frame. "Climb quickly, get on top of it." Wang Hai-ut quickly helped Jung-ha Jiang up. "You go first." The growling behind made the boy turn his head. The goblin had fully caught up to them. Wang Hai-ut urged, "Go up first, Jung-ha Jiang." The girl panicked. "What about you? You have to climb up too." The boy turned around. "I'll fight them until the adults get up there." Jung-ha Jiang said loudly, "Don't do that, climb up first." Seeing Wang Hai-ut trembling with fear, the goblin looked confused. The boy gripped his sword tightly, his eyes full of determination. Choi Yun-hyuk recalled the scene of Kang Hun-cheon on TV. The boy shouted excitedly, "He defeated it! He's so cool, I want to become a hero like him too." And Hyuk gripped his sword, tightly trembling, but determined to stay strong. The pale-faced kid lunged forward, looking weak. The goblin's foul mouth gnawed loudly. It opened wide and roared fiercely. The goblin charged to attack, but it was no problem, like he had practiced. And Hyuk closed his eyes and swung his sword hard. The moment the blade struck, the kid was sent flying, and Hyuk collapsed down, terrified. Taking advantage, the goblin raised its axe behind him, and Hyuk stepped forward and picked up his sword. The goblin swung its axe down hard, and Hyuk cried out, raising both hands to block. Suddenly, some time passed, but still, nothing happened. The kid slowly opened his eyes and looked down at Jung-ha Jiang curled up behind iron bars. Jung-ha Jiang had arrived just in time to save An Hyuk, and Hyuk praised him. "You did great." He turned back with a smile, a true man. And Hyuk sat dazed on the ground as the goblin suddenly lunged at Jung-ha Jiang. The kid panicked and shouted, "Watch out!" A perfect sword. Slash came flying. The sharp blade sliced clean through its arm. The goblin's arm was severed, flying through the air. It stared in shock at its bleeding arm. No, Eun-ha's eyes glinted coldly as he raised his sword. With immense force, he cut the goblin in two. Its body disintegrated, dropping a magical stone shaped like a diamond. The stone fell to the ground. Eun-ha lightly swung his sword, wiping the blood away. He tilted his head, reassured. Now it's safe. Eun-ha sobbed, running to hug Eun-hyuk. You really are a hero. He tried to pull the kid away. What's wrong with you? Get off me. Suddenly, Jung-ha-jiang ran over and grabbed Eun-ha tightly. The two kids clung to him, crying. We were so scared. He looked pale and pushed them away. You guys calm down first. What about those two friends taking advantage of the distraction? Eun-ha sneaked outside. He took a deep breath to focus. And Hyuk's eyes widened and flashed as his mana radiated around him to help him sense his surroundings. Jung-ha-gyang had a lot of mana, and Eun-hyuk was fine. They were getting away. Suddenly, Eun-hyuk noticed a goblin. Wait a second. I need to deal with the one heading toward the physical training room. The goblin prowled, growling. Suddenly, his voice caught its attention. Hey, what are you looking for? Jung-ha is ahead. Ha stood blocking him with a paper-cutting knife enveloping the blade in mana, radiating fierce sharpness. The goblin growled and charged. It swung sideways, but Eun-hyuk ducked to dodge. Using his leg strength, he kicked hard against the ground and launched forward. Lightning quick, Eun-hyuk circled behind it. He swung the knife down hard. The strike pierced straight through the goblin's chest. It spun around, furious, ready to raise its axe. He quickly jumped high to avoid it. Once again, Eun-hyuk pushed off the ceiling, gaining momentum to launch downward. He slashed straight from head to toe, just like before. The goblin's body turned to dust and vanished. A magical stone dropped before him. No, Eun-ha sheathed his knife, muttering, This one's useless now. He tossed it aside. Anyone who dares step foot in my kindergarten will be dealt with. Eun-ha quickly ran off. Please, everyone's safe. He channeled mana into Jung-ha-jiang's eyes. And here come here. Back in the present, the two kids still cried non-stop. He sighed, thinking, Whatever. Suddenly, Eun-hyuk and Jung-ha-jiang appeared. Are you all okay? He was startled. Teacher Tao. Eun-hyuk looked down at the two kids still crying, tiredly replying, Yes, sir. After a moment, the players had arrived at the daycare. Someone facing Eun-hyuk asked, Did you really defeat it? He scratched his cheek. The goblins were seriously injured, so I stabbed a few times and they disappeared. He showed the magical stone. Even rank 7 are 2 goblins. Rank 8 aren't weak enough for a 7-year-old kid to beat. The only way to kill a monster is to destroy its core with mana-enhanced weapons or extremely powerful physical attacks. He frowned. What about the goblin in the hallway? Eun-ha quickly made up a story. Probably the goblin outside took that one out. Those two must have fought. No wonder it was so badly hurt then you defeated it. Maybe those two aren't exactly friendly. The player seemed doubtful. Yeah, probably. The scene shifted to the commendation ceremony. We, the Buku Motorcycle Taxi Office, sincerely extend our deepest apologies to Doan Kindergarten for the recent accident. They had to endure. From now on, we promise to do everything possible to protect the school. And today's main character, thank you No Eun-ha for receiving the certificate of the Brave Child Award. The teachers and friends below all applauded and cheered. Remembering the scene when his parents scolded him, wasn't the Kraken incident enough for you guys? He wrote the apology letter himself and then talked it over. No Eun-ha held the certificate, trembling all over, feeling so embarrassed. Someone reminded him, No Eun-ha, smile. He forced a stiff smile during the kindergarten festival, organized by the school, where parents were dropping off their children. The atmosphere was very lively. Long ago, there was a princess named Snow White, with a fair and beautiful face. Snow White also had a warm heart, so she was dearly loved by the 7 dwarfs in the forest. The children were fully immersed, and Teacher Tao was narrating. In a corner of the stage, No Eun-ha and Wang-hyo were standing waiting. The kid panicked. Captain, what should I do? I can't remember any lines, he shouted. What's wrong with you? You only have 1 line, right? You shouldn't eat it. Wang-hyo suddenly remembered. Ah, okay. You're the captain. You do remember everything. Eun-ha sighed. He had changed so much after the monster incident. He recalled how Wang-hyo used to call him a warrior. We agreed to call me captain instead of warrior. Wang-hyo pointed to himself, grinning confidently. All right, I'll show my captain how great I am. Wang-ha looked stunned, really strange. Back on stage, the witch played by Minji approached the princess. Look at this red apple. Doesn't it look delicious, Jung-ha-jiang, as the princess said excitedly. It's so beautiful and looks tasty, too. The dwarfs hurriedly stopped her. No, princess, you shouldn't eat food from strangers. That's right. I'm sure that apple is poisoned. Princess, don't eat it. Wang-hyo trembled, shouting in panic. Exactly. Wang Hu pointed, startling everyone around. Tao, the narrator, was also frozen by the scene before him. The surroundings fell silent for a long moment. Suddenly, the audience burst out laughing. Eun-ha sighed inside. He was acting like a robot. Minji angrily threw the apple. "Eat it and get away from me." The apple flew straight into Wang Hu's mouth. The girl screamed. "Not you," a nearby boy cried. "Wang Hu, you're doomed." Tao's voice rang out. The dwarf ate the poisoned apple instead of the princess. He waved a hand signaling, but the queen still wouldn't give up. The queen forced the princess to eat the rest of the apple. Tao signaled. Minji turned pale, unsure what to do, and shoved the apple directly into Jung-ha Jiang's mouth. You eat it and get out of my life," Jung-ha Jiang shouted, calling for her mother. "Mom!" Minji ran off screaming. "Who's your mom?" "I'm your stepmother," Tao said. "Don't say it like that anymore." Then, after a moment, the girl's cheeks suddenly flushed bright red. Jung-ha Jiang's head spun and she collapsed. Taking advantage of the moment, the others pulled Wang Hu off the stage. Tao patted his shoulder, full of hope. Wang-ha, his eyes welled with tears. "Now he only trusts you. Let's bet on who will do best in class today," he cursed silently. Damn teacher. It was no Eun-ha's turn. He slowly stepped forward. He slowly approached where Jung-ha Jiang lay. Suddenly, a voice below made no Eun-ha freeze. "Is that him?" The kid looked scary. Is he the one who defeated the monster? No way the city awarded him for that, but a child handling a monster. The monster didn't hesitate to sacrifice humanity, so it's like an immortal player. Oh, strange, the scene in No Eun-ha's mind went blank. Suddenly, his older sister Nuna loudly called out to him. He shivered, regaining his awareness. Below, Nuna stood with their parents waving, "No Eun-ha over here." No Eun-ha's parents also cheered. "Son, you're amazing. You're so handsome." No Eun-ha mom's here, hearing his family's voices. He stared blankly for a moment. Suddenly, Eun-ha smiled happily. So embarrassing. His body relaxed, and his legs began to move. Eun-ha stood tall before Jung-ha Jiang, lying quietly on the flowers. Eun-ha took a deep breath and exhaled. He sat down and touched her forehead. How can someone be this beautiful in the world? No Eun-ha bowed her head. She gently placed a kiss on Jung-ha Jiang's forehead. The girl's cheeks flushed as she slowly opened her eyes. He held Jung-ha Jiang's hand, gently helping her sit up. Below the stands, the crowd kept applauding his performance. No Eun-ha and Jung-ha Jiang bowed together to the audience. Eun-ha and friends rushed out. "Awesome, No Eun-ha! Come here, everyone!" They lifted Eun-ha up high. His face turned pale. "These guys are dangerous. I might fall." Suddenly, a pair of hands caught No Eun-ha. It was No Eun-ha's father. "Son, you did great." He carried him on his shoulders. "Of course I'm your son." He laughed heartily. Right, No Eun-ha's mother brought their newborn sibling to him. He looked confused. "What's wrong?" His mother smiled. "Have you found what you want to do yet?" No Eun-ha pondered. Last year, she asked the same thing. "What do you want to be when you grow up?" His gaze darkened. "I don't know yet. I still don't know what I should do. Watching everyone happily playing around. I just want to be happy. I don't want anyone to ruin this happiness." So Eun-ha smiled and exclaimed, "Wow." He hugged his father's head. "Maybe I'm a warrior." "Put me down," Dad Eun-ha teased. "Of course, like a warrior." No Eun-ha's mother's face softened, looking at him with satisfaction. "That's right, my Eun-ha, do what you want. I will cheer for you, my son." Time flew by, and Eun-ha moved up a grade. For the students enrolling in elemental school, we sincerely congratulate you. On a spring day when flowers bloom. In the 3rd year of the goddess calendar, No Eun-ha was 8 years old. Minji spoke from behind. Why would you do something so embarrassing? The principal was giving a speech. He was confused. "Then why do you care?" Jung-ha Jiang beside him reminded. "Guys, the teacher said to be quiet." Eun-ha enthusiastically. "The boss will have plenty of strong kids coming in. When will we show our top status?" Eun-ha said seriously. "I'm not the boss, so don't act rash." The kid immediately retorted. "You're definitely the boss?" He worried I might get hurt. He was speechless. Not just from this. The teachers hoped the students would enjoy the school. Eun-ha's constant nagging wore him out, already tired. A room along the hallway was a classroom. Minji stood confidently to introduce herself. "Hello, I'm Kim Minji from Hyo-wa District. I came to study at Doon Kindergarten, because, like any kindergarten, I want to play and make lots of friends. I like watching movies and listening to music." No Eun-ha thought, why so long-winded? The teacher on the podium forced a smile. "Minji, we don't have much time, so please continue next time. The homeroom teacher for first grade Eugenia sighed and sat down amid the curious stares. Yes, I couldn't hold it in. Eugenia spoke next. I'm no Eun-ha. Introduce yourself. He stood up. Yes, my name is no Eun-ha, and I'm enrolled at Duin Kindergarten. Let's be friends. She smiled and asked, Eun-ha, is that all? He nodded. Yes. Eugenia flipped the list. Next, I'm Dong Jung-ha-jiang. Jung-ha-jiang, introduce yourself. The shy girl stood, closed her eyes, and tried her best. My head is spinning. I'm Dong Jung-ha-jiang. Eun-ha sat beside her, observing thoughtfully as he recalled the time at Jung-ha-jiang's home. Seo skillfully said, Nice to meet you all. I'm Jung-ha-jiang's father, and I came with the kids from kindergarten to visit. Hello, sir. He smiled. Was it hard to get here? I'll prepare a delicious lunch for you all. Want anything to drink? Eun-ha looked at Seo suspiciously. This is Jung-ha-jiang's dad. Haven't I met him somewhere before? The kids happily surrounded him. I want mango juice, me too. I like yogurt, and I want some too. He turned to Eun-ha and asked, and you? No, Eun-ha, pointed at himself. Me, I want an espresso. No banana juice. The table of food and drinks was beautifully arranged. One kid couldn't resist and popped a bite in his mouth. So delicious. Is this bacon? This is good too, Minji smugly said. Now do you get it? Jung-ha-jiang's dad is a great cook, Eun-ha asked, confused. So why are you so proud? The girl scoffed coldly. Because Jung-ha-jiang is my friend. The two immediately started arguing. Got it, you fool, I already told you not to call me that. Fine pig, Minji. No. Eun-ha glanced at the two kids continuously bickering. He took a sip and thought, what could be so good that these kids are so happy? After just one sip, his eyes widened in surprise. What is this? What did I just drink? My mana is surging. Unbelievable, this is a mana potion, various mana recovery elixirs and energy drinks. Monster Conquest players always carry these potions, because mana is closely tied to their lives. Seeing his strange expression, Jung-ha-jiang asked worriedly, What's wrong? Is it bad? Eun-ha smiled faintly. No, it tastes great. Jung-ha-jiang asked, What's your father's name? The girl was surprised. My dad. Why, he's currently in the kitchen brewing. His name is Seo-kun. Hearing the name, Eun-ha suddenly recalled, and was startled. His eyes lit up. Jung-ha-jiang said, let's be best friends. Eun-ha giggled quietly, thinking about Dong Seo. Kun, he's the one who revolutionized the mana potion market with his distillation skills. He can select the best ingredients to distill mana in the future. He will become the boss of the mana potion market at Alice Corporation, one of the top 3 companies in South Korea. Wait, but I remember he doesn't have a daughter. He suddenly recalled. His daughter is alive because I saved her myself. Eun-ha placed a hand on Jung-ha-jiang's shoulder. If anyone bullies you at school, just tell me. I will protect you. Jung-ha-jiang blushed and shyly said, Thank you then. Back to the present, Ha-jiang was struggling to introduce herself. The girl regained her composure. I like Eun-ha and Minji from Doan Kindergarten too. I like reading books and drinking tea. Although I'm shy when talking to someone for the first time, let's be friends. Eun-ha gave a thumbs up. Well done, that's more like my friend. Georgina smiled happily. Good job, Jung-ha-jiang. Saito-nart. Next up is Jin Seona. Everyone turned toward the girl, even Eun-ha was surprised. Jin Seona had cat-like ears on her head and a tail swinging behind her. Are those real? Is she a monster? A half-human? Half-human refers to children born with mutations due to uneven mana distribution in their bodies. People whose relatives were killed by monsters hate half-humans because their appearance closely resembles monsters. The girl timidly spoke. I'm Jin Seona. I don't go to kindergarten. Please befriend me. Whispering started around. My mom told me not to go near her. Why, I don't know, just told not to play with her. He thought silently. Seems like there's a lot of prejudice against half-humans. Georgina was about to continue reading when Eun-hyo suddenly stood up straight. Hello, I'm Choi Eun-hyo. I like sword fighting and I'm learning mana control from the boss. A boy asked curiously. Who's the boss? The boy acted mysterious. Don't you guys know the boss? Eun-hyo pointed toward Eun-ha. Eun-ha, sitting over there, is the boss. The strongest in our class is the boss, so don't even think about fighting the boss. The boss is super strong, hell the boss. The boss is number 1. She hurriedly stopped him. Eun-hyo, please sit down. Georgina's face suddenly turned angry. Also, Eun-ha, stay after school. I'll invite your parents to come too. He sat crying. I didn't do anything, really. Eun-ha sighed, sitting in a corner. What bad luck. Eun-hyo's voice kept echoing. The boss is number 1. The boss is number 1. Georgina got furious. Eun-ha went to the teacher's room, gritting his teeth, and said to Eun-hyo, From now on, you're going through hellish training. At the canteen, Eun-ha spoke up. This is the third serving already. The lady serving food will remember your face, just watch. When I was shocked. How do you know she even remembers my name? Minji stood up and spoke loudly. Eun-ha, do you want anything else? I'm heading out too. Add a little more. Eun-ha smiled wickedly. Yeah. Go get more rice, you greedy pig, the girl angrily shouted. I'm not a greedy pig. It's because I took less food earlier than usual. Jung-ha Jiang spoke to diffuse the tension. That's right. Eun-ha smiled coldly this time. All right. The two were bickering when suddenly they stopped. Look, it's her right. Amazing, she really has a tail. Why is someone like that even at our school? Hey, be careful not to make eye contact. Jin Seona held her food tray looking around for a place to sit. The girl suddenly noticed an empty spot at a table with three rather arrogant girls. Jin Seona hesitated. Can I sit here? Jin Seona sneered coldly. No, you can't. Eun-ha sighed. Of all people, she's asking Jin Seona. The girl sneered back. Got a problem. Are you crazy? Jin Seona looked confused. What? Who do you think you are to sit with us? The two girls at the table joined in with insults. Where do you think this is? You really need to check your place. And your clothes too. What's wrong with them? Where did you find those? You should have stayed at your temple. The girl trembled but tried to say, I'm sorry. Minji angrily snapped at Jin Seona. You think money makes you better, huh? She's really mean, Eun-ha. Kyang started crying because of her cruelty. Eun-ha's face showed no joy. It made Eun-hee worried, so he called Big Brother. The kids around kept mocking, saying, Look at that. She's crying. Remembering the past life half-breeds aren't AI, they can be good people too. You believe the poorer and more ostracized someone is, the kinder their heart, right? Eun-ha asked again. So what? Jin Parang sat opposite and said, But you're wrong. Of course there are truly good people. Yes, there are kind kids. But on the other hand, there are more bad ones. He asked once again. So what? Making him confused. What do you mean by, so what? I mean, you shouldn't treat them better, just because they're half-breeds. It seems you've been taking care of half-breeds lately because Eun-ha interrupted. Stop right there, Jin Parang. Why do you think I'm a good person? He replied, I didn't mean that. Eun-ha drew his sword, startling Jin Parang. So that means, you think I'm weak, unable to tell good from bad. He panicked, leaning back. That's not what I meant either. Why are you suddenly so tense? No, Eun-ha. The voice was because he crawled into my tent at midnight, disturbing my sleep with nonsense stories. Get out and go stand guard or whatever, if you don't want to get punched. His hair stood on end. All right, the dungeon of the abyss. Jin Parang just defeated a monster. The monsters are pretty strong. Truly monsters from the abyss, or something else. His eyes showed shock. Quickly turning back, Jin Parang was suddenly hit by something because he didn't have time to. His abdomen was severely injured. The thing that attacked Jin Parang was a sharp leg. In front was a monster. It resembled a giant scorpion. Seeing he was still alive, it continued attacking. From afar, a foot was rushing toward them. It was Eun-ha. He swung his sword, slicing the monster's leg in two. Eun-ha's eyes gleamed, fiercely radiating around him. The monster howled in pain and stepped back after losing a leg. It roared angrily and lunged to attack. Eun-ha struggled, leaning to avoid the attack. His hands gripped the sword tightly. Countless sword wounds appeared on his body. The monster Eun-ha flew past it, unleashing multiple strikes at once. The monster's body shattered into many pieces. He hurried over to Jin Parang, shouting, Parang! Eun-ha supported his exhausted body up. Jin Parang urged, Move quickly, Eun-ha, you've come this far. You still have the boss to face. From afar, Du-dung ran over. Parang Eun-ha's voice turned cold. Du-dung healed him. Hurry up, he said firmly. Go, Eun-ha, did you forget? Who knows their wounds better than I do? The reason I died. The reason we fight. And so we can defeat the boss here for the happiness and peace of our homeland. So what are you waiting for? No, Eun-ha gritted his teeth. All right, do you have any last words? He repeated, That sounds more like you. Do you remember what I said before half-breeds aren't AI? They can be good people too. What I mean is, you shouldn't treat them better just because they're half-breeds. He nodded. I remember. Jin Parang trembled. Because I'm not much different from them. I'm actually a very evil person. As soon as he finished, his body stopped moving. Eun-ha looked at the blood on his hand, trembling. Jin Parang returned to the present, clenching his fist. Why am I remembering that now? Eun-ha stood up and said Minji. The girl was surprised. What? He turned and walked away. Sorry, I'll be back quickly. The girl held her forehead. I knew you'd do that. Young-hyuk called out. Hey boss, want me to come with you? Young-ha calmly replied. Just sit there and eat. What's wrong with him? What is he trying to do? This is ridiculous. Jin Seona was standing with her head down when his hand reached out. He took the food tray and led the girl away. There's a spot over there, come on. Jin Seona was startled, speechless. The girl grabbed No Eun-ha's sleeve. Hey, this is going to be. Jin Seona flinched. Sorry. He turned back with a small smile. It's okay, let's go. My friend already saved a spot for you. The girl stammered. Sorry, but things will get harder if you help me. Eun-ha said coldly. I don't care. Someone asked. Which kindergarten are they from? The two girls from earlier answered. Doing kindergarten? Should I ask other schools about them? Jin Seona sneered. No need. Because judging by their actions, they're just low-class kids anyway. Minji pointed and greeted them. That No Eun-ha guy is pretty stubborn, so just forgive him. He angrily mesmerized Minji, that brat. Choi Eun-hyuk greeted while eating. Hello, food, you're really good today. Jin Seona returned the greeting gently. A glass of barley tea was brought over. Young-ha Gyang suggested, let's be friends. The girl accepted, thank you. The four of them looked at Jin Seona together. It's delicious. It's hot, so drink slowly. The girl held the glass carefully with both hands. Jin Seona gulped it all down at once. Drank it all. The girl kept scooping food into her mouth. Eun-ha said, eat slowly. Seeing Jin Seona cry, Eun-hyuk said, don't worry, we're not going to eat your food. Minji and Ha-jiang also said, don't cry. Are you crying? Here's a tissue. He wiped away her tears. The scene shifted to the playground outside. No Eun-ha said, I'll go first. From now on, you have to hide your mana to stay hidden or use mana to enhance your physical strength. If I get confused and run away like that, I won't be able to catch you. Now Jin Seona raised his hand to speak. I don't know how to control mana. He replied, but you know how to hide, so you'll be fine. Right, a Minji next to him gave a thumbs up exactly to feed him. The girl forced a smile. That's impossible. Eun-ha thought to himself she didn't know how to use that unique skill. Telepathy ability I'll teach her later. Thinking that he said, and don't hide inside the house, only play in this area. Eun-ha pressed his face against the lamppost. I'll start counting to 100, 98, 97, 96, 32. 1. Eun-ha slowly opened his eyes, cracking his knuckles, loudly declaring, I'm coming to find you. Eun-ha quickly caught 3 people. Got you, gotcha. He rubbed his chin, calculating. Now there's only Jung-ha Jiang and Seona left. I can't sense Jung-ha Jiang at all. Jung-ha Jiang controlled mana very well. Great, then let's find Seona first. Eun-ha sensed her and quickly dashed off. Here she is! He ran behind a bush and found her. Jin Seona quickly darted away. Eun-ha saw and ran after her. I'm right here. Jin Seona stopped. He reached out his hand, almost touching her. Suddenly, Jin Seona leapt high onto the loose seam, landing on a roof tile. No way. I won't lose until you catch me. The 3 caught looked at the 2 of them. The chaser shouted, seriously. Eun-ha smirked coldly. We've been spotted too, but that doesn't mean we're caught. Minji clapped her hands loudly. You dare trick me, you little mouse run. Eun-ha got excited too. All right, I want to play again. I'll run faster if I use mana. Seeing the 3 of them run away, Eun-ha panicked, holding his head and shouting, what is this? How did it come to this? Eun-ha channeled mana and chased after them. Me Eun-hyuk. I'll catch every one of you. Stop right there. Jin Seona smiled happily at the scene before her. Earlier, a pair of small feet stepped into a house, none other than Jung-ha Gyang. Where should I hide? No Eun-ha's voice echoed loudly. I'm coming to find you. The girl summoned her power. I need to throw my mana back first. The mana around her body was thrown back into her palm by Jung-ha Jiang. Can't hide inside, so I have to go outside. Suddenly, a stack of books at the top of the stairs caught her attention. Jung-ha Jiang saw it and eagerly climbed up. Before the girl was a room filled entirely with books. Jung-ha Jiang ventured deeper inside, glancing around curiously. She picked up a book, delighted. This really is paradise, so many books. Jung-ha Jiang noticed. But where exactly is this? I should go outside. A red book caught her attention. So pretty. How do I read this? Suddenly a voice echoed. Answer Alice in Wonderland. When did that start? Behind Jung-ha Jiang stood an old man, his cold gaze fixed on her. She looked up, trembling with fear. After a moment, No Eun-ha's group approached him. Let's see. Alice turned around to chase me. The boy nearly shouted angrily inside Jung-ha Jiang. The girl was sitting on his lap reading when she suddenly startled. Eun-ha stepped forward to greet. Hello. This girl went missing while playing with us. So I came to pick her up. Jung-ha Jiang jumped down, saying, You should tell me where you're going first. I forgot. The other 4 whispered, My brother's so cool. Is he mad? Captain, don't get angry. Eun-ha grew furious. Forgot. The girl shivered. Sorry. Then he flicked Jung-ha Jiang's forehead hard. Eun-ha said, Next time tell me before you go somewhere, got it? She blinked back tears. Yeah, sorry. Eun-ha thought silently. She'll cry if I scold her more. Then he nervously added, sorry to bother you. The old man smiled. It's all right, you cheer me up. Come visit again, I love friends who enjoy reading. Eun-ha Gyang was truly happy. He patted her head. She eagerly said, I'll come again tomorrow to finish this book. No Eun-ha pulled the girl's hand. Let's head home, it's late. Run Zeech spoke up to stop them. Please, Huai-ni, wait! The old man lifted his phone and suggested, I should take you all home right... Outside, a luxury car pulled up. A black-suited bodyguard with a gun opened the door, letting the kids get in. Who wants to go home, get in the car? The boy was amazed. Who is this old guy? Eun-hyuk exclaimed. Such a fancy car, so smooth. No Eun-ha was startled. Hey, this car's expensive. Once inside, Run Zeech ordered, let's go. No Eun-ha Nuna and Minji watched them leave. He said, I've never ridden in a car like that before. Eun-ha silently cried inside, so jealous. Outside the school, rain fell relentlessly. Eun-ha sat dazed, staring out the window. Suddenly, the teacher's voice startled him. All right, I'll write Eun-ha's name down as a candidate. On the board was the phrase, Class 4 President Election. What? Seeing no Eun-ha's name shocked him. Eun-ha raised his hand. Teacher, why did you write my name? Minji beside him spoke up. What do you mean someone said you want to be class president? He looked confused, pointing at himself. Who? The girl pointed toward Eun-hyuk. Anyone else? Seeing the boy's admiring face, he darkened. Eun-hyuk waved and laughed loudly, calling his big brother, Eun-ha, grit your teeth against Eun-hyuk, or you'll pay. The boy continued. Big brother deserves to be class president. But before that, Eun-ha raised his hand. Teacher, I don't want to. Regina tried to persuade Eun-hyuk nominated you. You shouldn't refuse. He replied, I'm not strong enough to be class president. She frowned. Why, you have the ability to do it. Eun-ha shouted at Minji. Kim, Minji, you should have said so. I told you not to frown like that. The girl laughed and turned away. Regina quickly reassured. All right, the only candidate so far is Eun-ha. Anyone else want to join? Jin-sena raised her hand. Teacher Eun-ha. She unconsciously paid attention to the girl. Jin-sena smirked as she turned around. I want to nominate myself. Eun-ha frowned at that expression. The next day, large boxes of snacks were brought to class. Jin-sena said, My dad bought these, everyone eat up. The kids rushed over. Wow, Sena's the best hamburgers no. Her friend handed them out to those nearby. Sena said that if he became class president, he'd treat them to hamburgers every month. Vote for Sena. No Eun-ha's group stood aside watching them. A hamburger was handed over. Here you go. No Eun-ha put his hands in his pockets, staring at Jin-sena silently. The girl smiled in thanks. Here's your vote, he coldly replied, irritated. I'm not eating, saying that no Eun-ha turned away without hesitation. Jin-sena called out, Everyone if I become class president, sighing, so young yet already at this level. Suddenly, a familiar voice caught no Eun-ha's attention. It was Choi Eun-hyuk. Holding a hamburger with shining eyes, the kid stubbornly insisted, You eat it. Minji and Jung-ha Jiang both declined. I'm not eating. No way. Me neither. Standing aside, watching someone exclaimed, You too? No. Eun-ha frowned, thinking silently. All right then, let's just try it. Scene shifts to nature mountains and greenery. Doan Elementary School spring field trip. Jogina called out loudly, Kids, time for roll call. When I call your name, raise your hand. She looked at No Eun-ha and Jin-sena, the class president and vice president assisting her. In Class 4-1, Class President Jin-sena smiled confidently. Yes. Vice President No Eun-ha grit his teeth bitterly. Yes. After a while, Jogina finished the roll call. She led the kids up to a temple on higher ground and stopped for sightseeing. After walking for a while, fatigue set in, and they began spreading out blankets. Sitting down for lunch, Eun-ha opened his lunchbox, which had been slightly jumbled from walking. A girl marveled at No Eun-ha's lunch. Wow, this looks delicious. He blushed, done thinking, when did Nuna make this? Minji approached teasingly. Your sister really cares about you. Huh, no Eun-ha. No Eun-ha. Looks so good. He blushed again, thinking, when did Nuna make this? Minji came closer to tease. Your sister really cares about you. Hano Eun-ha! His face flushed bright red. Quietly, what about yours? Opening inside were dishes styled in Japanese cuisine. A girl noticed. Jung-ha Jiang, your lunch looks so pretty. A nutritious lunchbox, beautifully decorated. Eun-ha rubbed his chin. That's definitely Jung-ha Jiang. Eun-hyuk suddenly shouted, When on a field trip you gotta eat cup noodles. He and Minji glanced bewildered at the cup noodles. You didn't bring food? The kid pulled out a cup noodle container. Yeah, Mom says cup noodles taste best. The two looked at Choi Eun-hyuk with pitiful expressions. Your mom won't even cook for you, huh? He patted the kid's shoulder. Yeah, that's true. No, Eun-ha thought to himself, from now on, I'll ease up on training. Scene shifts to somewhere in the forest, where a young man in black clothes is running away. He cursed as he ran. What the hell is this? While running, he tripped over a branch. Why are there monsters here? The young man in black was covered in blood and fell face first to the ground. He painfully tried to crawl, but suddenly saw a foot in front of him, filling him with despair. In front were 2 level 7 hunting dogs. The young man in black backed away in fear. Then he shouted loudly, "Help!" Suddenly behind him appeared a level 6 hellhound. He desperately watched the pack of dogs rush him. A sharp yell echoed through the forest. The hunting dogs continuously tore into the young man's body. One of them nearly stopped when suddenly a surge of electricity ran through 2 hunting dogs, causing them pain. They recoiled in fear. The hellhound then commanded the pack, baring its foul, sharp teeth. The hellhound lifted its head and howled toward the south. Meanwhile, Eun-ha's class was still happily unaware. Eun-ha excitedly said, "All right, open on 312." Eun-ha didn't pay much attention. "Luckily, I have clothes to change into." After Eun-ha counted to 3, everyone showed the paper in their hands. Eun-ha saw the 7 Vong result and said, "I didn't get anything." Then Jin Seona stood beside him, looking dejected, replying, "Same here." Seeing this, Eun-ha comforted them. "Give up." Hearing this, Eun-ha loudly said, "No way Big Brother has to find the treasure mine." Seeing this, someone replied, "Are you a pirate or what?" Turning to Minji, she clenched the paper tightly, eyes blazing with fire. "No way I'm going deeper." Eun-ha regained his spirit and replied, "All right, let's go." Eun-ha looked at Minji thoughtfully. You two Kim Minji and Jung-ha Gyang overheard the 4-person conversation and said, "I'm going too." Jin Seona answered, "Yeah, I'm good with whatever." No, Eun-ha walked coldly. "I'm not." "Nice to know you all." Seeing him try to leave, Minji grabbed him back, asking, "Where are you going?" Making Eun-ha mutter a curse silently. Shortly after, the scene showed all 5 heading deeper into the mountain together. Eun-ha walked frustrated, thinking, "I want to go home. This isn't a picnic. It's mountain climbing." Why, the Bukhan Mountain. When they got much closer, beyond this mountain is Uijeongbu district. While moving, a scream came from behind, causing the group to stop. Jin Seona worriedly asked, "What's going on?" Jung-ha Gyang also said, "What's going on?" Eun-ha, with a serious expression, raised his hand and said, "Everyone be silent." A large shadow rushed from afar, bursting through the bushes right in front of everyone. Minji, terrified, pointed at the creature and said, "What is that?" Her trembling hand couldn't stop shaking, pointing at the hunting dog. The image of a massive hunting dog slowly appeared before their eyes. Eun-ha gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, is it today?" The flower viewing accident at Bukhan Mountain Seoul was supposed to be heavily guarded, but for some reason monsters from Uijeongbu district breached the barrier and headed south. This is a serious accident with many casualties. The hunting dog fixed its predatory gaze on the group. Minji, seeing its bloodthirsty expression, was terrified and instinctively stepped back. Seizing the opportunity, it immediately lunged at her. It charged to attack Minji. She kept retreating in fear. Suddenly, Minji lost her balance and fell backward. The hunting dog instantly pounced, baring its teeth to attack her. Minji shut her eyes and screamed. At that moment, a figure dashed out from behind her. Eun-ha stomped hard on the hunting dog's side, sending it flying. The dog slammed heavily onto the ground. Eun-ha didn't let the dog get up. He immediately rushed over, face filled with lethal intent. Holding a fork, he infused mana into it and plunged it fiercely into the hunting dog's head. What followed was a bloody scene. Eun-ha repeatedly stabbed the dog with the fork. The 4 others watched him in fear. After killing the hunting dog, he tossed the distorted fork aside and used magic to burn the dog's corpse. Once he finished checking and handling the situation, Eun-ha called back, "Are you okay?" Minji was still terrified by what she had just seen. Stammering, she replied, Yeah, I'm fine." Eun-hyuk looked at him and asked, "Big brother, we're the ones who should be asking you that." Eun-ha responded. What Eun-hyuk continued, "I don't know how to say this, but that's not the big brother I know." Eun-ha wiped the blood off his face and said, "I'm fine, just a little worried." He thought, Eun-hyuk is right. When I killed that monster, and I was like a walking corpse, a player, a monster hunter, crazily destroying them. Eun-hyuk looked at his bloodied hands, thinking he'd just shown a side they weren't supposed to see. Suddenly, countless screams pulled him out of his thoughts. Eun-hyuk turned to Eun-ha and asked, "Big brother, what do we do now?" Minji quickly answered, "What do you mean we run, don't we?" Eun-ha thought, I was thinking of running too. He analyzed. But hunting dogs move in packs, and they're pouring down from the mountain peak. I probably can't save everyone. There's only one way. Eun-ha said to the kids, everyone, his expression serious. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. The scene shifted to somewhere in the mountains. A hand carefully placed a cloth on a rock and said, I'll rest here. Jin-sena took out her phone and pressed some buttons. She told the others, you guys go look for treasure. The three others replied in unison, us. The chubby girl answered awkwardly, no way. The boy with glasses scratched his head and said, can we rest together? Jin-sena glanced at the three with annoyance. Immediately, the three turned and continued searching for treasure. The blue-haired girl said, it's nothing. We're going now. The chubby girl hurriedly added, you sit and rest. Sena watched as the three continued diligently searching for treasure. Jin-sena kept tapping on her phone. Suddenly, she heard the three screaming. She looked in the direction of the screams with irritation. Jin-sena saw the three with terrified faces running headlong back down the mountain. Their mouths kept shouting. Her face darkened as she frowned at the three and said, what's going on? Immediately, she saw a pack of hunting dogs wildly charging toward her. Jin-sena panicked, thinking, are these monsters? Before she could react, the three ran past, leaving her sitting there alone. A hunting dog saw Jin-sena frozen and charged at her. Terrified, she screamed, is anyone there? Jin-sena's eyes were wet with despair as she cried out for help. She closed her eyes, tears unconsciously streaming from the corners. At that moment, a bullet flew in and struck the hunting dog's belly. The dog collapsed after being shot. A trembling voice spoke up. Huh, is that you? Jin-sena heard another voice and looked up. Before her stood No Eun-ha, sword in hand. With his other hand, he held a gun and stepped closer. Seeing she didn't respond, he continued. If you don't want to get hurt, get down the mountain. Jin-sena, still stunned, replied, huh. Unfazed, Eun-ha said calmly, you handle the rest. Two hunting dogs were still growling in front of him. Watching the two of them, Eun-ha was about to walk away when Jin-sena grabbed his sleeve and shouted, where are you going? You have to protect me. Seeing no reaction from him, she put on a pitiful look. Eun-ha glared down at Jin-sena with a terrifying expression and said, don't hold me back. Get lost. His face darkened. His cold voice echoed. From now on, listen carefully. I want all of you to run down the mountain. If you meet any adults, tell them to call the players. Hearing this, Eun-hyuk, standing beside, whispered curiously, Big brother, aren't you coming with us? Without hesitation, Eun-ha answered, I'll stay behind to find the other kids. Immediately, the kid interrupted. Then I'll go with you. I've trained my mana now. I can... But before he finished, Eun-ha sternly cut him off. His gaze turned menacing. His threatening tone rang out. Stop joking around and focus on surviving. Seeing this, Eun-hyuk's face froze and he muttered, I'm sorry, paying little attention to the kid in front of him. Eun-ha pointed toward them and said, the four of you form a team and keep this in mind. Hunting dogs have a keen nose. You must suppress your mana as much as possible. You can do it right. Quickly they nodded while Eun-ha headed alone into the forest. At this moment, he tossed food from his box around thinking, these contain a small amount of mana made by Father Eun-ha Jiang. Hunting dogs are very sensitive to the scent of mana. I'll use this to distract them. Suddenly he whispered, now, use mana. To check their current positions, a blue light suddenly flared around him, spreading in all directions. Eun-ha closed his eyes tightly. The light above his head revealed the locations of everyone. He silently told himself, all right, I can buy some time so the kids can escape. He then darted swiftly from one side to the other. Eun-ha looked up at the sky. A black mist was creeping toward him. Surprised, he exclaimed, oh my God! This was no joke anymore. Suddenly, he noticed the water bottle tucked on the side of his backpack, and an idea sparked. Now I only have half the mana I had before reincarnating, but I still have some citrus tea, though it's better to save it for later. Suddenly, a loud roar burst from the black mist. Startled, Eun-ha jumped. The hunting dogs were now tearing into corpses, feasting. Amid the snarling, a voice cried out, help me! A man with teary eyes. Seeing the hunting dogs baring their teeth at him, he shouted in fear, help me! Help me! Then he cried out in pain. Though brutally attacked, the hunting dog quickly licked its bloody mouth, but they didn't stop. They continued tearing into the remaining bodies ferociously. Suddenly, one hunting dog in the pack froze. Eun-ha wielded his weapon and launched a series of decisive attacks. At that moment, one dog collapsed. The others quickly backed off in avoidance. Then he turned around. He looked toward the man who had cried out earlier, causing the nearby dogs to shrink back. Eun-ha carefully examined the man before him. Eun-ha noticed a small glowing sword hanging at the man's side and thought to himself, just as I suspected, there's a weapon if he's a player. Without hesitation, he reached for the sword. A voice in his head reminded him, I can't wield a longsword because it's too heavy. So this will have to do. As soon as he held it, Eun-ha examined it carefully. But inwardly, he assessed that this sword fragment was soaked with mana, even without using mana. I can still take down these bastards. Immediately, he pointed the sword at the hunting dogs, his finger, beckoning them with a taunting tone. Come on. Seeing his confidence, they couldn't help but howl. A large hunting dog quickly lunged toward Eun-ha. His eyes were fixed on its belly. Without hesitation, Eun-ha gripped his sword tightly. Determined to strike that spot, a loud clang echoed as the sword stabbed forcefully into the hunting dog's belly. But it didn't stop there. The other hunting dogs attacked fiercely. Suddenly, Eun-ha's eyes flashed with a terrifying glare at them. Instantly, he moved swiftly, slashing his sword through the hunting dogs, causing them to howl in pain. Unexpectedly, one lunged from behind Eun-ha, but he reacted just in time, ducking down so it struck only air. Quickly, Eun-ha thrust his sword deep into the hunting dog's body without hesitation. He withdrew his weapon, swiftly worsening the wound. And the other hunting dogs looked at him with hungry, ferocious eyes as they charged forward. Suddenly, a beam of light burst from Eun-ha's hand. Resting on the ground, a powerful force pushed him upward, as if his entire body was lifted high into the air. Eun-ha showed no fear, his gaze fixed on the bewildered hunting dogs as he soared into the sky. He placed his hand on the sword, and a surge of power radiated in an instant. He directed that energy down toward the ground where the hunting dogs had gathered. Suddenly, a sharp whooshing sound cut through the air. That power unleashed countless streaks of light, like shooting stars racing toward the hunting dogs. Before long, they screamed repeatedly as those rays struck them, their fierce faces twisted in pain. Wounds appeared, making their screams even louder. Eun-ha then gradually descended back to the ground. But it wasn't over. He quickly dashed through the pack, leaving behind a bright streak that made them recoil. That light even bent, forming a pattern of star-shaped magic matrix in no time. It appeared swiftly among the hunting dogs, while Eun-ha ran quickly toward the distance. In the blink of an eye, a loud explosion erupted. The hunting dogs were blasted everywhere. The space fell silent once again. Sina stood trembling before the burning pack. Her face showed terror as she watched the scene unfold. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar. "What's going on? Is that you?" Eun-ha, stepping closer. Holding the gun and sword from earlier, he softly replied, "If you want to live, run down the mountain quickly." Sina sat shaking on a rock, then looked at him, but Eun-ha turned his head toward the distance. His voice rang out. "I've done my part. You handle yours." Suddenly, the hunting dogs in the distance still watched fiercely from afar. Eun-ha turned and left, but Sina quickly grabbed his arm, shouting loudly, "Where are you going?" "You have to protect me." Her eyes were still filled with tears, her face commanding Eun-ha, but he barely paid attention. His expression darkened, voice cold. "Don't bother me anymore. Go away." Hearing that, Sina's trembling hand pulled free. He even added a threat. "They're almost here. The uncle you brought along is in critical condition. You should hurry and heal him." After saying that, Eun-ha gave his final words and quickly ran off. "I'm leaving now." Suddenly, Sina quietly said she wanted to go with him. Her eyes darkened as Eun-ha's silhouette gradually disappeared. She wanted to follow him. Meanwhile, Eun-ha kept running with long strides, his whole body radiating a chilling aura. Heading toward the darkness ahead, he rushed forward, when suddenly a black energy appeared to block him. But Eun-ha wasn't afraid. He smiled confidently. "Found you." Just then, beneath the ground stood a large pack of hunting dogs. Leading them was a huge level 6 monster, the Hellhound. As soon as it saw him, the Hellhound growled, fiercely surrounded by a dark aura. In a blink, that aura spread to encircle him. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the black killing intent, and Eun-ha's voice rang out, whether May is marked or not. Before finishing, his eyes turned terrifyingly proud as he continued. "May's done for you, dog!" Immediately, beams of light shot down toward the ground. The Hellhound sensed danger and leapt backward. Instantly, the beams attacked the hunting dogs, causing them to scream in agonizing pain. Eun-ha landed with a sly smile. Glancing at the Hellhound moving above, he stood up to watch the large dog on the hill. Instantly, it let out an angry roar. Moments later, the remaining hounds charged at his back. Just as he reacted, Eun-ha quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the hound's strike. He then plunged his sword into them fiercely. Eun-ha pulled out his blood-stained sword, grabbed his gun, and aimed forward, fiercely firing at the hound in front of him. Suddenly, Eun-ha spun around, and the pack of hounds rushed toward him, hungry like a predator. Eun-ha's eyes burned with frustration. Gritting his teeth, he gripped his sword and launched an attack. He dashed swiftly past them, swinging his sword through the pack. The attacked hounds howled in pain. Their snarls were savage. At that moment, a blaze erupted, burning them all. Seeing this, Eun-ha halted. He looked up toward the hellhound above, surrounded by fierce hunting dogs still lurking nearby. Eun-ha quietly raised his gun to his mouth, mumbling, "This is serious." Meanwhile, the 4 children were steadily running down the mountain. Suddenly, they recalled Eun-ha's instructions. "Do you all understand what you need to do? The hunting dogs are very strong monsters. You have to suppress your mana as much as possible. You can do it, right?" Everyone responded in unison. "Yes." Suddenly they hesitated, stopping at a fork in the path that caused uncertainty. Eun-ha quietly asked, "Jung-ha, where do we go now?" Hearing the voice, Jung-ha hadn't replied yet, still panting hard. But in her mind, she whispered, "So tired, but I have to keep going." Eun-ha's words echoed inside Jung-ha-jiang's head. "Jung-ha-jiang and Sena, you two will lead the way. Jung-ha will be the main guide because of her sharp senses. Sena will support you on the path." Jung-ha-jiang's eyes suddenly sparkled. She silently promised herself, "I must succeed." In a flash, a black aura emanated from one side. Jung-ha softly said, "Something's wrong on the left." At that moment, Sena suddenly recalled Eun-ha's words. "Sena, your senses are very good, so if there are monsters nearby, you'll feel it." Hearing this, Sena seemed to agree with Jung-ha and replied, "Yeah, the sounds from the left don't feel right." Just then, Minji next to them spoke up. "All right. Though tired, we have to keep running." With that, the 4 of them resumed moving in the other direction. Suddenly, a thought crossed Eun-hyuk's mind about why his face looked so exhausted. Wondering silently, he muttered, Why are there no other players?" Suddenly, a fierce noise rang out, and the boy quickly turned his head to look. "I'm pointing at it." Then another small hand grabbed Eun-hyuk's hand firmly. Minji loudly told the boy, "Don't look back, run right now." Minji recalled the earlier conversation and firmly warned, "The others, don't do anything reckless." Minji curiously asked, "Is it over, Eun-ha?" Eun-ha quickly ruffled her hair playfully. Kim Minji scolded him irritably, "You're impossible." Then he softly replied, "Yeah, it's over." The flashback ended. Minji was still tired as she ran her face, showing some frustration as she clicked her tongue. Suddenly, something ahead of them emitted a terrifying black aura. Ha-jiang immediately said, "Wait, there's something in front of us." The 4 stood frozen before the dark aura and the growling sounds it produced. Suddenly, a furry foot stepped out with large horns still on its back. Minji saw the monster in front of her. Almost panicking, she softly gasped. In the blink of an eye, a huge hunting dog appeared. It was ferocious, opening its mouth wide and roaring loudly. "Hunting dog! Hunting dog!" Repeatedly howling into the sky as if calling. Someone noticed its strange behavior. Eun-hyuk quietly asked, "What is it doing?" Minji, scared, replied, "Look." Immediately in the distance, the pack of hunting dogs was approaching them. This side was no different. It seemed they were surrounded by howling hunting dogs. The dogs kept closing in on the 4 children. Choi Eun-hyuk watched anxiously, trying to find an escape route. Suddenly, the boy remembered Eun-ha's words to him. "You're the only one who can protect everyone. We're the strongest, so you'll be the main damage dealer. You have to fight the monsters on the way." As soon as he finished speaking, Eun-hyuk high-fived Eun-ha. His voice declared firmly, "All right." At this moment, Eun-hyuk held a long sword in his hand and quietly thought, "Big brother can do this." Quickly, another scene flashed through his mind. Eun-ha stood by, supervising the kids' training. He loudly reminded him, "Don't close your eyes. Hurry up." Meanwhile, Eun-hyuk kept counting out loud, 5, 6, 7, 8. Snapping out of the memory, Eun-hyuk saw dozens of hunting dogs charging toward him. Without hesitation, he gripped his sword and attacked. With a single strike, one hunting dog yelped in pain. Moments later, it faltered and collapsed. Eun-hyuk felt excited by his own action and said, "I did it." Minji behind him shouted loudly, "What do you mean, you idiot?" But it didn't last long. The pack of hunting dogs snarled continuously and quickly rushed at Eun-hyuk. The boy didn't hold back either. Holding his sword ready to strike again, several hunting dogs winced in pain, howling. But no, unfortunately, a swipe from one dog scratched Eun-hyuk's back. The boy panicked and let out a small cry. Immediately, the pack surged forward fiercely. They darted past Eun-hyuk, snatched his sword, and used their sharp claws to rake his body. The other 3 saw Eun-hyuk in pain and grew worried. Minji quietly spoke up. Eun-hyuk Siona's face twisted in horror as he whispered inside those monsters. They were toying with Eun-hyuk, but the boy stubbornly kept facing the hunting dogs and said, "I won't give up, because I am." Before he could finish, the dogs lunged forward. Eun-hyuk hastily clenched a fist, glowing with power. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to strike, just as one hunting dog reached out in front of him. Instantly, the boy spat out the remaining words from his throat, the team's main damage dealer. Then he unleashed a powerful punch, straight at the dog, knocking it back. Its broken teeth made it look pitiful. Eun-hyuk froze. The boy stared at his hand silently, thinking, "What did I just do?" Suddenly another hunting dog lunged at him, but Eun-hyuk was still lost in thought, feeling like the big brother had done earlier. It quickly attacked the boy. The strike was decisive, and Eun-hyuk couldn't react in time. He was immediately knocked away. The other three watched in horror as the boy flew back, shouting, "Eun-hyuk, Eun-hyuk!" He was in pain, clutching his wound. Trying to sit up, but in the blink of an eye, a hunting dog approached, planted its foot on Eun-hyuk's body, and slashed fiercely. Its distorted face looked as if it wanted to swallow the boy whole right before their eyes. Without hesitation, the three girls stared in terror at the scene, anxiously shouting, "No!" Seona's tears streamed down her face as she softly whispered, "No." They recalled their happy moments together, and a desperate thought crossed their minds. "Please, someone save us. Please." Suddenly, the fierce hunting dog opened its mouth wide and lunged quickly. Choi Eun-hyuk raised his arm to shield himself. His forearm was caught firmly in its jaws. Nearby, the girls raised their hands, channeling magic. They attacked the snarling pack of dogs. From Seona, her hair began to glow brightly. Seona clasped her hands as if chanting something. Her mind repeatedly called out, "Is anyone there?" Suddenly, a powerful light burst forth. It spread to everything around, blinding the entire space. A gentle energy began to radiate. It gradually moved toward the hunting dogs, leaving them stunned. The energy grew strong like a whirlwind. It swept the hunting dogs away. In no time, it formed a barrier surrounding the four of them. It flung the hunting dogs far off. Seona saw the phenomenon and softly said, "What kind of whirlwind is this? Looks like it's not harming us." Suddenly, Eun-ha exclaimed as if realizing something. She quickly moved to Eun-hyuk, who was injured, shouting loudly, "Eun-hyuk!" The three rushed to support him to stand up. A voice sounded, "You must be very scared." A pair of legs slowly appeared belonging to the speaker. At that moment, a woman hovered in the sky. This surprised the kids and the hunting dogs alike. She stepped gently on the breeze, approaching them, her red hair revealed. The four others watched in astonishment. She didn't hesitate, and softly said, "Can you all close your eyes for a moment? Zodiac, Shin Seo Yi Hwanma Fong Seo Do." She looked toward the pack of hunting dogs, holding a fan over her mouth as she spoke. "I will punish these troublemakers for you." Meanwhile, Eun-ha had already wiped out most of the hunting dogs, leaving only burning patches around. They were packed tightly. He grabbed a water bottle and tossed his backpack aside. Eun-ha quickly opened the bottle. He quietly thought to himself, "When on the mountain, you have to drink a little rice wine." The bottle was just opened. He took a few hurried sips while his thoughts raced, unable to form fully. Yet so he couldn't do much. After drinking, Eun-ha threw the bottle behind him and stepped forward, holding his sword in hand. Wearing a defiant expression, he said, "You're as good as dead." Just as he finished, the bottle clattered against the ground. Eun-ha lunged decisively at the hellhound. In a blink, he struck it, sending it flying far away. More hunting dogs crept up behind to attack. Reacting quickly, Eun-ha kicked them away while shouting, "Stop barking like dogs!" In no time, he skillfully weaved from side to side, striking the hunting dogs. Immediately, one rushed at him. Seeing this, Eun-ha raised his hand toward his gun barrel, sneering as he dropped to the ground. Without hesitation, he shot it down decisively and didn't stop there. Eun-ha spun around to fight the approaching hunting dogs. His sharp gaze and glowing sword merged with their dark blood, and in a flash, the hunting dogs were sliced into pieces. Their bodies fell apart, blood splattering everywhere, and once again, Eun-ha struck, swiftly tearing each apart. It looked fierce, but suddenly he paused, his face weary as he struggled to catch his breath. Eun-ha fixed his gaze on a hellhound, raised his sword, and said, "You're next." A spark lit up in his eyes. Eun-ha dashed toward the monstrous dog, muttering, "Heaven strike!" Suddenly, his whole body felt an electric surge. His face twisted painfully. As he thought he had given his all, but his legs pushed off the air and sprang forward. He silently urged himself, "That's right." At the same moment, the hellhound planted its paws hard on the ground to gain momentum. Eun-ha didn't hesitate, charging at it to fight while quietly thinking, "How about this move?" Suddenly, the hellhound bit down on his sword, seizing the moment. Eun-ha quickly grabbed his gun and fired several shots at it. 2 bullets shot into the air. The hellhound seemed to realize something. Its fierce eyes glared at Eun-ha, who froze for a moment, cursing inwardly. "Damn it!" Instantly, the hellhound opened its mouth, wide, spewing a massive flame toward Eun-ha. He reacted just in time, twisting to dodge. The blast of hot air erupted as Eun-ha narrowly avoided it, but it didn't stop there. He grabbed his gun again, firing continuously at the hellhound. The bullets quickly struck its body. The hellhound howled in pain. At that moment, Eun-ha landed on the ground and quickly tossed the gun aside. He faced the hellhound directly, sword gripped tightly in hand, ready for one-on-one combat. He thought to himself, "After running out of ammo, I'll have to fight up close. My mana is running low, but I can still manage." The hellhound still stared fiercely at Eun-ha. Suddenly, the auras around it began to dissipate, disappearing in an instant. The hellhound then emitted black orbs, radiating outward, accompanied by a terrifying voice that shouted, "Arrogant humans." Hearing this, Eun-ha's eyes froze briefly. He muttered, "It still has energy to attack." Then sweat broke out on his brow. "It still has enough energy for one more strike. Those are clear marks. Why not something else? It's preparing to exhale smoke and attack me." The hellhound roared, "I will destroy you." Enraged, Eun-ha charged forward no matter what it was. "I'll cut it all down!" He swung his sword fiercely. Suddenly, a shadowy mass appeared ahead, surprising Eun-ha. "I didn't think it was poisonous. I just needed to blow it away." He swung his sword hard at the hellhound. This damn thing, he charged at the hellhound boldly without hesitation. The sword in Eun-ha's hand trembled as he worried he had no mana left. Streams of golden light burst brilliantly. The brawls between the blade and the hellhound threw no Eun-ha far away. He slowly got back up. Eun-ha breathed heavily. "I used up all my remaining mana to defend, and it still hurts this much." Eun-ha rested his head on the sword, recalling that bastard's name. He looked like he was about to collapse. Jin Parang said indifferently, "Forget him. Don't you know why they call him the Madman? It's because his ability, the true madness, only showed when suddenly a blue light appeared around No Eun-ha, putting him in grave danger. Only then could he activate his passive skill channel, his inner power, and rise, shaking the ground and rocks. The hellhound recoiled in fear. No Eun-ha shouted, "Now then!" He charged forward, like the wind, crashing straight into the hellhound. "You're done for!" Eun-ha's fierce face lunged ahead. The hellhound sensed something as Eun-ha cut off one of its legs. Terrified, it fell and stared at him. Eun-ha prepared to strike again. "Take this." The hellhound desperately defended, but gradually weakened. Suddenly, it formed a black orb, pushing him away. The orb grew larger. Eun-ha examined it. "You still call that invisibility if it's only this hard? Then I can shatter it. That's why I told you from the start I don't know if you remember, you idiot." He swung his sword, tearing the black orb apart. Inside, the hellhound appeared. Eun-ha glared angrily. He opened the orb. "Didn't I tell you you're done for?" Eun-ha swung his sword for the final strike at the hellhound. He decisively slashed across the hellhound's neck. Its head fell to the ground with a thud. Eun-ha collapsed, breathing a sigh of relief. Looking up, Eun-ha said, "It's over." Then he quickly collapsed to the ground. The area turned into a pile of golden ashes that blew away. Seo John laughed. "Close your eyes, kids. I'll take care of them." Seo John turned away, chuckling, folding her fan. "Those bastards don't know how to protect themselves. What the hell are they even doing?" She opened her fan. Seo John unleashed a whirlpool technique. Calmly, she said, "No reports yet." Seo John raised her hand smugly, saying, "You're all done for." The two whirlpools intensified. A purple streak suddenly flew into the two whirlpools, tossed back and forth between them. The whirlpools glowed deep purple. Seo John watched it confidently. She closed her fan and looked back at the children behind her. She waved her fan, and the whirlpools quickly dissipated. Seo John looked embarrassed. "Sorry, kids. Am I too scary? Don't cry, there's nothing to fear." Eun-hee Ut praised. "You're so cool." Young-ha Jiang's eyes lit up. "You're amazing." Seo-na shyly thanked her. Eun-ha Ut asked, "Who are you?" "One of the 12 gods," Seo Minji reassured them. "Thank her first." Eun-ha was stunned. "You really are one of them." "I just met one of the best," Minji reminded. "Don't be rude." Seo John chuckled. "Are the kids okay after all that?" "Ah, the kids must have panicked from fear." Seo John observed. "They look pretty bad. We need to check for internal injuries." Jung-ha Gyang glowed. Seo John was surprised. "What?" Jung-ha Gyang turned to look at Seo John. She ran up and hugged Jung-ha Gyang tightly, leaving the girl stunned. Seo John coaxed, "Do you want to become a player?" The girl was embarrassed. "A player?" She nodded. "Yes, a player." Eun-hyuk Chen said, "You are the one who will become a player." Seo John examined the boy. Not bad. Suddenly, Seo John hugged both of them tightly. "You're so cute. Did you two telepathically connect with me? Well done." "Thanks to you, I found your location." Minji was delighted. "I thought I couldn't do anything, but I did." The girl ran forward and hugged Seo John. Seo John instructed, "You all should get down the mountain. The rescue team is here." Minji worriedly asked, "Aren't you coming with us?" She smiled. "I have many others to rescue, but I won't leave you alone." Seo John turned her head. Just as she finished speaking, a shadow appeared from the mountain. Kang Cheon stepped forward powerfully and spoke. "Seo, you're leaving me alone. Do you know how hard it was for me to get here?" Eun-hyuk said firmly. Big Brother still hasn't returned. Both Seo-Jon and Kang Cheon were surprised. At that moment, Eun-ha lay unconscious. He recalled when he first learned to take care of himself. Eun-ha, how many times would you have died if it weren't for me? Vodung scolded. The wounds from the monster are severe. Not wanting to lose your mind, so you hurt yourself. Seo sighed. Why get mad at my body? She gritted her teeth. You damn brat, who healed you then? It's me, Lee So-dung. If anyone controls my body, it's me. Eun-ha snapped. Why are you so angry? Is an apology enough? Du-dung said, an apology if you admit it spent some time this weekend? Eun-ha asked curiously. Why do you just obey so calmly, want to die? He was scared. All right. At that moment, Eun-ha opened his eyes tired and suddenly sat up in the hospital. He looked at his wrist with curiosity. No injuries at all. There was a knock on the door. Seo-Jon entered. Hello. Eun-ha turned. Hello? Seo-Jon smiled brightly. Awake, now. Any pain? He doubted. No, I'm fine. Did you save me? Eun-ha noted. A member of the 12 Thrones. Does she know something already? Seo-Jon sat down. Yeah, just discovered it and brought you to the hospital immediately. Your name is no Eun-ha, right? He smiled happily. That's right. And you, she probably doesn't know I'm a monster, right? She said confidently. Call me Seo-Jon. Seo-Jon is fine. Eun-ha laughed. We have to be careful what we say. He realized something and asked seriously. How long have I been here? What about your friends? Seo-Jon said casually. About 6 hours. Your friends are all fine. Sena and Young-ha-gyang were very worried. She contacted your family, so they should be on their way. He was embarrassed. Luckily, they're safe. Talking about family here. Seo-Jon relaxed. No, Eun-ha, I have some investigations to do. Can you answer me honestly? No, Eun-ha was firm. Yes. She rested her chin on her hand and asked, First question, why were you there? And who killed the monsters there? No, Eun-ha was silent, scratching his head with a bitter smile. I don't remember. I was so scared I just ran up there. Right before you fainted, someone appeared and saved you, right? Seo-Jon asked curiously. Really? But there were monsters there, you know, Seo-Jon. Leaning on the hospital bed, she stared. You think I'm the one who killed them, right? Seo looking straight at No-hun. She said, I think you're the one who killed those monsters. How do you plan to defend yourself? He waved his hand. How could I kill monsters? I'm just in elementary school. No way. John argued, I believe you can. When I searched your name online, I saw you received an award last year. For bravery. He dodged. That's just a coincidence, pure coincidence. What if she teases you this time? Did you also happen to defeat the pack of hellhounds? No, Eun-ha laughed it off. This lady goes on too long. He stammered. Anyway, it wasn't me, Seo-Jon. They found your fingerprints on the knife and you still deny it. He was embarrassed. This time I can't make excuses, it's awkward. This lady is sure I'm the culprit, no way out now. He tried to negotiate. Seo-Jon smug, I have nothing to lose. Why negotiate with me? He said calmly. I'll give you some important information. She smiled wryly. Information. You'll give me info. What information? Look at you can't say. We're negotiating, Seo-Jon guessed. Seems like he no longer denies killing the pack of hellhounds. What info is this kid planning to give me? She said, So what do you want? He shook his head. Wants nothing. Seo-Jon was surprised. Nothing at all. Eun-ha waved his hand. I just want to live peacefully like this. Night fell. Seo-Jon left. The driver and staff were waiting by the car. She quietly got in. Investigate the heir of the Dan Gun Corporation. Seo-Jon recalled, especially the female heir, No Eun-ha. She said seriously. And their relationship with the head of the Ocean Sisterhood. Seo-Jon stiffened and said, I don't joke around much. Are you willing to take responsibility for this? He said casually, If nothing happens, I'll join your society. Seo-Jon sneered. Not everyone can get into the Ocean Society, Eun-ha replied. Don't you believe I killed the hellhounds? She retorted. Then doesn't that mean you still benefit, no? He said. This is your chance to test your husband's loyalty and gain a useful talent. Seo-Jon sat in the car looking outside. Can you investigate the female heirs of the Dan Gun Corporation? The driver asked curiously. Female heirs of Dan Gun. Seo-Jon agreed. Investigate everyone connected to my husband. Also make a report evaluating the monster ranks in the Gangnam area, she recalled. No, Eun-ha added one more thing. You're also involved in maintaining balance in the Gangnam area, right? She glanced over. He said calmly, Be careful of the new types of monsters. If you underestimate them because they're low level, you'll run into big trouble. Seo-Jon was surprised. How do you know? Eun-ha cut in. Oh, right. You should announce that you've taken responsibility for handling this case. She ordered. I'll take charge of managing the hellhounds at Buchan Peak now. The driver was flustered. What, but that's him. He glanced at her. Eun-ha grinned slyly. This isn't something that harms you, right? Besides, you'll still be just a normal elementary school student later. C.O. John praised that arrogant kid. He's interesting. Eun-ha was sitting on the sickbed when friends came to visit. 2 p.m. today at Bukhan Peak. A level 7 hellhound appeared. The Shin-Chelan player from the 12 Thrones had conquered the monster. The hellhound leading the pack was now scouting all over Bukhan Peak. Among the 34 missing identified, there were also elementary school students going on a picnic at Bukhan Peak. The head of Daeseoyang Association, Jo CEO Jun's sorry for this incident. Reports of disbanding families of the deceased protesters at the funeral. The vice president made a decision. Tragic. A few months later, under blazing sun, everyone shouted, "Happy birthday, Siona." The girl happily thanked everyone. "How did you know today's my birthday?" "Happy birthday, Senna." The little girl happily thanked everyone. "How did you guys know it's my birthday today?" "What else?" The girl yelled. "Can't you be quiet? Want me to make you disappear?" Jung Ha-jiang laughed loudly. "Happy birthday, Siona. I made the chocolate myself." Siona shyly said, "Thank you." Eun-ha suddenly sneaked off to do something. He stood up excitedly. "We decided to throw the birthday party at Happy New." He stood up excitedly. "We've decided to throw the birthday party at Happy New." Minji worried. "Everything's going smoothly, right? I'm worried since you're in charge of this." Siona curiously asked, "Where are you guys going?" No, Eun-ha froze. "Something like that." They ran off. You don't need to know." Minji returned to her seat. Morning class is starting now." Jung Ha-gyang slipped away. "I'm going back." Siona was surprised. "I don't get what's going on." That evening, the whole family shouted together, "Happy birthday." The little girl blushed again. Eun-hyuk shouted, "Surprised!" Eun-ha laughed, "Happy birthday, Siona. Touching." "I was wondering what secret things you all were doing." "Thank you." "I was wondering what everyone was secretly up to." "Thank you all." "Right," Eun-ha shouted loudly. "Count to 3 and blow. 1, 2, 3. Siona's 8th birthday." Eun-hyuk worried. "But you'll be okay, right?" Minji told Jin. "Siona said her dad is an office worker, then threatened to make her attend his birthday party too." Eun-ha hesitated. That's encouraged by the corporation. The 7th richest boss in South Korea's financial sector. Their main businesses are split into 3 branches: electronics, construction, and advertising. The pharmaceutical branch isn't a major company within the corporation. Moreover, CEO Dong-hun can merge pharmaceutical companies to monopolize the pharmaceutical market. Eun-ha flicked Minji's forehead, telling her not to frown anymore. He nonchalantly wanted to be the corporation's heir, encouraging. "Then your last name should be Kim." "Got it. But your Jin last name shows." "Your family isn't the main branch. Stop worrying uselessly and eat Minji." Chubby Minji blushed. "I'm worried about you, after all." The girl ran off, forgetting sitting alone to eat. Eun-ha was thoughtful. It seemed things got more complicated, but it was fine. Whether it's a pharmaceutical company encouragement or a corporation. Eun-ha fell silent, sensing the situation was getting even more complicated, but it was fine. Whether it was the pharmaceutical company encouraging it or the corporation encouraging. "If you mess with my family, I'll tear you apart," Eun-hyo said excitedly. "Yes, boss. Today I'll show you the results of my training." Eun-ha sighed in relief. "No need, just don't slip up. It ran off, don't worry. Everything will be fine. I guarantee our team will win." "Why are you so confident when you're worried?" "That kid." What's this feeling?" "Don't worry." "Hey, what's wrong?" "Minzy is angry." "Come on, Gina, explain. The teacher said she'd buy us fried chicken and pizza if we win." "She's in pain." "My love, everything should be fine." "Actually, no, not fine at all." "Hey, look at Gina." "I understand how it feels to raise these pigs." The referee shouts ready. Eun-hyuk wipes his sweat. "I'll do everything I can." The gunshot sounds the start. Eun-hyuk bursts forward like the wind. Vu's whole class is enthusiastic. Yoon predicts. Choi Eun-hyuk. "That kid." Eun-hyuk is confident. "I'll come in first." "See that, boss?" It's a strange feeling. But why does my body feel so heavy? Eun-hyuk collapses when he reaches the spot. You and Minzy are worried. Gina rushes over to support Eun-hyuk. "Keep going, dear. Play fair. Life thrives." Yoon sighs. "I knew it. Really no stamina at all. I guess I have to teach him how to pace himself." Eun-hae rushes over and embraces him. Yoon is delighted. "When I came in first in the 100-meter race, you're surprised." "Really?" "That's my sister." "So she beat the whole 5th grade, too." "Amazing," Yoon-hae laughs. "I have to compete in another event. See you later. Take care." "You're happy. So am I. Don't overdo it." Minzy mocks. "This guy isn't a mama's boy, but a sister's boy." Siona is sad. Sister Eun runs so fast. "You congratulate your sister more than..." "I'm just thinking about what to eat for lunch." Minzy objects. No, he's happy for his sister. Both fall silent, looking at him. Eun changes the subject. By the way, how's Eun-ha Jiang? Siona, she's over there. Eun-ha Jiang is delighted. We found them. Julieta and Bruno are happy. Oh, Eun-ha Jiang. The girl asks Han. Sister, can you help me? Eun-ha Jiang pulls Julieta. Hurry, sister, she's flustered. Huh, what's wrong? Julieta talks to the referee. The two sisters laugh. Eun-ha Jiang sighs in relief. What a relief. Eun asks. Did you ask Sister Julieta for something? Eun-ha Jiang takes a water bottle. An American. You're confused. Isn't she Italian? Julieta laughs. So I used English, because I speak English. Eun is surprised. Really, Eun-ha Jiang explains. The first person who popped into my head was Sister Julieta. You're worried. Is she a foreigner? Unexpected? Eun-ha Jiang, huh? First time meeting. The girl was all tears. Now she can handle things on her own. Growing up fast. On the other hand, Eun collapses. Eun-hyuk supports him. Feels like taking a sedative. Please try at least half as hard as Hajang Eun-hyuk. Let's gather after lunch, everyone. When you arrive, call out. Hello. Hello, Eun? You reply. Hi, you sit down. My mom told me to give this to you guys. Jung-ha Jiang receives it. Thanks. Eun, you ask quietly. Jung-ha Jiang. Who's that? The girl explains it's Sister Sujin. She's been coming around lately. Eun comments. She looks familiar, but I can't remember where I've met her. Sena shouts. Oh my. Hello. The girl's confident. If you're hungry, want some, Eun walks away. Don't know what to eat today. Sena chases me. Wait. Sena points at you. Dad, this is the boy I mentioned. Eun is surprised. So you're Eun, he's serious. Are you the one bullying my Sena? What does your father do? You sigh. She told her dad about me. You sigh. Like father, like son. Just owning a pharmaceutical company but acting so arrogant. Eun reaches out. This flashy kid. Getting closer, but Eun still stands firm. Eun is stunned. What? How can a kid have this much strength? Just like the chairman. Eun pushes his hand away. Scared, huh? Eun was startled. He swung his fist. That insolent brat. Eun-ha quickly dodged the strike. He stepped back. Eun-ha sensed a swift movement coming. His father rushed forward and punched Eun. He confidently knocked Eun down. Eun-ha's father brushed off his hands. How dare you lay a hand on my son? Son, are you okay? Does anything hurt? He was scared. I'm fine. It's over now. I've dragged you into this. Eun sat up. How dare you? You dog, how dare you take him down quickly? Eun-ha was furious. Oh no, I have to deal with all these guys first. If he dares touch my father, I'll handle him. Eun-ha's father smiled softly. It's okay, Eun-ha. I'm here. He stood boldly in front. Father will protect you. Eun was in pain. How dare you? How dare a nobody like you hit me? He ordered. Seize him. Eun-ha predicted. If he dares harm Dad, I'll kill him, his father reassured him. Son, it's fine. Dad can handle this. Eun shouted. You, who are you? Do you know who I am? He calmly said. I know exactly who you are. Eun was surprised. What Eun-ha's father explained. You're Jin Eun, chairman of Kuyen Keech Pharmaceuticals. So do you remember who I am? Eun was scared. You're the head of Sirius's servitude department. Eun was worried. Why is the head of Sirius's servitude department here? So that's the reason. That kid was so excited. Eun-ha was surprised. My father is head of Sirius's department. He was puzzled. Why was he so surprised? Sirius Group, the second largest corporation in Korea, produces most player equipment. Eun-ha's father calmly said. Now do you remember Eun pointed? Why? Why are you here? He was angry, but Eun was timid. Jin, I'm sorry. I wonder what the head of strategic management is doing here. Eun-ha was stunned. The department responsible for equipment at Sirius. His father looked at him. I came to watch my son's sports match. But it seems you have a problem with my son. He was embarrassed. Ah, so he's the son of the head of servitude department. Eun thought. I have to hold back my anger. Kuyen Keech can't compare to a big corporation like Sirius. Moreover, he's a key member of Sirius's equipment department. A key member of Sirius's equipment department. Eun lowered his head. I'm sorry. Please forgive this uncle. You can't afford to anger him. He will inherit the corporation, he gestured. My daughter Sena also wants to apologize. The girl was shy. Ah, he ordered. Jin Sena apologized quickly. Sena was stunned. She turned around. Everyone was talking. Was there a fight Jin Sena fought? No, Eun-ha. But it seems Jin Sena lost. Serves her right. Let that teach her for bullying others. Hey, don't stare at her. Be careful not to get caught up in this. Sena trembled. I am sorry. The girl ran away. He was exhausted. Oh my God. No, Eun-ha's father was calm. Then we'll be off. Let's call it even after that punch earlier. Eun cowered. What punch? I wasn't hit at all. He laughed mockingly. Go safely. Head of servitude department. No, Eun-ha was worried. I'm doomed. About to get scolded, his father placed a hand on his shoulder. No, Eun-ha looked at him. Yes, he was worried. If this happens again, don't handle it yourself. Tell me, okay. He was serious. No, Eun-ha, you're still young. You still need Dad. It's okay to lean on your parents a little. The wind blew, clouds drifted. No, Eun-ha thought. I feel something, because of Dad's warm words. He was happy. Yes, thank you, Dad. Determined not to lose this warmth. Dawn broke. The man in the suit smoked. He turned. Do I have to come all the way here to arrange your funeral? I want to do something big. Some people are blocking my way. I want you to help me, the man with the hood asked directly. And money. The man in the suit gestured. He was indifferent. I'll pay $1.5 million up front. If successful, I'll pay another $1.5 million. The man with the hood turned. He extended his hand with blue light. Got it. Suddenly, the suitcase of money shook violently. He pulled the suitcase toward himself. The man in the vest sighed. Oh my God. Then he burst out laughing. The cigarette fell to the ground. The shopping mall was crowded. Eun-ha happily ran ahead. Eun-ha stood watching from behind. You're worried. It's been a long time since I came here, but I'm still so tired. Julieta cheered on Eun-ha. You're not tired yet. We just got here. Come on now, Bruno laughed. Sorry about that. Eun-ha sighed. Buy me something delicious to eat. Bruno replied, okay. You glanced over. I always feel uneasy around him. How can an ordinary office worker hide his mana so perfectly? Let me take a closer look. Bruno spoke up. Eun-ha, what's wrong? You turned away. Where's my sister and Julieta too? He definitely isn't an ordinary person, Bruno said. They said they went up to the 5th floor. Eun-ha was tired. It's going to be hard to find them, Eun-ha said cheerfully. And now she can also hide her mana, Bruno commented. Don't worry, we've got this, Eun-ha asked in surprise. Your phone. What is that? It's tracking their location. What you asked anxiously. Does Julieta know about this? Bruno put the phone away. It's a secret. Eun-ha was suspicious. This brother is too suspicious, Bruno shouted. Let's go. Both of them heard footsteps, one after another. They passed a suspicious gang leader wearing a hat. He laughed savagely. Let's begin. They walked apart at a distance. Eun-ha sensed something and turned back. A man with a strong blue mana aura. Who was that you recalled? The ruined city. You wielded your sword and fought. Eun-ha faced the gang leader with the hat. He also had that tattoo on his hand. This guy looks exactly the same. That's Nameless. Eun-ha turned around in surprise. Nameless emitted a strong mana aura. Eun-ha recalled the tattoo. That's definitely him. Nameless in your memory. He smiled wickedly. Nameless. Eun-ha worried. Why is he here? Bruno spoke up. What's wrong, Eun-ha? You ran away. Don't you find it strange? He asked curiously. Yeah. Bruno turned away and back. 3 people. Eun-ha was worried. Yes, Bruno explained. There are 3 people with a strange scent. 1 bald guy. 1 is Nameless. Eun-ha raised his hand, and 3 blue flames appeared. You swung your sword, sending the 3 flames flying. Instantly, the flames hit. Those 3? Eun-ha asked in surprise. You just stood there. You observed. Just like I thought. They're players, and well-trained players at that. Eun-ha looked at Bruno. What about the last one? He's watching us from where he stands. 2 players stood close to each other. They signaled and then walked in opposite directions. Eun-ha looked at Tao, really suspicious. Tao watched the bald guy. He pulled something out of his pocket. Could that be? The bald guy accidentally dropped a blue stone. Eun-ha was surprised. Is that magic? Don't tell me these bastards. The blue light engulfed the entire supermarket. Everyone was shocked and touched their faces in disbelief at the scene. The blue light grew increasingly intense and showy. It formed a deep pit. People whispered, oh my God, what is that? Mana distribution error. Bruno worriedly looked back. Hunting dogs suddenly charged at everyone. They pinned the citizens down as if they wanted to devour them. More and more monsters appeared. An announcement sounded. Emergency situation. Monsters have appeared inside the grocery store. All employees and customers, please evacuate to the nearest fire station, Nameless said calmly. Everything is going according to plan. Eliminate anyone who gets in the way. Eun-ha observed. Terror at the flying snail grocery store. Before I was reincarnated when this happened, I had to admit it. But since that day, the future has already started to change. Eun-ha recalled the terrifying city scene. Eun-ha grabbed and held him tightly. Everything exploded and faded. The hunting dog growled. It quickly lunged at Eun-ha. You turned around. Ah, right. Bruno rushed forward to attack the hunting dog. He placed a hand on Eun-ha's shoulder. Stay alert. We have to find Julieta and Eun-ha. Do you think you can make it? Get a grip. That's right. Right now, saving Julieta and her sister is our top priority. Eun-ha shouted loudly. Where did they go? Bruno explained. They're still on the 5th floor. Hopefully nothing's happened to them. A voice echoed down from above. So you're the one who unleashed that mana earlier. Vo-dan sneered. Standing up high, why are you running around in a panic? Eun-ha guessed. What rank does he hold? We're in a real rush now. Suddenly Bruno lunged forward. He threw a punch at Vaudin, a crushing blow. Vaudin fell to the ground. Eun-ha commented, "Without any aid, he's already this strong. Bruno is exactly as I thought, no ordinary guy. He's this strong. Bruno is exactly as I thought, no ordinary guy." "You spoke up, Bruno. Wait, we can't just take out someone like this so easily." Vaudin's face turned purple. "Eun-ha kicked him. Dealing with them is such a hassle. Before we got resurrected, I was scolded a lot for not confirming Vaudin's identity before he died." Eun-ha asked confusedly, "What are you doing? Aren't you leaving?" Bruno was startled. "Oh, I came here," he said anxiously. "Kids these days are scary. I just wanted to hit him once, but an emergency popped up earlier. Monsters appeared in the grocery store. All staff and customers, please evacuate to the fire station near the inn," Julieta asked in surprise. "What's going on here?" Eun-ha couldn't believe it. "Monsters. They escaped from the portal." Ms. Tranan said, "Calm down. First we need to see how many monsters are here." Eun-ha's eyes widened. She observed. 3 on the left side, 2 on the right, and 1 in the middle. Luckily, none are on our side. 6 in total. We just need to choose a path down to avoid getting caught. Eun-ha turned to say, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." "So," Julieta shouted. "Eun-ha, right in front of you, a hunting dog was about to pounce." Julieta pulled her away and struck. Eun-ha cried out. Sister Julieta took a ready stance. She swung a clothes hanger at the hunting dog. It flew backward. Eun-ha asked in surprise, "Was that Mana just now? Sister Julieta is a player?" Julieta ordered. "Eun-ha, we should evacuate quickly too. Bruno and Eun-ha are probably waiting for us," Eun-ha replied. "Yes, Sister Julieta is so cool. The hunting dog's charged." Julieta grabbed Eun-ha. She pulled her and ran. Julieta raised her hand to summon Mana. She attacked from behind. "They're faster than I thought. At this rate, I'll run out of mana. Is there anything here we can use as a weapon?" Eun-ha yelled, "There's a wrapped guy over there, sis. Can we use a weapon?" Eun-ha yelled, "There's a wrapped guy over there, sis." Julieta stopped her. "Eun-ha, don't go there." Eun-ha looked up in surprise. A hunting dog jumped toward her. Eun-ha turned around, eyes flashing. Eun-ha froze in place. She recalled, compared to back then, "I'm not afraid anymore." Eun-ha quickly dodged. She kicked the hunting dog. It slowly fell to the ground. The dog didn't understand what happened. Eun-ha landed softly. She sighed in relief but suddenly twisted her ankle. Eun-ha leaned painfully against Julieta. She looked worried. "I'm okay." The hunting dogs roared all around. "I'm okay." The hunting dogs roared all around. Julieta looked toward the stairs. She ordered, "Eun-ha, can you run to that wrapped guy in front of us?" "In front of us over there, okay?" Eun-ha hesitantly. "Yes, that's fine." Julieta sighed. "Then let's run!" The 2 sisters dashed toward the stairs. Both jumped up, ignoring the hunting dogs chasing them. The 2 sisters neared the stairs in full view of the hunting dogs. They reached it quickly. Julieta ordered, "Hurry down, Eun-ha." She nodded. "Yes." The hunting dogs signaled and then turned away. Julieta worriedly said, "I have no means to kill them easily. At least I have to find a weapon I can swing or throw." From the stairs, a hunting dog jumps down. Julieta quickly grabs a model. She swings hard at the dog. The hunting dog dodges in fear. It quickly gets knocked straight off. Julieta attacks the others at the same time. They stumble and fall. They all fall at once. Eun-ha admires, "You're so cool." Julieta looks like that. But if I were her, the place would be a total mess. Eun-ha grabs something. He gets ready to throw it. The tied hair guy is blocked by it. Hanta dodges and quickly jumps to Eun-ha. He prepares to trip the tied hair guy. The tied hair guy loses balance. Eun-ha lunges forward and hits Hanta hard in the face. The tied hair guy's face bruises. He remains calm. "I'm done. How about you?" Bruno twists his wrist. "Same here." "Let's go upstairs." Eun-ha suddenly remembers. "Wait, from here we can see them, bro." There they are. He's surprised. A wolf falls from above. Then 2 or 3 more follow. Eun-ha and Bruno look up. Bruno comments, "Looks like both are fine." He agrees. Eun-ha looks at the fallen guys. "Let's find something to use as weapons and head upstairs," Bruno asks. "Need defense gear." He pulls out a sword. "This will do." "Hey, man!" Eun-ha holds it tremblingly. Bruno calls out, "Eun-ha." He turns his head. The nameless guy is still radiating mana. He stands up and looks. Is he the one behind all this? Bruno stays calm. "Yes, he entrusted the kid with this." Eun-ha coldly says, "No. I'll personally deal with the mastermind." The smoking guy grins smugly. "Oh, damn. Foreigners are really something." The big guy laughs. "Looks like fun. Not enough chaos yet. What cat would turn down? Fat Julieta stays calm." "Come here, Eun-ha," the big guy orders. "At this hour, you should start retreating slowly." The smoking guy bends down. "Let's get out fast before the Sinla show up. But before that, why don't we have some fun?" Julieta grits her teeth. "Damn it," the big guy says. "Should we just slowly retreat then?" The smoking guy answers. "We need to escape before the damn Zinla arrive. But we should have some fun first, right?" Julieta sneers. You damn pests. She orders. Eun-ha, can you find a hiding spot? I'll come find you later. Eun-ha hesitates. Sis, no. I want to stay with you. I can fight too, sis. Don't worry, Julieta snaps. No, it's dangerous. The smoking guy speaks up. Hey, who said we'd let her go? The big guy stands behind. Exactly. Who said that? Julieta quickly grabs the model. She's ready to strike. A gunshot fires, destroying Julieta's weapon. The big guy holds out his hand, taunting. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. The smoking guy warns. You have to play with me, right? How dare you lose focus? The big guy sneers. One-on-one fight only. Before the Sinla arrive, then get out of here, Eun-ha shouts. Oh, what's this? Just a child and already. Don't be scared, I'm not a bad guy. Eun-ha quickly dodges. She runs away immediately. The big guy reaches out. He summons Mana and grabs Eun-ha's hand. Eun-ha screams. No. She quickly summons her beast, then pushes the big guy away. Two protective shadows clash. He hesitates. Oh, what's this? Just a child and already possessed this amount of mana already? He turned off the protective shield and lunged forward. Catch this little one. Could we possibly break a big deal? Eun-ha inside thinks I can block him. Eun-ha has already calmed down. I can do it. The big guy gets discouraged. At this rate, I'm done for. She's happy. Did I just do it? Suddenly, a hand grabs her. Of course I broke it. He grabs Eun-ha's hand. Suddenly, a hand reached in. Of course I broke free. He grabbed Eun-ha's hand. The leader was overjoyed. We've caught him. Now, the soldiers shouted. Everyone hurry up. Set aside the tribe's dignity and save everyone first. Everyone turned back. There. What is that? Is a Slim escaping? Which squad does it belong to? Quickly call the ranged attackers here. That guy's poking the hornet's nest. Captain. It's not necessary. The captain shouted. Don't. Stop. All monsters are the same. We just need to cut them down. The Slim grabbed the weapon, pulled the poking guy's head in. It slowly strangled him. An announcement sounded. Everyone fall back. Physical attacks don't affect the Slim. Let them know what's happening at the mall. We'll wait until the mages arrive. The smoking guy said smugly. Perfect timing. That gives us more time. Then let's end this quickly, shall we? Julieta turned to Eun-ha. Eun-ha asked how. The Thai guy said nonchalantly. If I didn't break that, I wouldn't call myself a player. Suddenly, a glowing spark appeared beside him, quickly attacking him. That was Julieta's spark. She shouted, Hurry up! Run, the Thai! Guy screamed in pain. Damn it! Applause sounded. The smoking guy praised. You really can do all that. Julieta quickly jumped back defensively, raising her fiery finger. The smoking guy mocked her. That's useless. A doll. Why don't you do something fun with me? Julieta bit her lip in annoyance. She took off her shoe and tore half of her dress. Julieta said, Don't call me a doll. The smoking guy shrugged. That again. That stuff doesn't work on us. Using power in such a cute way is a bit. He squinted. Suddenly a red light pierced through the shield. The smoking guy stepped back. What the hell did her power suddenly increase? No way. That's an additional enhancement ability. The Thai guy said, driving me into a toy shop. He sweated. Running out of steam, huh? Eun-ha turned around. The Thai guy shouted, Give up the idea of running. Play nice with me, baby. Eun-ha activated mana in her legs and quickly jumped onto the shelves. Eun-ha grabbed a box, preparing to throw it down. The Thai guy raised his shield. So stubborn. Suddenly, Eun-ha lost her footing and fell. The Thai guy grinned. Got you now, I'll break your legs. He panicked immediately. Eun-ha seized the moment to activate mana and attack. He defended. You think I'm holding back just because I'm nice. Eun-ha counted 1. She counted as she attacked. 2. The Thai guy nearly collapsed under Eun-ha's power. She quickly kicked the shield and jumped away. Eun-ha leapt high. The Thai guy shouted, Damn brat. This time, you won't escape. Eun-ha recalled. Did my sister feel like this back then? The feeling of mana flooding her body. Mana exploding. Eun-ha unleashed a massive mana orb. The Thai guy was terrified. What crazy thing is this? An explosion erupted. Everything seemed to blow apart. The smoking guy turned to look. Everything's shattered. From inside, Eun-ha ran out Sister Julieta. The smoking guy was surprised. No way that idiot got beaten by a kid. I've wasted too much time and I'm out of ammo. We can't control both anymore. Too troublesome. Best to just run away. Julieta shouted. Don't come here. Get out of the way. She looked down that power. Julieta feared. What's this? The smoking guy sneered. You look terrified. He grabbed Julieta's neck. The smoking guy drew a knife. You didn't expect this, did you? Eun-ha shouted Sister Julieta. He ordered, Don't move. If you dare move, I'll smash your pretty face. She was terrified. Sister. Suddenly a hand reached out. The Thai guy quickly slammed Eun-ha's head down. She was shocked. How did you do that? The Thai guy laughed. But thought I was done for. No way a player like me gets beaten by a kid like you. Got beaten by a kid like you, Eun-ha thought. I can't keep collapsing like this. Suddenly, Eun-ha circulated internal mana power, making the suited guy step back. he worried. Oh, with this massive amount of mana. If this keeps up, it'll explode. An shouted, "Sister Julieta." She twitched. An gasped. Truly. The smoker stabbed Julieta in the stomach. An cried out again. "Sister Julieta," the smoker said to the man in the tie, "do you want us all dead?" An sobbed. I will save you." The suited man struck Eun-ha down. She opened her eyes. Just a little more," the smoker said. "Forget him. Let's get out of here, Thai guy. Too troublesome. But his mana is both abundant and beautiful. If only I were a bit stronger." An awoke from her dream. She spoke. "Who's there?" "Do you want power?" An was surprised. "Power? Can you really grant me that?" Suddenly Eun-ha slipped up, causing her to turn around. He scolded. "That's too dangerous. Even though we got through this time, we don't know what will happen next. I'll do whatever you want. So you absolutely must live a normal life. If you hear that voice again, don't listen. Promise me." Anna looked at her. She reached out and smiled faintly. "Okay, I promise." An sat up. "Eun-ha, I'm sorry. I have things I must protect too." She remembered the happy moments with these hands. An stood up to save her. "I really need power." So the man in the tie sneered. "Oh, you can still stand up." He threw a punch. "Go back to sleep." Anna gently said, "Please grant me." Her eyes opened. "Grant me power." The man in the tie yelled, "Stay down there!" An said, "Please give me strength." Eun-ha quickly smashed the guy's face. "Bastard, damn you." Anna looked up. Damn it. Eun-ha looked up. Bruno placed his coat over her head, praising. "You did well, Eun-ha. From now on, leave everything to me." The smoker sneered. "A bear-sized bastard like this." Bruno lunged in a flash. He grabbed the smoker's head and pushed him down. Bruno slammed down hard, cracking the man's head. Bruno worried Julieta. The man in the tie tried to grab the knife. He sadly picked it up, trembling. Bruno held Julieta, concerned. Suddenly the man in the tie charged. Bruno quickly turned and pushed him away. He stepped forward. He did well. The man in the tie was terrified. "You'll pay for all that with your life." A few days before the terrorist attack at the department store, Kyung-vuan shouted, "I did everything you told me." Terrorists at the department store. Kyung stretched out, yelling, "I did everything you told me." He trembled in fear. Kyung-vuan prepared to draw his weapon. He charged, "I'll kill you and that bastard Gyozeong too." Kyung-vuan pierced him. A talent who can disrupt the enemy's perception. He turned back lies, Vodan bluntly said. He turned back the deception. Nameless, straightforwardly. "This is a message the guild leader wants to send you. I'll take care of your family, so you don't have to worry, especially your wife. No need to worry about anything, especially that wife of yours. I'll take care of her real well." Kyung struggled helplessly. Then he gradually lost consciousness. "Farewell." News. A suicide note was found in Vice President Kyung-vuan's cabin. Investigators believe he chose a tragic death. Department store Zabe, Aka Logistics Warehouse. Vodan sneered. "Is it just you guys here?" Manga responded. "The Sinhoa Guild has arrived. We can't contact the others." Vodan considered. "The flower generation has arrived. We couldn't reach the rest of them." Nameless pondered. "Who's the kid behind you?" Vodan turned to ask. "Which child?" Meaningless now. Manga nodded. "But who is that kid behind you?" Vodan turned and asked. "Which kid?" He looked at Eun-ha fearfully. Eun-ha smiled. "Took you long enough to recognize me here." Vodan worried. "What's wrong with this kid?" "How long has he been hiding behind me?" Manga asked awkwardly. "What's going on? Do they know each other? Or is he just a lost child?" "If that's the case," he spoke up. "Why did you let that kid do that?" "I'll take it down with a single strike." Manga laughed. "You shouldn't blindly follow strangers, kid. There are some truly terrifying things that can happen." He stammered. "Could happen." He stammered. Eun-ha swung his sword and beheaded Manga. The others watched, fearful and alert. "You're flustered? Oh, right. I shouldn't have taken him out." The remaining soldiers charged forward. "That damn brat." Vodan held them back. "Don't let your guard down. This opponent isn't an ordinary brat. Ordinary at all." Eun-ha laughed. "Look at you guys hesitating just because you look like a bunch of chickens." The soldiers charged. "I'll take you down." Eun-ha chuckled silently. "Divine battlefield. A blood-soaked war zone." You swung your knife, shouting, "Hey, what are you standing there for? If you don't go, I will got it." Vodan was terrified. You gave him a knife and laughed. "Hey, what are you still standing there for?" But this brat won't realize it. Eun-ha mocked him. He quickly swung his knife at Vodan. Eun-ha kicked, hitting Vodan directly. Eun-ha was calm. "Seeing you now, Vodan, is nothing at all. But this little jerk won't be able to recognize." Eun-ha smiled at him. Eun-ha quickly dodged to the side. Vodan was shocked. How could this brat dodge all my attacks?" Eun-ha was straightforward. "I felt the same way before. The reason others can't recognize you must be because you don't have a... But don't worry." Eun-ha jumped. "I definitely won't let you take me down." He grabbed Vodon's collar and stabbed hard, Selzon commented. They nearly tore this place apart already. Eun-ha laughed. Please tell me you managed to subdue them this time. Selzon covered her mouth. You know you still owe me, right? He glanced. I'll pay you back fully, I promise. I swear I guarantee it, she asked again, so when? You grabbed Nameless's neck. Eun-ha stabbed forcefully into it. All right, I'll leave handling that guy to you then. Selzon stepped inside. Anyway, this time I'll let it slide. Eun-ha ran up. Wait, she was surprised. Huh, you worried? I've been curious to see what he looks like for a long time. Vodon was scared, Piplis. You smiled. Oh well. Someday. Well then, I'll leave handling that guy to you. Disgusting, couldn't hold it. There was a noise. Eun-ha turned his head. It was Giulietta, Eun-a, and Bruno. He was delighted. Eun-ha ran over. Sis, I've been curious about what his face looks like for quite a while now. Nameless was scared. Please. Please. No way. It's not this matter, right? Eun-ha ripped off the glasses. A barricade was set around the cafe so that ordinary people couldn't recognize who we are. That way. Too disgusting, can't stand it. There was a scream. Eun-ha turned around. It was Giulietta, Eun-a, and Bruno. He was overjoyed. Eun-ha ran over. Sister, at 3 p.m. today, September 17th, at the Bakhoa Sai Bai Uki store, a group of terrifying monsters was attacked by a mercenary player. His name spread throughout, the media as Vodon. Alongside the Sinla Guild, the Holy Tempest, Sin Salzon, one of the 12 moons, subdued the attacking player responsible for the 23 casualties. Myron's eyes lit up. With a total of 23 casualties, the government of Tien Nu expressed their condolences for the victims. Myron coldly scanned the news. He zoomed in on the image. Giulietta, Bruno, Eun-ha, and Eun-a. Myron grinned wickedly. He found them. Outside the house was a barricade. A barricade had been set up around the cafe so that outsiders couldn't identify us. Just as expected from the Holy Tempest, Sin Salzon, the finest mage of Jai Han. Eun-ha was serious. This is the first time you've called me that, Salzon said casually. I want to express my gratitude. He smiled. I don't think you called me here just to say thanks. So what happened? Salzon set down his glass. The Vodon group will be executed. This is the first time since the Heavenly Maiden government was established. Eun-ha replied. I see, but the important question is who hired them. Salzon refused. Sorry, but I'm not authorized to disclose that information. If I told anyone else, I'd have to keep it a secret from you. You seemed indifferent, so we have no choice then. Salzon spoke up. Is that all? Eun-ha asked seriously. Exactly. What happened to the Sabai-ak group, Salzon explained. Chairman Lee Jun-hee has returned, and the heir decided to leave everything aside for now. Focus on social welfare issues. You nodded. I understand. She stood up. In that case, I have to go now. I have things to do. You said goodbye. Ah, right. So, see you next time. As expected, the group's future. Are you planning to go out? Eun-ha nodded. Yes. Are you planning to go out? Eun-ha nodded. Yes. Claimed the throne. My family, the survivors of the Kraken Luna, showed her. Miracles. That little kid didn't die. The Bukan Mountain accident along with significantly reduced casualties. The terrorist attack at the department store that didn't happen before the Sabai-ak group took office also didn't occur. The future is gradually changing. If that's the case, then this time. The clock neared 1 p.m. Eun-ha excitedly looked at her glass. Playing hard late afternoon. Eun-a thought. Father, mother, I want to become a player. Eun-ha looked at her confused. You're scared. The future has changed. Eun-ha slammed the table. Dad, Mom, I want to become a player. Eun-ha looked at her confused. You're reckless. Becoming a player is extremely dangerous. That's not suitable for you at all. Eun-a scolded. How will you know if you don't try? I told you you have a talent for it. Eun-ha nodded. That's right, you have talent. How would you know without trying? You also said, I have talent for it. Eun-ha acted arrogant. That's right, you have talent. But I never taught you how to control mana to become a player. I taught you to help you not get. Eun-ha slammed the table. Why do you want to live a normal life? A happy, healthy life without sickness or disease. She stopped talking. I want to be a player, no matter how troublesome it is. Eun-ha slammed the table. Why do you want to leave your normal life behind? You should do what you want to do, Eun-a said sadly. She stopped talking. She wanted to be a player, no matter how troublesome it was. Mother smiled. It's okay, Eun-ha. You should do what you want to do, Eun-a said sadly. Mom! The child cried loudly. Mom scolded. Eun-ha, you shouldn't do that. Bruno threw a punch that sent the pervert flying. Giulietta stepped forward loudly praising, truly the fierce beast of the Valentine family. As expected. Thanks again, Bru. He blushed. At Kong Trung Palace, the matriarch had chosen the Myron clan as successors. Cecilia and the others panicked. Why the Myron? Why not us? What are we supposed to do now? Our people had already clashed with the Myron before. Damn bastards. The boss shouted, "Silence!" He gave an order. The Valentine family decided to merge with the Myron. Julieta worried, "Father, how can you call this a merger?" The white-haired daughter was terrified. "That's right, boss. At this rate, we'll end up kneeling before those damned Myron." "That's how it should be," the boss said seriously. "Nonsense. We're doing this all to protect the Valentine family's interests. Our Valentine family will never kneel before anyone. We're just temporarily allied with the Myron. For a short while. Also, to show our goodwill, Julieta will be betrothed to Vincent Myron." She was stunned. What Vincent Myron, the flamboyant heir of the Myron family? If we're talking about the son of the head of the Myron, it's definitely that bastard. The boss ordered marry Vincent and bear his child. Julieta was furious. "Father, he's so heartless. My great deficiency talent boosts mana incredibly well. If Julieta has a child with Vincent Myron, that child will surely inherit the deficiency's effects." The bald man worriedly nodded. "Yes, that child will definitely have greater talent than Vincent Myron himself. We'll take that child and raise him as a prodigy. Later, he will rebuild the Valentine family." Julieta angrily stood up. Bruno observed how she was forced to do things she never wanted, now treated like a commodity. Could it be that in the boss's eyes, nothing mattered except the Valentine family's growth? Why is no one speaking up? Miss, please think about the future of the Valentine family. I beg you, please think of us." The bald man added, "That bastard is smart too. Surely he has no illnesses. Please, miss, devote yourself to the Valentine family's future." "We," the boss said sternly, "if you still want to be part of the Valentine family, endure the humiliation, and become that Myron's lover," Julieta shouted. But he interrupted. "The Valentine family has given you a comfortable life before. So now, fulfill your duty to the family." The others pressed. "Your duty, miss, is to bear a child." "Miss, please give birth to a healthy child," Julieta stammered. Brother. The man with glasses lowered his head, looking away. Julieta froze, stunned. She bowed her head in assent. Everyone left happily. Bruno watched Julieta in her room. Bruno asked, "Tell me, be honest with me." Julieta bowed her head. Bruno stepped closer. She stammered, "I don't want to marry like this. I don't want my child treated like a pawn. I'm sick of this place." Bruno held her hand. "Julieta Valentine, I will protect you, even if I have to face the whole world." Bruno kissed her hand. "Do you want to leave with me?" she cried. Julieta was joyful and happy. The window flung open, sunlight spilled into the room. Bruno assured Julieta, "Just wait a moment." He checked the location. "I will save you no matter what." He opened the door. Eun-ha waiting for Uncle Bruno. He was surprised. "You're ready, Eun-ha, be resolute, let's go." Bruno and Eun-ha left together in the night. He worried, "I know. Eun-ha is far more skilled than ordinary players, but our opponent is JDC. I don't want to drag you into danger." Bruno warned Eun-ha, "Just as I thought to leave here quickly. Things have gotten more dangerous." Eun-ha looked away. "I know what I'm getting into. You should have said that before we left, right? So I'm coming with you." Bruno sighed. "Do as you please." 2. Eun-ha looked at him. "Do you think you can find her?" Bruno checked. Luckily, it seems she took her phone. Eun-ha pointed at the Elisa Hotel. "Looks like that's the place." He glanced over and said, "Speaking of which, shouldn't we put on armor? It's going to be very dangerous to get inside without protective gear." Eun-ha pulled his shirt back. "I want to do that too, but none of the armor fits my tiny body, and wearing this only makes moving harder." Bruno commented that he looked like someone about to charge into battle. "Has he done this kind of thing before?" "You speak up. I have the ring you gave me, so don't worry too much," Bruno asked curiously. "You know how to use it, right?" "Eun-ha, hold it." "Yeah, just like that." Unbelievable. His wedding ring is actually a mana-enhancing item. Level 26 Taulich Goddess Alliance. Southern Europe succeeded in raiding the Abyss's depths. Everyone on Earth thought it was impossible, but they praised those who managed to raid the Black Prison. Players reread the raid log with excitement on their faces, but the truth recorded in the dungeon log was utterly horrifying. Most players came from Italy. The key members of that raid all had the last name Myron. The woman used as a genetic breeding tool was their mother especially strong. I think Bruno couldn't save her. She died before I returned. Bruno announced, "We've arrived. Don't regret this." Eun-ha laughed quietly. "Regret? Those words are for them, not me." Whitehead and Blondehead asked curiously, "Who are they?" Bruno said, "Then let's go." You nodded. All right, the two quickly dashed off, attacking and finishing it in one blow. In Janko's hotel room, he was angry. Why did they suddenly change the hotel location without telling me? Tom explained. I mean, maybe they had a reason. It's strange there's suddenly a problem with the hotel. On the day of the meeting, after being notified days before, Julieta teased. Seems the hotel doesn't want scum like you in. Jiang cursed that bastard. Tom was embarrassed. But I really didn't know Miss Julieta was in this country. Janako laughed. Same here. If we hadn't checked the news, we wouldn't have known. At first I didn't believe it either, but my older brother confirmed it, so it must be true, right? Julieta mocked. I find it hilarious that a bunch of men plan to catch one woman. All the way here, seems those Myron bastards have no shame. Zanko held his weapon, the Valentine Princess. Why don't you sit quietly and shut your mouth? You probably think we can't touch you, right? But we don't do it out of pity. Julieta spoke when Jiang put his hand on her shoulder. He sneered. If we really wanted to, we'd have had fun with you. A few rounds in bed by now. Julieta pushed him away. You crazy bastards! She spat in Janko's face. He yelled, you bitch, you're asking for it. Someone called Janko Myron from behind. Albert released Mana. He looked seriously at Janko. Janeko awkwardly said, truly, a touching brotherhood among fascists. And Bach asked, where are you going? Janeko cursed. This crap, I'm going out for some fresh air. Tom showed him something. Julieta said, Albert, I'm hungry, buy me a bento box from the convenience store. Oh, and get some dessert too. Albert rubbed his forehead. Tom Myron shook his head. Can't we just order room service? Albert said seriously. Haven't you heard she wants food from the convenience store? He was scared. Oh yes. Tom walked a bit. Albert, remember, you're not Albert Valentine, but Albert Myron. He looked at Tom. Albert calmly said, don't worry. Tom laughed. All right, then I'll come back later. The door closed, leaving just Julieta and Albert. Albert saw her stand up. Where are you going? I told you not to leave the room. Julieta angrily. You still have zero tact, huh? I'm going to the bathroom for God's sake. Julieta sat down, burying her face in her hands. She recalled even. If the whole world is against me, you'd only protect me. Will you go with me? She called Bruno, then lowered her head to cry. From the bathroom, Jiang happily walked back. I'll call room service. Jiang was surprised he turned around. Kill intent surged as no Eun-ha flew forward wielding a weapon. Jiang raised his hand to block the slash, stepping back several paces. Jenko hit his head on the wall. You're challenging me. Looks like I'm lucky today, huh? Jenko snarled in anger. You bastard. Eun-ha, she swung her sword, pulling her pants up first. I'll give you an hour to put your pants on before we raid the hotel. John cast a spell to boost physical speed, followed by spells to enhance muscles and strength. Spells were cast continuously defense, mana recovery, and magic resistance. Eun-ha gratefully said, Thank you, but what should I do about the guests in the hotel, if for some reason they get caught up in the fight? John smiled. Don't worry, the lady's government has ordered the hotel to evacuate. Everyone's already outside. He brightened. Well, that's a relief. That's great. Along with the mana potion John got from Sukin, his strength increased significantly. Now he was ready to move. When I faced Janko, now it was his chance. There wasn't much space, and Janko was weaponless. He couldn't miss this opportunity. The man charged fiercely. I'll finish you, Janko, through a punch. Luckily, Eun-ha dodged just in time, causing Janko to slam into the wall, shattering it. Eun-ha pivoted on one foot and counterattacked. Sword in hand, his eyes blazed with deadly intent as he advanced. With all the buffs and magic potions he had, we should fight with everything we've got. Right, Janko raised a shield with all his might. Defending Eun-ha didn't back down, but aimed directly at him. His sword clashed against Janko's protective shield. Fiercely, Janko's defense shattered from that collision. Janko was stunned. That kid's completely different from before. He even managed to set up 3 layers of shields, and you still pierced them all. Eun-ha seized the moment to press the attack. Is that all you've got? He delivered a straight kick, sending Janko flying and taking a heavy hit. Janko slammed hard into the wall. Screaming in pain, he raised his shield again. Given the situation, there was no other choice. Janko grumbled. Damn, it's too cramped here for him to unleash his full power. He had to escape at all costs. Eun-ha focused, relentlessly pressing the attack, then unleashed a critical strike. The sword aimed straight at Janko's head. He quickly dodged and pulled a gun from his pocket. Eun-ha raised his shield to block. Suddenly he sensed something was off. Janko was fleeing. Eun-ha shouted, That bastard! He's running away! He clenched his sword tightly and quickly gave chase. How dare you run? His defense shattered under fierce attack. Janko gritted his teeth. Didn't expect things to get this bad. Eun-ha watched him desperately try to escape. You're careless. After all, Tower 3 is still Tower 13. Seeing Eun-ha chase him, he cursed annoying brat and drew his gun. I'll finish you. Eun-ha didn't hold back. Look who's talking. This time, next year. It'll be your funeral. He calculated silently. No more time. Buff effects and mana. are running low. Eun-ha drank a potion. Janko was surprised. Don't tell me that's the magic potion the ladies' government bragged about. This bastard is too cautious. He should have been dealt with earlier. No time to run to the room on the 18th floor anymore. He had to find something to use as a weapon. Janko spotted a knife. Eun-ha lost sight of him. Noticing the nearby room, Eun-ha rushed over. He swung his sword, aiming to ambush Janko. Suddenly sensing danger, Eun-ha's sword clashed with the knife, releasing a force so strong the surrounding glass shattered. Janko glared fiercely. "Who the hell are you?" Eun-ha said bluntly. "I'm the one who will end you." His power overwhelmingly pushed Janko back. Eun-ha lunged forward, swinging his sword at him. His blade pierced Janko's shield. Janko smirked. "You're exhausted now, aren't you?" Seizing the moment, he grabbed Yuna's hand. Yuna's sword hand was held tight. Unable to strike, Eun-ha was pinned down by Janko. Janko snatched Eun-ha's sword. He had to finish Eun-ha while he had the chance. "Do you think I shouldn't have a weapon to fight with?" A murderous aura spread around him. Eun-ha shouted, "Vengeful spirit!" A dark energy enveloped Janko's body. He panicked. Is this a skill that corrodes mana inside his body? What a nuisance. Get lost, you pests. Janko glanced sharply at something. Eun-ha aimed a precise attack directly at him. A swift sword slash was unleashed, followed by a relentless barrage of strikes that left Janko unable to react. He struggled to fend off this relentless fool, but couldn't hold out long. Janko was knocked far away by no Eun-ha. The surrounding objects shattered and scattered. The room was now a chaotic ruin. Their battle showed no signs of ending. Janko sneered. "What's wrong? Your attacks are weakening. What happened to that fighting spirit earlier?" A tall figure stood waiting at the door. Albert spoke sternly to Giulietta. "Everything is for the benefit of the Valentine family." No sound responded to his words. Ambeck grew impatient. "I'm stepping outside. If you need anything, just call Tom or call me." Suddenly, he stopped standing as if waiting for someone. Ambeck frowned, slightly adjusted his glasses, and calmly spoke. "Long time no see, Bruno." Staggering closer, he narrowed his eyes and growled. "Where's Giulietta?" Albert glanced at his annoyed face from being questioned and spoke nonchalantly. "Bruno, those who take Giulietta out of the family will be dealt with. You know the consequence, death." "Is that so? But I'll give you a chance to return to the Valentine family. Come, Bruno, return and help me destroy." Before finishing, he was attacked by Bruno. Bruno's voice was sharp. "Don't waste your breath." Albert calmly drew his gun. "Is that so? Come on." He aimed his gun straight at Bruno. Bruno didn't back down, ready to fight. The duel between Albert and Bruno began. Bruno had lost 7 times. Janko boasted, "What's going on? Your attacks have gotten weaker. Where's that fighting spirit from before?" No, Eun-ha smirked. "Where could it be?" "Here it is." He loudly scolded the sly kid. The boy now showed clear confidence, grinning triumphantly. "Why don't you just take some potions yourself?" "You don't have any, do you?" Janko clenched his teeth in anger. He drew a sword, launching an attack at him. No, Eun-ha struggled to defend, as if his strength hadn't fully recovered yet. He was barely holding on. Eventually, no Eun-ha couldn't withstand it anymore and was knocked back by Janko's strike. He quickly regained momentum, refusing to be thrown too far. Janko mocked. "That's all you can do after taking potions. You've grown weak, haven't you? Why don't you play with my dogs a bit?" Eun-ha leapt up to dodge. The dogs created by Janko's power. He thought to himself, "This isn't working so then." Eun-ha spun his sword, generating a drill-like power piercing through the enemy's defenses. Without hesitation, he charged at Janko. Before Janko realized it, Eun-ha was right beside him, momentarily stunned, barely avoiding harm. Eun-ha moved swiftly and continuously, making it impossible for Janko to keep up. Janko quickly pulled a gun from his pocket. Eun-ha also drew his gun immediately. Janko fired straight at his opponent, and Eun-ha squeezed the trigger almost simultaneously. Janko managed to raise a shield to block the bullet from hitting him. Meanwhile, Eun-ha was hit in the shoulder. He yelped in pain, then exhaled deeply. "Finally, I can breathe a little. This is my territory." He laughed arrogantly. The arrows, powered by Janko, were aimed at Eun-ha. Spara Akaso scattered the shafts, his eyes flashing with cruelty. Eun-ha flinched slightly, gritting his teeth as the relentless arrows came at him. Eun-ha dashed to evade. Janko boasted, "You cowardly rat, let's see how long you can dodge." The arrows continued to chase. Eun-ha had to constantly dodge, draining his strength. He regained momentum and spun to counterattack. Eun-ha fought back fiercely, trying to defend himself. He was pierced by several arrows. Eun-ha endured despite the bleeding wounds. Another arrow pierced through his thigh. He clenched his jaw, stubbornly resisting. The arrows vanished, and he stood exhausted. Eun-ha frowned, deeply trapped in a dilemma. Janko still pressed on, drawing his gun to threaten. "This is your end, kid." The dogs from earlier appeared again. They bit tightly between No Eun-ha's legs, startling him. Since when did a whirlwind appear above your head? You calmly thought, can't avoid it. Then I'll use the pierce point technique. Then you quickly escaped from the dog's captivity. Eun-ha turned his head and aimed his gun straight at them. They still tried to leap forward to bite your legs. Eun-ha jumped toward Janko and swung his sword straight at him. Janko's eyes widened. Lucky. He was the one who flung you onto the sewing table. Eun-ha! As soon as your feet touched the ground, you stepped on circles of power, surrounding you everywhere. Eun-ha was shocked. It was a magic trap. By the time you realized it was too late, everything shattered instantly. The ground broke apart violently. You crouched down, fresh blood dripping heavily at your feet. Inside Eun-ha calculated silently. In this state, I can't run anymore. I have to recover first. But suddenly Janko snatched the potion from your hand. With a sneering face, he said, You planning to drink that alone? And yanked the bottle away. Eun-ha cursed him silently in hatred. Janko Miran stood there saying, I'm not desperate. The potions in this country are pretty good. They restore stamina and mana instantly. You ignored him, thinking only about escaping first. Restoring stamina and mana instantly, you ignored him, thinking only about escaping first. Janko shouted loudly and launched a sneak attack on Eun-ha Tianbo. You were stunned, but immediately turned to counterattack. Your weapon dropped to the ground. Janko aggressively kicked your chest. He said close to you, I won't deal with you that easily. You fell backward from the momentum, crashing into the wall with a loud explosion. Janko Miran grinned with satisfaction. Do beasts only understand after being beaten? A little pup like you dares to meddle in this. Red blood gushed fiercely from your body. Janko Miran froze, doubting if this kid was already done for. That little. He should not have logged out yet. Suddenly, Janko opened his eyes wide as you threw the empty potion bottle to the ground. Your voice was calm. I should have used this sooner. Emerging from the dust, you appeared face cold, as ice eyes blazing with deadly intent. Janko Miran screamed in fear. You bastard, how many bottles have you taken? You replied calmly. I have a whole set of fruit-flavored potions. He wondered how a dying guy could recover like this. Restoring stamina and mana was already shocking, but surprisingly, he even refreshed his buff effects without cooldown. Moreover, his mana was amplified even more than before. Could it be unconscious? He gasped. An ability? Eun-ha added, Not just an ability, I have this too. His face turned pale, and a drop of blood dripped out. He was stunned it was the amplifier ring in Eun-ha's hand. Janko doubted. No way, how much stronger can this bastard get? But I still have a chance. He fired inaccurately. I am definitely better than him in that regard. Eun-ha gripped his gun tightly, eyes ready to devour him alive instantly. You said nothing directly aimed at him and pulled the trigger. Janko Miran counterattacked, mocking inside. You're mistaken, brat. You pulled the trigger too soon. I'll be the one who wins. Eun-ha swiftly dodged a deadly strike. While Janko Miran was still unprepared, you picked up the sword he had dropped earlier. He froze, not understanding what just happened. Eun-ha was ready to finish him, aiming straight for Janko Miran's gun-holding arm. Smiling slightly, you said, ignorant. The pain shot through his arm, making him grimace and groan softly. His arm was severed in two. You coldly said, already hurting, I've only just begun. Didn't you say beasts only understand after being beaten? He angrily held his bleeding arm. The sword you had just thrown returned to your hand. Janko Miran hissed through clenched teeth. But I'm no beast. Fresh blood, the sword just returned to Eun-ha's hand. Janko Miran hissed through clenched teeth. But I'm no beast. He staggered, but stubbornly refused to admit it. You're not the SAO. In the long, silent corridor, a figure was thrown aside. Bruno Valentin angrily swung a furious punch, his beast-like fist smashed down the corridor. Bricks and stones shattered. Seeing this, Valentin furrowed his brows tightly. Bruno Valentin took a 1-second breather before launching another attack. Albert Valentin swiftly dodged. In this situation, he turned and fled to save himself. Bruno's relentless strikes continued to chase him down. Suddenly, he was caught off guard. Bruno Valentin had been in pursuit all along. His face was fierce, and his deadly fists swept past Albert Valentin's face. He sneered. Your skills haven't changed at all. Then he gripped Bruno's arm firmly, his tone contemptuous. I've been eagerly waiting to see your current skills. What a joke. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed down the hallway. Ambek Valentin pointed his gun at Bruno Valentin's chest and pulled the trigger. The bullet didn't pierce his chest but dropped straight to the ground. Ambek Valentin grew impatient. What do you plan to do? Just stand there and take it. Bruno Valentin raised his second-level fighter shield and survived. Blood dripped from his mouth. Unable to hold back, he aggressively raised his fist to strike Albert Valentin. But before Bruno's fist could hit Albert's face, Albert cut in. There are 2 reasons you're defeated. First, your moves are too predictable. Second, your mana is nearly depleted. and the potion's effects are about to end. While the potion's effect lasts, you can't move. The only thing you have is defensive magic. You've trapped yourself. Bruno Valentin cursed in anger. His mana and shield shattered into pieces. Albert Valentin readied his gun to shoot. Suddenly, Julieta Valentin ran over, shouting, "Stop! This isn't what you promised! You said you wouldn't harm those around me." He didn't lower his weapon, instead aiming the gun at her. His voice was cold. "You came out just to remind me of our promise, and Bach ordered this side to be finished. Soon just stay put." He pressed the gun against her forehead. Julieta gripped the gun, tightly challenging. "Go ahead and shoot if you can." Unexpectedly, she dared to say that. Albert Valentin was furious. She turned to Bruno Valentin. "Bruno, go back. Do you really want to die? He's not alone. Junko and Tom Myron are here too. Do you think reckless actions like this will make me happy? What I need is—" Before she could finish, Bruno Valentin interrupted. "I promise to protect only you, miss. Just one word from you is enough." She yelled, "Don't move, Bruno Valentin." But he stepped closer to Albert Valentin, unhesitatingly squeezing the trigger. Julieta Valentin screamed helplessly. Bruno Valentin raised his hand to block the bullet. Albert Valentin was puzzled by this. Bruno's hand caught the bullet. He said, "One word is enough, Julieta. Even if the whole world opposes you." His eyes cold, his voice firmer than ever. "I only need you. So answer me." Bruno Valentin unleashed a blazing flame. Albert Valentin was stunned, then quickly raised his shield and dodged to the side, avoiding Bruno's sudden attack. He hid behind the shield to escape the raging fire that aimed to kill him. Bruno Valentin clutched his aching arm and softly called Julieta. She weakly replied, "Save," then slowly reached out her hand. Warm tears streamed down Julieta's face, her voice gentle. "Save me." Over at Eun-ha and Genko Myron's side, the two had stopped fighting as they heard Genko's groans. "You're exaggerating. It's just one arm. Do you have to overreact?" His arm lay in a pool of bright red blood. Eun-ha asked indifferently, "You can still use healing magic to reattach it, right?" Seeing this, Genko panicked, shouting, "Stop!" "But of course you won't spare him." Genko Myron held the man down. Eun-ha stomped hard on the arm on the ground, splattering fresh blood everywhere. Genko could only stand there, blinking helplessly. Then he shouted curses loudly. "You brat!" He summoned an explosive fire point. Eun-ha wondered. That's a large area bombardment magic. Right. Watching the fire point rush toward him, he calculated. But it won't affect me if I stay away from the explosion. The fire point pursued its prey relentlessly like a hungry beast. "No." Eun-ha gritted his teeth in anger. "Even though I'm using mana from the divine source, it still keeps up." The blaze was now closing in on his feet. As expected, a massive explosion erupted behind Eun-ha. His body was thrown backward nearly 10 meters. When he finally stopped, Eun-ha was furious and hadn't yet regained his composure when he sensed something was off. Genko Myron unleashed a second rapid-fire attack in succession, but he showed no fear at all. Eun-ha was equally fierce and launched a piercing strike in retaliation. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "Just a bit more, a little faster." As Eun-ha's steps surged forward, the explosion roared behind him. His eyes blazed with determination, ready to face Genko Myron head-on. He was scared and was about to strike him down. Suddenly, Eun-ha felt something wrong inside his body, filling him with frustration. What now? Is this young body of mine finally at its limit, seeing no Eun-ha like this? Genko wondered what was happening, but saw this as his chance. A steel cage appeared. It enveloped no Eun-ha entirely. Genko Myron had used a restraining trap to imprison him. Eun-ha broke the iron cage, thinking, "Damn it, I need to deal with this before my body completely collapses." Without hesitation, he decisively slashed, snapping the bars apart. The blade in his hand shattered into pieces from the force. Eun-ha's eyes turned bloodshot with anger. Genko Myron struck, suddenly hurling him back. After the blow, Eun-ha quickly got up, one hand bracing the ground. His other hand glowed with purple energy, preparing to counterattack. He slammed down hard, channeling all his resentment into the strike. The decisive blow named Genko Myron's vengeful spirit. Mocking loudly, Genko said, "What good is that?" His hand gripped his sword tightly, veins bulging. Facing Eun-ha's attack, he shouted, "I've already lost an arm." The gun in Eun-ha's hand suddenly collided with something. The clash of opposing energies shattered the ground in an instant. Both Eun-ha and Genko Myron were affected, falling backward. The pain in Eun-ha's gun hand pierced to the bone. Pain was etched deeply across Eun-ha's face. Genko Myron roared. "Go to hell!" Eun-ha moved swiftly, dodging the attack. He immediately pivoted his foot to create a solid base and unleashed a barrage of shots at Genko Myron. One bullet struck him in the chest. Blood erupted from the wound. Genko grew angrier and recklessly charged to counterattack. Genko Myron's flames wrapped tightly around Eun-ha's leg. He yanked hard, throwing Eun-ha off balance and causing him to fall to the ground. Eun-ha's arms slammed forcefully onto the ground. Genko Myron followed up with a punch to his chest. He aggressively raised his fist, then delivered a devastating blow to Eun-ha's face. Genko Myron had gone mad, punching and cursing "Go to hell." "I told you to go to hell." Eun-ha's hands trembled, suspended in midair, unable to hold on any longer. His hand fell hard. Genko Myron was relentless, repeatedly kicking Eun-ha's body. He slowly backed away, his voice gleeful. "This is the end." Immediately, Genko shouted and unleashed a decisive barrage. He watched as dust rose thickly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Genko Myron laughed. "It's over. I won." But then he fell silent, pondering. What if he's not dead yet? I'll crush his throat until there's no pulse left. Yet as Genko's hand reached out, Eun-ha grabbed it tightly. Eun-ha bit down like a wild beast, refusing to let go. A sharp pain shot through. Enraged, Genko Myron shouted, "You brat," he kicked. "No, Eun-ha, hard ordering. Let go of my hand." Hit by the kick, Eun-ha was thrown up and slammed hard against the ceiling. Genko Myron taunted, "You filthy maggot. You've really shown me just how despicable you are. But what are you going to do now?" "I'm still intact." But before he could boast further, he suddenly coughed up blood. A fresh mouthful of bright red blood dripped to the ground. Genko couldn't believe he'd taken such a severe hit to make him cough up this much blood. "I can't control my mana." His hand trembled. His legs lost strength, collapsing in pain, as if his body was being torn apart. Genko Myron finally realized it was mana backlash. He roared in fury. "What did you do to me?" Eun-ha slowly raised the level 6 green vial and said lightly, "Level 6, deadly poison from a phantom spider." That vial contained poison from a phantom spider, which blocked the mana flow, causing mana congestion that leads to death. Genko Myron, he hid the poison in his mouth. Genko Myron writhed in pain, still cursing non-stop. "You stupid bastard, you planning to take me down with you?" Eun-ha mocked, "Idiot, who would only bring poison alone." He popped the vial's cap, drank the contents, and said, "Of course I brought the antidote." Then he collapsed to the ground. Genko cursed wildly. Eun-ha picked up the gun and spoke slowly. "Don't curse in Korean." "What's wrong with your pronunciation?" He pointed the gun at Janko's head. Even now, Janko still bragged. "Do you think you won't regret this? I'm a JDC member. Do you know if I die, it'll become a global incident. If you kill me, the whole world will be your enemy. Are you ready to face the world as your enemy? If you finish me off before he could finish," Eun-ha barked. "Shut up, you talk too much." Losing patience, he pressed the gun straight into Janko's mouth. Eun-ha sat down opposite him, coldly saying, "The survivor decides the value of your life. I'll decide whether the world becomes my enemy, because you lost. Now behave and go meet your ancestors." Genko Myron's eyes widened in terror as the cold bullet pierced his throat. The ruined room fell silent. Eun-ha threw the gun down. Exhausted, he slumped to the floor, exhaling deeply as he muttered, "I only have one vial left. Should I drink it now and then go find Brother Bruno? I'm almost dead." Behind the wall, Tom Myron was hiding, watching him. He clenched a plastic bag tightly to steady his shaking hands endlessly, wondering what was happening. He couldn't believe his Chadisi had died at the hands of a kid, and not by his own doing. Unable to deal with someone on the verge of death handling him would only waste more time. Before the Korean players arrived, those in Cell Zone were also planning to head to the Alice Hotel. Tom Myron prioritized dealing with Julieta Valentine. Bruno Valentine, like a wild beast, charged swiftly to seize his prey, Albert Valentine. His face radiated pure rage. Albert Valentine was somewhat terrified by his appearance. Bruno's punch sent Albert flying. The impact tore a large hole in the ceiling. He thought to himself how different Bruno really was. Was it just a temporary weakness earlier? Lightning fast. Bruno Valentine charged again to strike. Albert Valentine was at a loss, just staring at him. As Bruno prepared to finish it, a voice cut in. Cut and stop. He put the knife to Julieta Valentine's throat and said, "It's over. If you don't want to see Julieta, warning. Don't move. Stand still and raise your hands if you think I won't deal with her. You're dead wrong." He didn't dare take risks and obediently raised both hands. Tom Myron turned to Albert Valentine. "Lord Albert, let's end this here. There's no time. Lord Genko is already dead." He loaded a bullet and calmly replied, "Understood." "So Genko has gone to meet the King of Hell?" Tom Myron quickly responded, "Yes," before the Korean players could rush in, and before words were finished, a bullet slammed into his head. Tom only managed a helpless groan before collapsing to the ground. Julieta Valentine was horrified. What? She's holding someone hostage. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Julieta broke out in cold sweat, realizing it. Albert Valentine's gun barrel still smoked from the last shot. Tom could only let out a helpless groan before falling to the ground. Julietta Valentine was terrified. Finally, you're done for. I've been waiting for a chance to take his life. But before I could act, he died. Even Tom Myron had to meet his end. And then the Myron family would be wiped out from this country. Finally, you kicked the bucket. I had been waiting for the chance to take his life. But before I could act, he had already passed on. Even that Tom Myron had to go to the afterlife. And then the Myron family was left with nothing in this country. Bruno, Julietta, I have another proposal for you both return to the Valentine family because Jenko is gone for good now. It's time for us to destroy the Myron family and rebuild the Valentines. Julietta Valentine spoke plainly. Brother, have you lost your mind? The Myron family won't fall just because Jenko is gone. She was doubtful. He wasn't the type to say such nonsense. It's the pressure of becoming Valentine's leader what changed him. He's no longer the man I once knew. He sneered slyly. We can use the fact that Jian died in Korea to our advantage. The Myrons will retaliate against Korea and end up destroying themselves. Return to Valentine. Now I can protect you, Julietta, Bruno said. If you still feel grateful for all Valentine has done for you, then. Julietta, come back and serve Valentine. Suddenly a sharp voice rang out. Who authorized Unbeck? Valentine. Startled, No Eun-ha dashed forward like lightning, angrily demanding, Who are you to take my people without permission? Without wasting words, he launched a preemptive strike, slashing fiercely at the man's leg. Ambeck was quick on his feet, immediately jumping back to evade, then kicked toward him. Albert's face twisted with aggression. Eun-ha returned the blow by stabbing through his thigh. Albert Valentine's fury flared as he drew his gun and fired. Eun-ha dodged, but still took a bullet in the thigh. Eun-ha retreated against the wall, bracing himself. Albert Valentine regretted. I wasted time. Now I have to take out Bruno first. Suddenly he noticed something unusual. Julietta Valentine was healing Bruno. He growled. Since when have you been lying on the ground? Eun-ha, whether to provoke or not is my decision, so don't leave on your own accord. Sister, you've misjudged me. Enough stalling, right, Julietta? Valentine smiled gently and promised, I won't do it again. Then she summoned a powerful amplification skill, leaving Albert Valentine stunned. He gritted his teeth. Damn it! Julietta Valentine quietly instructed Bruno Valentine, You must return unharmed. He agreed to her request. Bruno surged forward like an arrow, veins bulging in his arms as if ready to kill. Albert Valentine immediately reacted, his wounded leg still dripping fresh blood. Albert was furious that this kid had hurt his leg. Every attack Bruno launched was blocked by his shield. Still, Albert had to absorb some force and was thrown back. Eun-ha quickly dodged away, wondering surely he hasn't forgotten me. His whole body trembled. Albert Valentine slammed hard against the wall behind them. The impact made him cough up blood on the spot. Bruno Valentine grew even more ferocious. Albert Valentine still wanted to counterattack. Raising his gun with both hands, he aimed straight at Bruno Valentine and fired. He fired in a furious volley while shouting. But Bruno was no less fierce. He raised his hand to block the shots. Gathering momentum, he charged to finish Albert Valentine, his fist smashing into Albert's face. His face contorted. He shouted, Go to hell! The ceiling cracked loudly. Albert Valentine was blasted out of the building, shards of glass flying everywhere. In pain, he stubbornly refused to give up. I can't just leave like this. I've endured enough disrespect. He told the Valentine family that he would destroy the Myron family and swore to his father he would rebuild Valentine. This is just the beginning. His entire body was drenched in blood. Ambeck Valentine remained unwilling to accept defeat. He couldn't end here. The impact caused a loud explosion from the pit. He stretched out his hand, crawling from the rubble. Albert thought, as long as I'm alive, there's still hope. Before Bruno catches up, I have to escape. The wind shifted suddenly, a voice echoed above him. Albert Valentine, Italian ambassador. C'est la donna. I am detaining you for masterminding the terrorist attack on the Alice Hotel. Meanwhile, in the reception area at the Blue House, G.A. Yoon spoke. The situation has changed. Your intrusion into our country is quite problematic, don't you think? The mastermind behind the Alice Hotel terrorist attack, Ambeck Valentine, is now locked in a glass cage with his limbs disabled. Ambeck calmly said, I am not the one who initiated the terrorist attack. You're baselessly accusing an Italian ambassador and unlawfully detaining him. Dong-hun behind him snapped. This crazy bastard. Ji-Yoon stopped him and asked, Is that so? What do you intend to do? We have video evidence of you killing Tom Myron and Jenko Myron, and the evidence that you kidnapped an Italian woman too. He clenched his teeth, choking on his words. She was the one pressing him. An elementary school kid killed Jenko Myron, and he's the one behind the terrorism. Jia-yun laughed smugly. Who would believe that? And Bach glared furiously without saying anything more. She revealed that. I analyzed information about Big's political position. Mama and power in Italy. You and Big Mama killed Genko Myron and you're trying to suppress the Myron family's power. Right, however, it seems like you've been ineffective in your efforts. Ji-yeon continued. I heard that besides you two, the Myron family had been acting secretly. Jia-yun announced, We're holding all the Italians who were there, so they'll be my bargaining chips to make a deal with you. He quietly asked her, What do you want? She cautiously stepped forward, as if afraid her lie would be exposed. I've been found out, looking straight into Albert's eyes, implying, I want a lot of things. The scene shifts to the hospital sunlight gently streaming through the windows. In Eun-ha's hospital room, a voice spoke up. Aren't you going to listen to your mom? She pinched Eun-ha's ear, scolding. Last time you got hurt and now you're injured. Again hospitalized for 12 weeks. Eun-ha winced in pain. Ow! No, Eun-ha's mother expressed that she didn't want her child to push too hard. He obediently replied, Yes, with endless love shining in his mother's eyes. She stood, advising, I'll come visit again, so stay healthy, okay? He quickly left, leaving no Eun-ha to recover. He wondered, Dad and my sister will come visit soon, right? No, Eun-ha recalled his sister chasing and grabbing him. He looked out the window, feeling guilty for himself and the whole family. Glancing at the remote, he hesitated. Should I watch the news while waiting? Eun-ha pressed the remote, and the TV announced, This is the next news report last night, someone reported. Loud noises came from the Alice Hotel. Despite the volume, the source was unknown. The sound scared many residents for a long time, but with help from Italian players who were inside the hotel, the news said Mana had been misallocated, turning the place into a dungeon. Since no citizens remain in the hotel, the Italian players who were once there entered the dungeon to investigate. Outsiders would likely believe a deal had been made between Korea and Italy. I wonder what they got in return. Eun-ha listened and watched, thinking someone uninformed would believe there was a transaction between Korea and Italy. I wonder what they received. A hand opened the door, and Giulietta spoke. Big brother Eun-ha, are you okay? Behind her was Bruno holding a cake. Eun-ha politely said, Sis, don't call me Big Brother anymore. She replied, Big Brother Eun-ha is Big Brother. You're an adult now, so learn to take pride in that title. He recalled the cheesy moments of the couple. He teasingly blamed them for forgetting he was at the hotel. At that time, he kept seeking attention. Hey sis, hey uncle, I'm hurt here. The two just chuckled softly. Then Giulietta and Bruno gazed at each other lovingly. Eun-ha didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, Giulietta knelt down to thank him for saving her. Without you, I'd probably live my whole life in despair. Bruno did the same. Eun-ha, I could never repay everything I owe you in this lifetime. Seeing this, he got flustered. Well, Uncle and Sis stood up. She swore, Tonight in the stillness of the night, under the bright moon and stars, I humbly make this sacred vow. Bruno respectfully added, I will wholeheartedly serve the one who saved me, and I swear to protect my brother's honor. If anyone asks where I'm from, this is how I will answer. Both placed their hands sincerely over their chests. Together they said, My father is the sun, and my mother is the moon. No, Eun-ha sighed softly, looking at them with affectionate eyes. Giulietta joked, With this vow I'll call you Big Brother. Both said in unison, Our father is the sun, and our mother is the moon. No, Eun-ha sighed softly, looking at them with affectionate eyes. Giulietta joked, With this bond, I guess I have to call you Big Brother. Eun-ha was surprised. Hey bro, what if we make our child Eun-ha's true disciple? He agreed, great idea. Eun-ha overheard, but thought silently that he had no intention of becoming a player, nor did he want to be part of the mafia gang. Then he raised his hand, suggesting, Why did you two decide without asking me? Giulietta proposed, Or maybe you two should make our child Eun-ha's true disciple. He was confused and quickly responded, My child. Which child? She happily shared the good news you'll find out soon. We're really looking forward to it. Only then did he understand. Congratulations to you both, sis. I'm relieved you're safe. Giulietta pulled something from her pocket. Look at this. She handed over a card. Eun-ha took it and asked, What is this? Giulietta said, Look at the name. Eun-ha examined the name carefully. They were the 2 ID cards of the young couple, but with changed surnames. Eun-ha was very surprised, exclaiming, What's going on? She beamed. Why, we've decided to live a new life. So we changed our last names. Giulietta put on a serious face. In this case, we took the surname of Eun-ha, which makes the most sense, right? Call us no Giulietta and no Bruno. Eun-ha frowned, staring intently at the ID card. He shouted, Oh no. In an old hallway lined with books, Junsik sat in a room watching something and said, "There you are." Bruno spoke up. "I heard you blocked information about us." He bowed in gratitude. "We owe you another favor, Elder." He thought silently. "From the house you gave us when we first arrived in Korea, and now this as well. We've received a lot of help from you." The Elder smiled lightly, looking up. "Yes, I did pull some strings. The goddess was very curious about your identity." Junsik recalled their conversation. She kept asking, "Who are those Italians?" "They're AI. Bruno felt awkward, not knowing what else to say. "Thank you, sir. If I have the medicine, I'll still do it. Since the Alice Hotel fell into the hands of the Don and IH corporations, I decided to withdraw from the hotel business, and I also decided to invest more in medicine." Junsik turned and reminded him, "Be careful, the goddess said she won't investigate further, but you can't trust her words." Bruno nodded. "Yes." He showed concern. "Besides, you don't have a job right now. Do you? Have you thought about joining me as an exclusive player?" Bruno was unemployed, standing there stunned. He suggested, "I can't do anything if you don't want to." But at that moment he guessed, so Junsik expressed, "When you no longer want to be my bodyguard, still protect the kids like you always have." In his eyes, Junsik was a kind man. He laughed heartily. "Don't stare at me like that, you're about to drill a hole in me." He replied, "Yes." A happy family photo appeared with Junsik's warm voice. "I have no other purpose. For the kids who came into this old man's life, I just want to see them smile brightly." Bruno didn't hesitate to answer. "I'll accept your offer," he replied. "Thank you." He immediately stepped outside and closed the door. Junsik sat alone in silence. "Looks like I really am getting old." His eyes were full of emotion. "At this age, I still get this touched." Junsik caressed the book in his hands. "Do you think so too, my dear?" The photo of him and his wife remained in the same spot, and all the feelings were still there. The sea roared under a gray sky. A tsunami as tall as a wall crashed down. The massive warship shook violently its hull, tilting thunder and lightning like strikes, clearing the way for the impending disaster. The sailors on board retreated in fear. "It's coming from the depths of the Black Sea." A giant figure emerged, revealing sharp teeth and glowing red eyes. It rammed hard into the hull, causing the ship to shake violently. The ship broke in two and it immediately dived down. A voice rang out. At that moment, the sailors shuddered at the giant shadow as the commander gave orders. "When it appears, let Leviathan rise and wreak havoc once again." It lunged forward, jaws sharp as steel blades, crashing into the ship's bow. The sailors turned pale at that terrifying power. The Leviathan appeared, its skin covered in shimmering dark purple scales, like wet metal, its long body curling like a dragon. One step pressed on the water's surface. The ship below looked tiny compared to Leviathan. It roared again, the sound shaking the sea and throwing everything into chaos. War Saint Nam Gong Sangun ordered the retreat. Leviathan was held back by an iceberg. Sangun jumped off the ship's deck. "I will open the path with blood," he declared, standing on the massive ice block. Standing before the colossal Leviathan, Sangun showed no fear. He charged forward resolutely. "I'll leave you with one arm." The ice began to crack, and the Leviathan struggled to break free. Letting out a thunderous roar, Sangun launched himself powerfully from above toward it. He unleashed the frozen plum spear technique. He aimed at Leviathan's mouth. The power of the northern blizzard surged into the weapon in Sangun's hand. He fiercely launched the weapon straight at Leviathan. At that moment, Eun-ha held her phone, checking the news. The Leviathan conquest was complete. However, the losses were enormous. He speculated that Nam Gong Sangun would retire and leave the 12 within the next few years. At the middle school academy on entrance exam day, Eun-ha's little sister ran up shouting loudly, "Brother baby!" She dove onto him. "Play with me, I'm so bored." Eun-ha looked at her curiously and wondered, "Why hasn't sister come out yet?" The little sister suggested, "Let's play word chain." Eun-ha quietly speculated. He heard that because too many people registered, the exam would be extended a bit. Hopefully nothing bad has happened to sister, right? Eun-ha spoke to his sister first. A few cold hours earlier, the screen recorded everyone's actions. At the middle school academy during the entrance exam, the monitoring committee watched cameras recording every action in every area of the school. This wasn't an exam to test students' talents, but to see if their AI had the potential to become a player. The chief supervisor requested all cameras in the training room to be shown. The potential to become a player, the chief supervisor demanded all cameras from the training room. From number 2 to BA9 and 40, another supervisor spoke up. Number 40. You're talking about John Rio, the redhead with the highest mana among the candidates. Right. What's your opinion? There's no doubt about her skills. Even before the exam started, she was already considered a prodigy. John Rio swiftly overcame the challenges with ease. The chief supervisor asked. What about BA9? Eun-ha chased after her, but John Rio was just as quick. The assistant flipped through the answer list. BA9's name was no Eun-ha. She was running diligently. A fiery obstacle course John Hoon crossed smoothly and pressed forward. Next was a powerful glowing blue circle. Eun-ha quickly passed it too, moving on to the next challenge. The chief supervisor watched with some admiration. With the abilities of both, is that girl also a prodigy? The assistant replied. No, she's not. John Hoon passed the obstacles with indifference. Meanwhile, Nuna danced enthusiastically. The chief supervisor guessed. So there's a new rookie, he thought. I thought just observing the prodigy and that a rookie would be enough, the supervisor remarked. Looks like the champion of this round is decided. The redhead lifted his glasses. But I don't think either of them used any mana at all. The chief supervisor was stunned. What you mean? John Hoon and Eun-ha ran their hardest without mana. Did they pass the exam using only physical strength? The exam ended with first place at 6 minutes 6 seconds, number 40, Ryu. John Hoon A+, rank second place at 6 minutes 6 seconds, BA9, no Eun-ha, A+, rank. Eun-ha recalled Chelin's advice. Don't use mana during the exam, only if absolutely necessary, but try to avoid it. She remembered during training she wanted to ask why. Isn't controlling mana well essential to becoming a player? She explained. Is controlling mana well essential? She explained that players often face situations that are disadvantageous, so we must train in advance to prepare for those cases. Eun-ha now realized Sister Seo Yang was right, because you can easily fall into abusing mana. Her eyes brightened with interest as she looked over, but unexpectedly there were others who didn't use mana like her. Eun-ha stared at Jeon Ryo drinking water. She thought she's even faster than me. She approached and started a conversation. You really run well, Eun-ha excitedly said. I didn't know you'd run without using mana like me. Jeon Ryo appeared indifferent. The girl just gave a slight nod, expression unchanged, then quickly turned away, leaving Eun-ha puzzled. She wondered, is she shy about talking? The teacher began explaining. Now I'll explain the final exam to you all. Behind this gate lies a maze. The maze's structure will change at certain times. You will be placed randomly within designated zones inside the maze. Supervisory assistants will provide food and drinks, so you can rest. Nuna and John Rio listened attentively as the teacher continued. In this test, you can use mana and weapons, and you can also cooperate with other candidates if you want. Hiji turned to greet them. Excuse me, you two were first and second place in the last test, right? Eun-ha quickly took notice. She extended her hand and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Choiji. Eun-ha replied. Hello, nice to meet you, I'm no Eun-ha. She approached and shook hands, saying, I'm from Dungach Elementary, the closest school to the quarry, and I study there. I'm very skilled at using mana. Eun-ha immediately sensed she seemed very confident. Hiji stepped forward and sent 10 words. Eun-ha said, Do you want to join our team? She blushed. Cooperate. Won't we be separated once we're inside? Hiji smiled brightly and clarified. I meant, if we meet inside the maze, let's promise to help each other. And no bad intentions. Hearing that, Nuna quickly agreed. She shrewdly turned to ask John Rio. Do you want to join too? The girl bluntly said. No, I'm fine on my own. Eun-ha waved. All right, see you later. Hiji seemed to notice the expressions of the two friends. Then Hiji sequentially asked, Eun-ha, are you okay? She's really rude ignoring people like that. Surely she doesn't have a single friend at school. Eun-ha awkwardly said, I'm fine, you don't have to comfort me since she didn't do anything to upset me. The two friends continued to tease her, acting like she's the best, but with an arrogance as if she actually is. Such a strange personality. Looks like it will be hard for me to get close to these girls, Eun-ha silently thought. Her face was a bit forced. She recalled John Rio, and instead remembered the moment when she first talked to her. I think I could get closer to her, even though back then John Rio just coldly nodded. While they were talking, the teacher's voice rang out. Now the final test will begin. The door opened, and all the students looked forward to it. The students were led into a maze made of towering metal walls. The paths looked identical straight, and even with no special signs to easily get lost. Eun-ha stood hesitating for a moment, facing 2 forks, unsure which way to go. She recalled Seo John's advice when you don't know what to do. First you have to grasp the flow of mana. Her eyes lit up as she began sensing the mana flow. The flow appeared clearly guiding her. Eun-ha decided to follow the mana. It would lead her to the exit, so she just needed to follow it right. After walking a bit, a voice called out, Hello, teacher, with a banquet table waving. You're the first one here? The teacher offered a bottle of water. You must be tired. Want some water? He had already unscrewed the cap. She took it happily. Thank you, teacher. The teacher watched Eun-ha drink heartily, then suddenly suggested, I'll give you a hint. She was surprised. Are you sure, teacher? This is a test, he replied. Of course, but since it's the final test, it's very difficult. So this is allowed. The teacher pointed, suggesting the correct path. She immediately bowed her head. Yes, thank you very much. Then she ran off. The teacher's face showed a sinister look after waving goodbye. Eun-ha followed the directions for a while, then noticed something and suspiciously looked around. But I don't see mana flowing here. How could the teacher deceive me? Eun-ha looked in another direction, guessing the teacher was there, so I must be going the right way. Hi, G, you looking this way? Nuna. She ran over and greeted. Hi, G. She waved. Perfect timing, we were just asking the teacher which way to go. The students begged the teacher to give them a hint. Go ahead. The teacher enthusiastically said, Okay, there's no other way. Which way does the sun rise? The students answered in unison. East. They happily ran east. Here, pull Eun-ha's hand on ah. The teacher said east, let's go. She hesitated and looked back. Feeling strange mana flow was heading the opposite way from where the teacher directed. Eun-ha always sensed something was off. Every time she looked back, she felt the mana was flowing in the other direction, but Hiji kept urging her. Eun-ha thought, something's weird, the teachers keep telling us we're going the wrong way. At the next stage, the teacher praised, Well done, everyone, this is the last fork. He proposed that one of these 3 paths would lead straight to the exit. The student here, the teacher said, Can you tell us which way to go? It's almost over, and the test is about to end. I'm exhausted. The teacher awkwardly replied, I can't say. But he winked and gestured in that direction. The students immediately got excited. They quickly followed that path. Let's go. We'll be the first to arrive. Haha, praising everyone for doing well. Suddenly, Nuna shouted loudly, Wait! Her voice made everyone stop and turn around. She pointed in the opposite direction. As for me, I don't think that's the exit, Nuna insisted. The mana flows this way. The boy didn't believe her, but the teacher said it was this way. The girl next to him urged, Time's almost up. Why are you like this? Nuna hesitated, but the mana was flowing. They shouted loudly, The exit is right in front of us! It's all thanks to the teacher guiding us. The boy complained, We're exhausted. Why are you like this? Seriously? Haiji irritably called Yuna. She hesitated. Hey, Haiji, Yuna sarcastically said. You can be wrong without being stubborn. The crowd's chatter cheered her on. Acting like you're so great. Do you think you're better than the teacher, or what? The teacher quietly observed. Eun-ha was worried. She worried inwardly. It's scary. I'm only saying what I see. Eun-ha began to tremble, clenching her hands tightly. A thought came up. If I were Eun-ha, what would I do in this situation? On the bus, Eun-ha firmly said, Don't trust anyone? She asked back, No one at all. Not even one person. He replied, Exactly. I told you, since we're players, we can't trust anyone, only ourselves. Anna deeply remembered that phrase, trust yourself. She was determined. Yes, that's right. At that moment, her chaotic mind suddenly cleared. Don't forget. Anna stopped, trembling with fear. Why did I remember her words right now? She said seriously, There's no exit this way. Hiji ignored her. Then go on your own. We'll go this way, Anna replied. Fine. Hiji looked on disdainfully. The teacher saw the mana flow. It surged beneath Nuna's feet. She quickly stepped forward without hesitation, ahead of the students behind her. Hiji and the others watched in surprise. Hiji sneered. Is she stupid? Meanwhile, Nuna sped ahead. Hiji flipped her hair arrogantly. Whatever, it's the right exit anyway, everyone thought quietly. I really don't understand, the answer is right there, but she chose the other way. Yet because of that, she dashed forward. I'm already ahead of the runner-up here. Ahiji confidently stepped through the test, just as she reached the finish line. Suddenly, everyone was back in the familiar space. It was the original starting line. This made Hiji furious. By then, Nuna had exited the maze. Thinking the exit was almost that close, I was so lucky to have passed. Right, but the test lasted longer than I thought. Everyone must be waiting for me. Let me drink something first. Eun-ha and Yoon must be very hungry. As she pressed the button, a hand reached out. Hello, John Hua. Hesitantly handing over a can, I decided to buy one to try. The girl blushed and explained. About your earlier team proposal, I didn't refuse because I don't like you. Nuna was delighted, shy, and adorable. Let's go then. Here's the drink, thanks. I'll enjoy it, she said, opening the can, uncertain what the outcome would be. She sweetly said, but I'm no Yuna. If we meet at the academy, let's be friends. John Hua hesitated, silent for a moment. The girl nervously replied, I'm Ryo John Hua. Outside the school, No Eun-ha carried her sibling, exclaiming, Oh my, when will you be back here? Parents sat together on a bench waiting for class 3. A student read aloud while others listened attentively. A friend whispered, Big brother, big brother. This year teacher Im Do-hun is our homeroom teacher again. No Eun-ha added, and we're in the same class as that kid. excited. I knew we'd be in the same class. It's great, isn't it? No Eun-ha seemed unenthusiastic. Seona muttered behind. Weird, really weird. Seona wondered why everyone she told was all in the same class like this. Before Mr. Jun-sik asked Seona, "Who do you want to be in class with?" The girl excitedly named, "I want to be with Eun-ha, Jungminju, and Hyuk, but not with Jin Seona. And those I don't like. As for the homeroom teacher, I want teacher Im Do-hun. He's the best." Little Eun-ha asked, "Eun-ha, you know something already, right?" He smiled and said, "Yeah," which was oddly coincidental. Eun-ha also recalled lying in the hospital. Jun-sik suggested, "Please take care of Eun-ha, the new student." The teacher responded, "Since the chairman of the Alice Corporation requested it, we will take good care of her." Seona kept teasing him behind his back. "Are you lying or telling the truth?" Do-hun tapped Seona on the head, making her scream. He called out loudly, "Jin Seona!" "You're really bold, daring not to focus during the first semester of the new school year." The girl held her head and said, "I'm sorry." Do-hun sternly said, "After class, go to the teacher's room and clean up." She replied, "Yes, sir." Feeling embarrassed, this was her first time being scolded so shameful. He continued, "No, Eun-ha, you're coming too. You were talking right—" Startled, she answered, "Yes." Do-hun said seriously, "Go clean up with Seona, Eun-ha." Nearby, Tao Un-hyuk laughed mockingly. "Oh no, boss." He pointed, "You too." Choi Un-hyuk jumped. "Why do I have to go too?" Do-hun coldly said, making his laughter suddenly scary. "You're laughing." "Is this the time to laugh?" Seona, full of spirit, said, "So you think I'm funny, huh?" Both agreed. "Let's clean up happily together." Un-hyuk silently resigned himself. Minji turned around, puzzled. "We're already in 3rd grade, but why haven't they changed at all?" Young-ha Gyang beside her could only smile. At the dueling academy, the air was fresh. Un-hyuk stretched, looking refreshed. She rushed to hug John-hwa. "I missed you so much." John-hwa said, "So you've fallen for me, too." John-hwa hugged back. "Yeah." The older sister expressed warmly. "We're in the same class, that's great." John-hwa shyly said, "I think so, too." She suggested, "We should head to class now, right to a war." Then, suddenly turning her back, the students murmured, "Is a celebrity coming?" Everyone waited eagerly. That person was... Footsteps drew closer, revealing a pair of white shoes. Everyone was intense. It was the chosen one to become one of the 12 thrones at age 22. Her scepter glowed and swayed. Lady Park Heron walked through the crowd with an aura of power mixed with beauty. Rumors buzzed. "Is that really Lady Heron? Why is she here?" Heron smirked. "Oh my." Though she appeared friendly on the outside, inside she screamed, "I'm not Lady Heron. I'm only 20, and they're already calling me. Lady Heron sounds so old." The student's eyes lit up. Lady Heron, one of the 12 thrones. Heron changed her mind. After all, she walked over to Nuna and John-hwa, her eyes full of mana observing. Although the last time I saw her was during the Kraken incident 4 years ago, she had grown so much I barely recognized her. How much mana does she possess now? Nuna blushed, wondering what she needed from me. And the student standing next to her was, Nuna whispered, "Is she an eccentric?" John-hwa replied, "No, Nuna." Heron guessed, "It seems she's a seed of Elder Nam Gong." John-hwa asked, "You don't know who that is?" She shook her head, unable to believe the sheer mana power she possessed was enough to affect her body. Amazing. But what really interested me was her thoughts. Heron spoke up. "Surely you already know I'm AI, right?" She placed her hand on Ina's shoulder. "This kid," Heron said, "do you want to be my seed?" Heron's face was full of confidence. Ina was puzzled, not understanding what the offer meant. Heron speculated, if not a star or a time witch, or someone like Sister C.O. Young, no AI could teach her to control such a vast amount of mana. So I need to act fast. Her eyes filled with hope as she looked at Ina proposing she become her seed. Nuna scratched her face, hesitated, then said, "Sorry, but I..." politely declined. Heron froze, hearing that. She tried to explain. "I didn't know you were AI, and I already have a good teacher." John-hwa behind her, a bit regretful, spoke to her. Heron stood still, breaking down slowly. The two quickly turned and left, leaving Heron wilting behind. Please, send my..." "So, I'll take my leave." She repeated, "A good teacher." Everyone around was at a loss for words. Tears welled up in Heron's eyes, despairing. Didn't she know she was AI? Suddenly, Heron's phone rang. Yeonsu was calling. The class cheered in Chinese as the students lamented, "I should have taken a picture with her." Trung is calling." Heron answered the phone. "Master, what's the matter?" Her face suddenly darkened as if she'd heard bad news. She asked sternly, "Are you going to hunt down a pack of monsters?" This morning's newspaper reported a disappearance. Cases of disappearances and murders in Washon City. When the first person went missing, everyone ignored it, thinking it was just a normal disappearance, but soon after, several bodies were found apparently bitten by monsters. The police discovered the corpses in the forest. That was when they realized these incidents were caused by monsters. Those who heard the rumors were terrified and protested. To address this fear, the goddess's government sent kings Grace and Regulus to Waken City. Meanwhile, at the mysterious Wachon Reservoir with its rushing waters, part of a monster appeared. It was a giant lizard with razor-sharp teeth. Perched rigidly on a tree, a level 6 sharp-tailed monster emerged from the deep shadows of the forest. The lizard monster suddenly roared and charged all at once toward Kang Hun-cheon. He used his strength. He swung his sword decisively, incinerating the sharp-tailed lizard instantly. It fell to the ground, its massive body ablaze. There was a fierce sound as Kang Hun-cheon stepped forward, placing his foot on its body. He said, "How have these bastards managed to stay hidden until now?" Someone behind him replied. "Monsters all have intelligence. A monster capable of leading such a large pack must have told the others to flee knowing humans are dangerous." As he spoke, a monster ambushed from behind, but he ignored it, coldly swinging a sword. That was Jeon-su. Kang Hun-cheon wondered, "How do you know what they're thinking? If they were smart, we'd be in trouble." Jeon-su proudly drew his demonic sword. "Never underestimate monsters." The two moved closer together. Their teammates warned Jeon-su, "One careless moment, and you'll be dead." The teammates were being treated, including Heron, who was actively helping with the healing. Kang Hun-cheon glanced at her. "I know he's asking you. Heron, are you here to hunt the monsters?" She replied, "We have. Killed most of the monsters in the area, but some escaped, so we need to form a team to chase them down." Jeon-su sneered. "Unbelievable that the 12 Thrones lost track of the monsters." Won-jun jumped down from a tree. "We did that on purpose," he explained. "If monsters can move as a pack like that, they'd flee to the leader's hiding place." Harry quickly approached. "I get it now, so you're looking for the boss's lair." A voice answered from the group. "We found it!" Her feet landed on a tree branch radiating a mystical power. Won-jun Galang carefully caught her hand. Beautiful Jeon-ji gently stepped down. Jeon-su asked for the hiding place, and she pointed that way. Everyone looked at Kang Hun-cheon as he repeated the location of the sharp-tailed monster's lair. He pointed straight ahead, not far. Kang Hun-cheon asked, "Is that the reservoir?" The clear water of the reservoir appeared ahead, but beneath the surface lay the lair of a ferocious monster. Its eyes glowed, sensing the humans nearby. Everyone moved closer to the reservoir. Heron admired the peak skill, knowing no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't perform magic like that. That gaze was for Jeon-ji, who was casting wide-area magic to plant flowers on the water's surface. She was lost in thought, unable to deny the talent gap. Just as that thought crossed her mind, someone suddenly stepped forward and flicked her forehead hard. The flick sent Heron's head snapping back. Hyun-cheon laughed heartily, watching her clutch her forehead in pain. He asked, "What were you daydreaming about?" Heron cried out, tears in her eyes. "What are you doing?" Hyun-cheon, she exposed her thoughts, and he said, "What are you jealous of? Still don't know your role?" Heron held her forehead and replied, "I know my job is to heal and support." He laughed. Of course, she felt even more frustrated. I said, "I know." Hyun-cheon asked, "Then why are you sulking?" Heron argued, "I'm not sulking." Jeon-su and Jeon-ji laughed at their childish bickering. He called out, "I know you two are flirting, but come take a look at this." She blushed deeply with embarrassment, but he remained calm as if nothing was wrong, observing the reservoir and asking, "What is it, a pipeline?" Inside the reservoir, a cluster of gigantic flower trees, with trunks large enough to hold a person, grew from the bottom. Jeon-su assigned the guild survey team to scout the terrain and handle the remaining tasks. Grace and Regulus would split into groups and enter the base one by one. He turned to ask the Jeonji ice players, "How long can your magic last?" She replied immediately, "If I have enough mana, up to 4 hours." Jeon-su instructed, "I'll assign some guards to protect you. Watch the reservoir here." After learning his mission, Kang Hun-cheon jumped down. He leaned and slid down the cliff. Finally, Kang Hun-cheon set foot at the stopping point and shouted up to those above, "I'll go in first." Then he jumped into a huge pipe above the cliff. Heron scolded in shock. That crazy guy, seriously. Jeon-su and Jeon-joy looked on admiringly. Youth is different after all, we knew it. The others followed, climbing down into the pipe mouth, calling, "Wait for us." According to the news report, the goddess's government declared they would do their best to eliminate the monsters living in the reservoir. Wachon Tao, the Korean Mana Management Association, 12 ice players from Jeonji Park, Hyerim, and Kang Hun-cheon all participated. At the dinner table, upon hearing the news, Eun-ha turned to his sister and asked, "Is it around this time?" She asked blankly. What do you mean? He brushed it off. Nothing, but in his mind he was still thinking about how this mission would negatively affect the future. No, Eun-ha wondered what she should do, since the initial monster hunt went smoothly. But in the end, they failed inside the pipeline, and shadows gradually closed in. The hunting group Kang Hun-cheon cursed angrily. Damn it. Deep inside the pipe, sharp-tailed lizards bit and clawed, flipping upside down. Then they stuffed the victims into a large pot, boiling over a blazing fire. They even hung the bodies upside down from the ceiling. Jong-soo guessed, could those be the missing people? Heron looked on solemnly at the scene. His mood was no better. Kang Hun-cheon's brows furrowed tightly, when suddenly the sharp-tailed lizards detected noises outside and all turned toward the door. A great fire surged forward. The fire burned them, making them scream miserably as they fled in all directions. Amid the flames, a figure gradually appeared, shouting, "Don't think you can get away with this, you disgusting bastards!" Through the flames, Kang Hun-cheon's face appeared with Tao behind him. Tao lunged forward, stabbing a sword straight into the gaping mouth of a sharp-tailed lizard. After they defeated them all, Jong-soo ordered a halt to the attack. He instructed to check the number of wounded and find any survivors. At Kang Hun-cheon's feet, many lay scattered. Their blood stained the ground. The fire of anger kindled within him, then flared up fiercely. This forced the others to raise their protective shields. He needed to place his hand on Kang Hun-cheon's. "Fire demon, calm down. Did you forget someone's missing?" He glanced at Jong-soo and replied, "Isn't that your problem?" He interrupted. Kang Hun-cheon reminded the fire demon, "This isn't a place to do as you please. If you represent a nation's player and a guild, then act professionally." The brat's hand on his shoulder pressed harder. Kang Hun-cheon stared at Jong-soo silently. Those around began worrying. "Don't tell me those two are about to fight. They can't throw punches in such a tight spot." "Then I'm doomed." Finally, he exhaled deeply. The flames around Kang Hun-cheon gradually died down. He calmed, bowed, and said, "I'm sorry." The other gently punched Kang Hun-cheon's shoulder to comfort him, then looked up. "Fire demon. You're not human, so no need to bow to me." After settling down, he told Jong-soo, "What's next?" "Search." After searching around for a while, someone shouted, "Captain of the regulars. Someone here is still alive." Kang Hun-cheon searched the area, then returned to her and said, "Nothing unusual here." Heron asked with concern. "Are you okay?" he replied. "What do you mean?" She approached and asked. "You just got scolded, didn't you?" Kang Hun-cheon scratched his head awkwardly and admitted, "I got scolded because I made a mistake." He felt a bit down, thinking he understood. The players in the village all secretly looked down on me. Gu Jiansu deliberately calling me the fire demon instead of a player made Kang Hun-cheon, or the base guild captain Kang Hun-cheon, clench his fist, tightly suppressing his anger. I really still have shortcomings, but it wasn't about my anger. Horan gently took his hand and suggested, "Let's study together." Kang Hun-cheon explained that compared to others, she had more experience in how she treated people. "We're both just rookies learning while getting scolded," Heron said, gently offering comfort. Meanwhile, the hand was using magic to heal him. Watching his hand return to normal, Kang Hun-cheon was surprised and hesitated before speaking. Park Heron cheerfully said, "Just call me by my name, it's been a while." He thought to himself, "Right, it wasn't just me earlier." Park Heron couldn't stay cool like that. She angrily retorted, "I was comforting you." "So what do you mean by that?" Kang Hun-cheon made a firm decision. "One day, I'll catch up to all of you." Jong-soo approached and asked, "Found the boss already?" The other pointed to the door in front of them and said, "The waves here seem the thickest, so the boss monster must be in this room." He gathered everyone in front of the door. Jong-soo declared, "Everyone gather up. We'll form a team to take down the boss." Everyone responded in unison. Suddenly, he remembered and turned to ask, "Fire demon, can I give the orders?" He set a condition. "If you let me take the main attack," Jong-soo replied enthusiastically. "Fine, then Fire Demon will handle the offense, and I'll support." She wondered, is he back to normal again? He continued assigning roles, placing Park Heron as his assistant. She promptly acknowledged the order, then immediately cast spells to share speed buffs, protection, and blessings. Jong-soo instructed everyone, "Once we move in, maintain this battle formation. Navigators don't let the mages and assault team." The two navigators shouted clearly, then gradually pushed open the heavy door before everyone. He announced, "Then let's go." With that, everyone charged forward as the Lizard King awoke. Its two tail segments closed into a vertical line, spreading wide wings to protect its eggs. Facing the attack, the group charged past the lizard eggs, which were as big as a person. They charged toward the Lizard King. Kang Hun-cheon swung his sword with one hand and conjured fire to strike its nest. Seeing its nest burning, the Lizard King curled its tail around an egg to shield it. At the same time, it hissed a warning at the group. Kang Hun-cheon leapt up and slashed straight down onto its head, landing a hit. The Lizard King snapped its sharp claws at Kang Hun-cheon, who reacted quickly. He jumped high to dodge the strike. As he leapt, Jeon-su swiftly rushed forward. He slashed a blazing red, magic-imbued sword horizontally across the Lizard King's body as he landed. Jeon-su sheathed his sword, preparing to stab again. The Lizard King roared in anger. Tensing its bulging muscles, it tried to protect its egg and leapt 2 steps forward. Lightning fast, it charged ahead, channeling power into its sword. In an instant, Jeon-su was on its back. He raised his sword high, then decisively stabbed down into the monster, causing it to roar in pain. It turned its head, eyes glowing fierce yellow with danger, and thrust its claw after the sword strike. He quickly jumped off the Lizard King's back, then reached forward ready to coordinate the next move. From Kang Hun-cheon's hand, a blazing flame erupted. Confidently, he said, "Burst," and shot the fire at it. The Lizard King was trapped in a sea of flames, while a sword remained lodged in its back. Jeon-su said with a hint of regret, "Even if it's not your sword." "Could you go easy? Such a fine sword," Kang Hun-cheon replied coldly. "I need to take down that monster. It can't be helped. We can't underestimate these creatures." He could say nothing, and just prayed. Heron reminded them, "You two aren't done yet. Please stay focused." She slammed her staff into the ground formation, chanting a binding spell as thick ropes appeared. The ropes wrapped around the Lizard King's legs and body. Heron announced, "Now, all-out simultaneous attack." Every strike, every scattered arrow targeted it. Jeon-su and the others stood nearby watching closely. Suddenly, Kang Hun-cheon noticed something wrong. The wounds on it were healing. The Lizard King growled. "How dare you humans?" He wondered aloud. It can't speak. It's self-aware. Everyone readied their next attack. Tao and the others placed their hands on their weapons, getting into battle stance. Answer, yes. No one paid attention to the eggs behind them, which were slowly cracking open. A sharp-tailed lizard poked its head out of the eggshell, then suddenly lunged forward to bite the nearest warrior's shoulder. Other lizards also began breaking out of their eggs, attacking fiercely, forcing the group to struggle just to defend themselves. Someone asked, "What are those things?" Archers focused their fire on the monsters emerging from the eggs. Kang Hun-cheon heard the commotion and turned around in shock. For a moment he lost focus. The massive body of the Lizard King rose up and lunged toward the two of them. Luckily, before its whole foot slammed down, he and Jeon-su had already jumped away. He observed the small, sharp-tailed lizards thinking of how to respond. On the other side, a soldier called out, "Lord, Gu Jeon-su," and threw something in his hand. Jeon-su caught it. It was his sword. Jeon-su quickly exchanged words with him. "Demon fire, I'll handle these stinky ants." They charged off in opposite directions. Kang Hun-cheon reminded, "Watch your back." Jeon-su replied, watched from above by the angry Lizard King baring its teeth. It hissed, "Sacrifice yourself." He frowned suddenly, noticing something as the monster opened its mouth, spewing a blue-green gas. Kang Hun-cheon quickly covered his mouth to avoid inhaling the poison, silently cursing, "Damn it, my vision. Is that poison bone?" Heron supported a wounded scout and signaled to the right side. Kang Hun-cheon caught the message, his gaze hardening as the Lizard King's attack struck the right flank. He quickly jumped to the left after retreating a bit. Kang Hun-cheon stood firm watching the monster. He reached to his waist and pulled out a small vial, drinking an antidote first. She transmitted through magic. "Don't worry about the toxin. Trust me, keep attacking." Hearing Harry's words, Kang Hun-cheon smiled confidently. "All right." Then he rushed forward, his entire body engulfed in blazing red flames. Meanwhile, she cast a spell, sharing a detoxifying charm. Kang Hun-cheon praised, "Truly worthy of Mother Heron." She replied with mild annoyance, "I told you not to call me that." The Lizard King was no pushover either. It swung its arm toward him. Kang Hun-cheon had already anticipated the attack. He leaned aside, dodging the strike. Confident, he charged forward, taunting, "I will surely take that hit." The Lizard King redirected its attack toward Jeon-su. Jeon-su shouted, "Finish it, demon fire!" He stomped one foot on the ground, then leapt into the air in response. Jeon-su was ready. Kang Hun-cheon then unleashed a devastating strike, a burning slash cutting through the monster. It roared in pain, pierced through the body. Heron signaled the archers. At that moment, everyone fired simultaneously at the monster's body, which was riddled with arrows and bolts, but it curled up determined, "I must protect the Emperor." Its eyes lost focus as the Lizard King collapsed onto its nest. He rested his sword on his shoulder, looking at the monster's heavily wounded body, and said, "Impressive indeed." "Is everything done?" Jeon-su replied. "Not yet. He raised his sword, then decisively stabbed into an egg. A scream echoed from inside. Jeon-su warned everyone. There are still plenty of eggs around. Get rid of them all. Everyone responded, yes. Hearing this, the Lizard King with its last breath squinted sorrowfully at the eggs being destroyed, whispering, my children. From the egg, it had protected a slimy mass, oozed out the body of a sharp-tailed lizard, crawling out of the tube, leaving behind the Lizard King with a wish. Please live on my emperor. Before its final breath, it hoped the young would grow quickly. A monster emerged from the lake, trudging quietly into the city. A week had passed since the successful monster hunt in Washon City. On the grass, Seona and Minji bet with each other. Loser washes the dishes, thanks to the intervention of the 12. Many lives were saved. The unfortunate victims were being treated in a hospital in Gangnam. Eun-ha enthusiastically struck a powerful ball. Excitedly, Eun-hyo shouted, great again! I heard from the investigation team at Gwacheon that there are no more monsters left. Gwacheon City campsite. Choi Eun-hyuk got hit in the face by Seona's ball, tumbling on the grass while shouting. The girl panicked and ran over. Ah, sorry! Jung-ha worriedly asked, Choi Eun-hyuk, are you okay? He grimaced and switched teams. I want to be on Seona's team. Minji immediately objected. If you and Seona are on the same team, it'll be boring. Jung-ha claimed, I also want to be on Seona's team. Then Minji said, Jung-ha and I will be on your team. Do you want to play alone? She teased him, and he grumbled. How could you play volleyball alone? From afar, No Eun-ha was peeling potatoes, thinking quietly, this is really fun. You all should thank Uncle Bruno. Bruno, formerly. Bruno Valentine, a former member of the Valentine family. We're here thanks to him, otherwise we wouldn't have made it. Shaking off the thought, he called out, Uncle, thank you for letting us go camping. Bruno calmly replied, you're my boss. Eun-ha laughed. Sorry about that. I have some things to do. Can I come back later? He finished peeling potatoes and hugged the bowl. Approaching the table, he agreed. All right, need any help? Eun-ha clapped his hands. Can you add some curry here? Also, can I borrow a knife? Bruno remained silent. Suddenly, he quietly pointed. If it's the knife you mentioned, I brought it when I came here. It's in my pocket. The code remains the same. Eun-ha nodded. Yes. He instructed, I'll be back today. If the kids look for me, just make an excuse. Hearing this, Bruno offered. If it's a tough job, let me go with you. Eun-ha refused. No, you have to protect everyone. He insisted, I can handle it myself. Amidst lush greenery, a greenhouse stood quietly in the middle of the field. Gently, Eun-ha pushed open the door and stepped inside. I'm really here. He stood still, looking around and murmured, just like my past life. I am not powerless against you. The Lizard King suddenly appeared. He drew his knife, his entire body, radiating the aura of a warrior ready to fight. Inside the greenhouse, the Lizard King lunged from somewhere, swinging its claws. Eun-ha reflexively raised his knife to block, but unexpectedly it grabbed the blade with its hand. The collision generated a powerful force, throwing both the man and the monster backward. He frowned, staring intently at it. The Lizard King faced him fiercely, hissing. Memories flooded back of the Seoul invasion, the incident when Scientess Lim Ga-eun was absent. The monsters had led an army to occupy Seoul. Eun-ha recalled he had just graduated then, and had not yet earned the immortal title. At that time, there were a total of 4 bosses invading. How could we possibly defeat them? A helpless, carefree image appeared. Most players, including himself, were discouraged after seeing the monster bosses. Among them was one leading the Lizard Monster Legion, terrifying players with its deadly weapon. That monster was the Lizard King with an AA rank. Ridiculous that no AI detected it here, even after it had developed to AA rank. He pondered, returning to reality. No Eun-ha gripped the knife handle tightly, the steel flashing sharply. He charged, swinging the knife in a spiral directly at the Lizard King. The strong slash only slightly cracked its thick outer scales. No Eun-ha paused for a moment, assessing. Though immature, it's still quite formidable. The Lizard King was thrown backward again. It growled angrily, nearly human-like. Eun-ha squinted suspiciously. Is it camouflaging? In the past life, it also used this annoying skill to create chaos. Without hesitation, he quickly moved. The Lizard King closed in. Eun-ha immediately swung a horizontal slash. Typical trick. He raised his broad, heavy knife. You keep revealing your killing intent. Another gun-like strike sent the Lizard King crashing hard to the ground. Eun-ha stepped forward to taunt, and the monster couldn't hide its rage, growling fiercely. He sighed. I brought this for nothing. I even brought it to prevent it from using camouflage skills. Immediately after Eun-ha poured the entire bottle of curry onto the Lizard King's face, it screamed in response. The Lizard King got enraged, jumped onto the tree trunk behind Eun-ha, smirking. Tasty, huh? That's my curry you're eating? Enjoy your last meal. Its claws dug into the tree, the Lizard King furious eyes, blazing red sharp fangs bared. It opened its mouth, spewing fierce blue beams. Eun-ha braced himself. Poisonous stuff planning to attack me with that. At that very moment, he surged forward with a burst of speed that caught the Lizard King off guard. Eun-ha gritted his teeth and launched his attack. Clenching the knives tightly in both hands, he swung hard, slashing at it. The decisive cut sliced through the Lizard King's neck. Purple blood gushed from its neck like a fountain. A thudding sound echoed throughout the greenhouse. Eun-ha stood there, indifferent, watching it fall. The Lizard King was defeated, miserably. Flames erupted, engulfing its entire body. He sneered. It's so weak. I thought you were born to be the Lizard King. Eun-ha's gaze chilled. With a final word. Goodbye, Lizard King. He dashed away immediately. I've already used up all the mana stored in my body. Eun-ha stood still observing. To create a clone for escape, there was no other choice. The Lizard King writhed in pain claws. His poisoned stealth skill couldn't help me defeat him. He dodged all my skills, as if he anticipated every move I would make. He's not willing to accept defeat. I can't win against you now, but just wait, you bastard. I'll come back stronger and end you. He raised his sword high. Where do you think you're running off to? The Lizard King looked back, terrified. Then he was flung violently outside. The Lizard King crashed through the glass and slammed into a distant tree trunk. Eun-ha stepped forward and said, You used mana and your stealth skill hoping to escape. You think I wouldn't know? The Lizard King flew into a rage, stood up, and whipped its tail aggressively toward Eun-ha. He watched and mocked, not bad. Instantly, Eun-ha gripped his sword tightly, making it glow with a blue light. He swiftly surged forward. This is how a fight should be. Eun-ha leapt high, locking his gaze on the Lizard King, his eyes resolute. Then he raised his sword and unleashed the Wudao slash. Eun-ha's decisive strike cut into the Lizard King, enraging it deeply. Without hesitation, he surrounded his sword with a purple glow. Eun-ha used the Spirit Curse skill, creating multiple purple lights. Those beams immediately swarmed toward the Lizard King, making it scream in pain. Eun-ha prepared to strike again. He pointed his sword high, aimed at the Lizard King, then delivered the slash. The attack was so painful, it caused the beast to collapse, gasping. Why are you ending me? He stayed calm, looking down with a cold stare. What's the matter? Eun-ha pressed the sword deeper, piercing deep into the Lizard King's belly. For a monster like you, I don't need a reason to take you down. He slowly withdrew his hand from the sword. Monsters, like you and humans, can never coexist. Even if the world falls apart, that will always be true. The Lizard King was pinned tightly against the tree trunk. It questioned, What did I do wrong? Eun-ha didn't answer, and continued chanting, Spirit Curse. Immediately, the purple lights repeatedly attacked the Lizard King. It begged in pain, Stop, please. But Eun-ha remained cold. There's only one end for monsters like you, Eun-ha said tensely. In this battle, either I leave, or you do. The purple lights surrounded the Lizard King. It was in immense pain, but managed to say, Indeed, we cannot coexist. We are both predators. Our fate can only be to destroy each other. I have lost now, but this is not the end. Suddenly, something struck the Lizard King's snout. It tried to continue. In the end, you will suffer the same fate as me. He held the gun in his hand. You're right. I've thought about things like that, too. Eun-ha recalled memories from his past life. The life of a hunter, either eliminate all troublesome monsters, or be ended by them. He watched the Lizard King burn away. But this time, I will change everything. I can't fall while you still exist. Suddenly, the image of his past self appeared behind him. Vibrantly colored stones fell to the ground. He sat down, admiring them, leaving behind a skill stone and an ordinary-looking stone. Skill stones are mana stones that store the skills of defeated monsters. The drop rate of these stones is quite rare. The stones themselves come in various levels, depending on the monster type. Eun-ha held the golden stone in his hand. If he could absorb this skill stone, the player could use the skill contained inside. He tested the stone with his other hand. However, it's not always possible to absorb skill stones. It depends on many factors, mainly whether the user can harmonize with the skill. If compatible, the stone emits a light. Otherwise, it does not. No, Eun-ha observed and realized he couldn't absorb the skill stone. He looked at the other stone. Let's try this one. No, Eun-ha gripped the stone tightly. If it was compatible, it would shine brightly. A golden light would appear, and the monster creations would gradually become beneficial to the players. The stone glowed with sparkling light, making him ecstatic. All right, on a beautiful morning. No Eun-hyuk was happily playing in the yard when No Eun-ha came running from afar. He sat down and opened the weapon box. No, Bruno carried a tray of food and asked, "Are you done with your work?" "No, Yuna," cheerfully, he replied. "Is that you? Thanks to you, I was able to finish this weapon. Really appreciate it." He brought over a plate of delicious grilled meat. It left him speechless. "No." Bruno placed the meat on the grill tray. "All right, dinner time. We'll talk later." He shyly thanked him. "I'm hungry too. Yuna called the others to eat. The kids kept asking for food. Looks so good, bro. Give me some more." "Me too." He stood behind listening to them. "I want to eat too," a voice interrupted. "Wait, this isn't cooked yet." Eun-ha laughed naturally at the scolding. "When you don't take that it's not cooked," the stubborn kid replied. "But I already ate it. An innocent, carefree scene. Bro, give me some first." "Hey, wait a minute, I was here first." Outside, a large mansion stood in Pyeongchang City, the residence of Chairman Sirius. Inside, 4 people sat together. No Eun-ha's father comforted. "Are you worried?" No Eun-ha's mother trembled. "Yes, how do I look today?" He praised her. "You're as beautiful as always." She blushed shyly. "Don't say that. I'm serious. Do I look okay?" Nearby, a sliding door opened slightly, and No Eun-ha peeked out. Dozon entered and greeted. "Welcome, Manager Oh Subin." The person beside him introduced, "I'm Choi Subin. You must have had a tough trip." She cheerfully said, "You look so pretty your skin shines." No Eun-ha's mother modestly replied, "Thank you for inviting us to this party." Subin smiled gently. "Oh, don't be so formal. We're about the same age, so just speak naturally." She still seemed awkward. "Okay then." Subin chatted cheerfully. "There are many delicious dishes today. The head chef has spent quite a bit of time preparing." No Eun-ha's mother added, "Yes, that's something to look forward to." He watched helplessly. It seemed Subin had already become friendly with his mother. Suddenly someone arrived. "Hello, this is Seo Jeon." She introduced herself. "I'm Han Seo Jeon, a new 2nd grade middle school student this year." No Eun-ha happily shook hands. "I'm No Eun-ha, the same age as him." Seo Jeon smiled. "Really, I don't have many friends. Now we'll be friends." She asked Han, "Did you go to the player academy? Is it hard there?" Han confidently replied, "It's tough, but my dream is to become a player. So I'm doing my best." Seo Jeon admired. "That's impressive. Give me your number so we can call each other." Eun-ha excited. "All right, here's my phone number and Facebook too." Eun-ha felt happy too. That's just how his sister was, always adaptable, making friends in any situation. From afar, someone passed by, surprising him. He looked over. "Hello, long time no see." No response. Eun-ha fell silent, worried. Seo Han stammered, "Hi," then softly said, "Let's just be casual with each other." 2 years ago, at the end of No Eun-ha's first year, at the Sabai Oki Hotel, Myeong-dong branch. Every year, Sirius Corporation held a year-end ceremony with its subsidiaries, as a way to reward a hard year's work. No Eun-ha, in the crowd, turned to look at No Eun-ha in the distance with admiration. She could easily talk with strangers. As expected, she was amazing. No Eun-ha's father stood beside her, recalling the scene of No Eun-ha's mother, holding No Eun, a while crying. "I want to go out and have fun too," he said sadly. "It would be great if Mom and No Eun-ha could come too." Poor things. No Eun-ha could only comfort him. "Mom can't come because she has to take care of No Eun-ha." Meanwhile, in front, suddenly a few people greeted. "Very pleased to meet you, Lord Head of the Nobu Department." No Eun-ha was surprised and looked toward the voice. He replied politely, "I'm not the head of the department yet, but thank you for calling me that." The other person smiled and said, "The new year is just a few days away, so we can start calling you that now." "I have to take this chance to win your favor. Father was promoted from manager to head of the department. In a place where there's nothing higher than department, head father has become the core of Sirius Corporation." Then he suddenly thought, will it be okay for someone like him to become the head of this company? Well, Sirius Corporation will become famous in the future, so there's nothing to worry about. He glanced around and thought to himself, is there anywhere quiet here? His gaze stopped at a corner of the room where a girl was already standing. The girl stood silently, staring intently out the window. Eun-ha saw this and approached to start a conversation. "You're missing out on life's pleasures." The girl turned to him, surprised, and asked, "Missing out on pleasures?" Eun-ha held a plate of pastries, chewing as he said, "How long has it been since kids like us could eat food like this? It's best to enjoy everything while we can. We're still young. There's no need to worry too much. Don't you think?" Then he offered her a piece of cake. The girl looked at him and replied, "We shouldn't be eating at Eun-ha's party." Surprised, she added, "What are you talking about? Food is meant to be eaten." Then she said no more, just softly, "That's true." She slowly opened her mouth and took the cake offered to her. Afterward, she chewed with a joyful expression. No Eun-ha looked at her and asked, "What do you think is a good She simply answered in a calm tone. Very good. At that moment, Eun-ha's father called her from behind. He turned around, surprised to see him. His father stepped forward, grabbed his shoulder, and said worriedly, "Why did you suddenly disappear? I was so worried." "Go, there's someone behind me," another voice asked. "Is this your son?" No, Eun-ha looked at him with wide, astonished eyes. A thought echoed in his head. "That's Han Do-zon, chairman of Sirius Corporation." Do-zon kept asking Han. "Luckily you found him right," Eun-ha's father replied, relieved. "Yes, it seems he hasn't caused any trouble." No Eun-ha quickly introduced himself. "Hello, sir. I'm No Eun-ha, a first-year high school student, sir." Do-zon looked at him kindly. "So you're No Eun-ha. I've heard a lot about you." He then introduced, "This is Han Seo-jeon, my daughter." She reached out her hand to greet him in return. "Hello, sister. I'm Han Seo-jeon. Nice to meet you." Eun-ha looked at Seo-jeon and silently judged Han Seo-jeon is Han Do-zon's only daughter, and also an excellent manager. I need to make a good impression on her. Seo-jeon then pointed behind Eun-ha and exclaimed, "And that's No Eun-ha!" Do-zon looked surprised and thought to himself, what kind of reaction is that? Could it be that Do-zon introduced her as his second daughter? Han Seo-hun smiled and replied, "Nice to meet you." Here No Eun-ha began to feel confused. In his past life, Han Do-zon only had one daughter. Before he could finish thinking, Seo-hun slapped his shoulder hard and emphasized, "And I'm 2 years older than you." Seeing this, No Eun-ha thought internally, did she just skip the formal greeting to me? Eun-ha quickly stepped back and added, "Can I start calling you sister from now on?" The girl hadn't reacted yet. Calmly, he said, "You can just talk to me normally." Then he added, "All right then, can I call you that?" Hearing this, Seo-hun radiated a strong aura. She almost generously asked, "What did you just say?" No Eun-ha panicked and stammered, "I meant talk normally." And Seo-hun's face was full of intense hostility. "You can call me Seo-hun." Eun-ha only replied with a strange yes, and thought, why is she angry now? Do-zon stood nearby, observing, and finally interrupted. "You have a good relationship with Seo-hun, don't you? I'll invite you next time you come over." Eun-ha quickly responded, "Yes, sir." I only thought it was polite talk, but he actually invited me. At this point, the Eun-ha family had arrived at the lavish mansion. Subin sat opposite and asked, "How about the snacks?" Eun-ha sat on No Eun-ha's lap, clearly enjoying himself. Very delicious. Do-zon nearby also asked Han, "Come to think of it, Nuna started attending the Player Academy this year, right?" The cheerful Nona replied, "Yes, I'm a freshman." Do-zon took out a box, holding it in his hand, and said, "You should give this to her before she goes in. If she's a Player Academy student, she should have a way to contact us." "Anytime, right?" No Eun-ha's father, sitting nearby, spoke up upon hearing this. "Chairman, we really appreciate the gift, but it's a bit—" Before he could finish, Do-zon quickly interrupted him. "Chief, no. I'm counting on you to help me out in the future." "Do you think so? At times like this, just accept it and say thank you." No Eun-ha's father looked awkward and stammered. Then Do-zon turned back to Nuna. "Now hurry and open it." She shyly hesitated, making excuses to refuse. "But I already have a phone," he quickly added. "This is a newer model, a serious product." Do-zon then turned to No Eun-ha's father. "Right, Chief, no." Nuna, sitting beside him, also asked confusedly, "Is that right?" He, feeling awkward, only replied with a reluctant, "Yes." No Eun-ha's mother then reminded, "No Eun-ha, say thank you." Hearing that, she hurriedly responded, "Thank you." At this moment, No Eun-ha looked at them with a suspicious expression. Strange, not only did he invite them to dinner, but he also gave a gift. Why would he go to such lengths? Why, she wondered as she took the cake Do-zon was handing her. Eun-ha then noticed Eun-ah sitting next to Seo-jeon. Since when? The two were talking happily. "I'll call you when we meet. You should come." "I'll come." She looked at her helplessly. "When did you run over there? More importantly, since when did you promise to meet? I'm really looking forward to it." Why, Seo-jeon asked. "No Eun-ha is coming too, right? It would be great if you could come. No Eun-ha." She was still chewing the cake, seemingly not paying attention. Seeing that, Seo-jeon added, "Seo-hun doesn't have any friends, so he rarely joins gatherings. I'd be happy if someone close to him came." Hearing this, Seo-hun put down his tea and turned. "What do you mean? He has no friends?" Seo-jeon's tone suddenly turned cold. "No friends. Can you call the people who follow you friends?" Seo-hun hit at a sensitive spot, just pressed his lips tightly, saying nothing more. Seo-jeon then returned to her enthusiastic demeanor. "Anyway, I hope you can attend so Seo-hun has someone to talk to." Yeah, someone else chimed in. "I'll come along." Now, observing quietly. Thinking finally the intention is revealed, and there's only one reason. Why would a kid come to a gathering to build alliances? In other words, she wants me on her side. Normally I would refuse this offer. Suddenly applause broke out. Subin smiled warmly. Sounds good. Like Seo John said. No, Eun-ha should come too. John sitting next to her also added, I think it's great to learn about socializing while you're young. Right, no. Eun-ha could only smile awkwardly, thinking, look, I'm cornered. As expected, she really is the successor to Sirius Corporation after Han Jojon. She easily leads, and I can't leave her alone. Thinking this, also agreed. And I also can't leave you alone. Thinking of this, Eun-ha also spoke up to accept. Meanwhile, on a quiet street, a drunken man staggered along the road. From afar came loud noises. Arriving at the spot, the man frowned and grumbled, "What the hell is that?" Suddenly, a strange wind blew from nowhere, and something seemed to be rushing straight toward the man. He didn't understand what was happening, and turned around to look. A giant mosquito was right behind him. The mosquito fluttered its eyes glowing bright red. It pierced its huge needle straight into his shoulder. Caught off guard, the man could only. It used a giant needle to pin straight into his shoulder. Attacked, suddenly the man could only let out a painful groan. The bottle of alcohol in his hand also fell to the ground and shattered. The mosquito's eyes flew like a mirror. After feeding, the mosquito flapped its wings ready to fly away. The pursuing group shouted loudly, "There it is! It's running! Chase it!" They noticed the man lying there and shouted, "Captain, someone's unconscious. Get him!" They spotted the man lying there and shouted, "Captain, someone's unconscious." "What do we do?" The other replied indifferently. "Everyone can see he's unconscious. He probably passed out from drinking, but we should... Fine, let's take him to the hospital." Suddenly, the mosquito bite wound on the man's body began to glow strangely. At the hospital where Julieta gave birth, just as the heatwave warning was issued, we had already started our third-year summer break. Julieta noticed someone had come to visit her, and the baby. She smiled brightly, greeting everyone. The whole group of friends and Eun-ha each carried gifts. Hearing this, everyone cheerfully greeted back. Julieta worried her baby might wake up, so she whispered softly, "You guys must not speak too loudly." The kids obediently answered, "Yes, ma'am." They all eagerly gathered around the baby, each one amazed. Eun-ha, eager to see, pushed through and shouted, "Me too, I want to see!" Minji exclaimed, "So cute." Jung-ha-gyang shared the same excitement. The girl excitedly said, "Minji, look at the baby's hands, so tiny." Siona agreed. So adorable. Eun-ha stepped in from outside, and seeing this scene was deeply moved. "The baby isn't fussy around strangers, huh?" Julieta proudly said. "Of course not. He's my child." Then, Eun-ha, suddenly interrupting, he asked curiously, "Sister Julieta, is the baby a boy or a girl?" Julieta, as if she had been waiting for this question, answered excitedly, "Bambino is a healthy baby boy." Eun-ha handed him a box of cakes, lowering his voice, "I brought some tiramisu." "Then Yoon will be the older sister." Recalling Yoon's visit and her excitement upon seeing the baby, Julieta recounted, "Yoon stopped by today." The girl was very excited, and Eun-ha casually asked, "What's the baby's name?" "Have you decided yet?" Julieta beamed with pride. "Of course I chose the name even before the baby was born. The boy's name will be Vivenia, meaning dream hope and future." Eun-ha suddenly froze. Vivenia. A memory suddenly flashed through his mind before regressing while reading the Abyss Dungeon Conqueror's diary. It's one of the names listed among the conquerors, Vivenia Myron. His ally is Diamond Fist, who reportedly held an important position in the raid. The Abyss Dungeon because of his fists, perhaps the same person. Looking toward them, Minji gently pleaded, "Sister, can I hold him?" Julieta gladly agreed. "Sure, be careful." After a moment's thought, Eun-ha drew a conclusion before regressing. The reason Sister Julieta didn't choose to give up on life despite a hard existence was because of that child. Unlike those tangled thoughts on one side, these kids happily and innocently surrounded the baby. Minji cradled Vivenia in her arms. Excitedly she said, "He's yawning." Siona joined in. "So cute, no Eun-ha." After a brief moment of reflection, he came back to himself and happily said, "Because he's Yoon's brother, so he will also be your brother." Julieta felt happy hearing that, and gently reminded them, "Exactly, he's your little brother. So take good care and be careful. Bruno and I will handle everything, to help this child grow up as quickly as possible." She would let you sit on the boy's shoulders. Thinking of that, No Eun-ha forced a smile. "No thanks. By then you'll be an adult too," Eun-ha quickly whispered, covering her mouth. "So Vivenia's surname will be No Right." Julieta always willingly answered all questions about her child. "The boy's name is No Vivenia. Eun-ha was speechless. Discovering his own surname was used for the name, his shout echoed throughout the hospital. Not long after visiting the baby, the group dragged each other to leave. The outside temperature was different from inside the hospital. When Minji stepped out, she was sweating profusely from the heat. She complained it's so hot. Eun-ha wasn't much better, and lamented. It's really cool inside the hospital. Jung-ha quickly suggested. There's a swimming pool at the community center. Shall we go there tomorrow? Eun-ha immediately agreed with Minji, fanning herself to cool down. The others happily concurred. Sounds good. Jung-ha noticed Jung-ha was distracted and asked, Are you coming, too? Jung-ha had been unconsciously watching the kids being handed food over there. He mumbled, recalling, Today is Wednesday. No one understood Jung-ha's unconscious words. Huh. Their gaze was on the scene of countless kids gathering and playing happily. They were waiting for food distribution. The homeless are the name given to orphans who lost their families to monsters. Children born in slums or abandoned the goddess's government built protective shelters for them to address issues surrounding the homeless by providing them with services like free meals every Wednesday and many other things, but none of it really changed the fate of the unfortunate. A kid suddenly dashed past, causing the cardboard boxes to shake and fall. A boy looked back, stunned. He didn't have time to react or dodge. Seeing this, Eun-ha leapt up, jumping through the cardboard boxes. As fast as a flash, the boy who was nearby became so frightened that his whole body trembled. Clutching his food tightly, a gentle voice suddenly whispered beside the boy's ear. Are you okay? At that moment, Eun-ha, like a hero, quickly scooped him up. Avoiding the danger, the boy's eyes sparkled brightly, and he gave a bright smile. With an innocent tone, he said, Angel, no Eun-ha. Confused Eun-ha asked, Angel. The boy radiated a pure glow as he explained. My mom told me that when I'm in danger, an angel will come to save me. I came for the food, too. Eun-ha reluctantly joined in. Friends from afar ran over, worried, asking, Big bro, are you okay? No, Eun-ha calmly replied, Yeah, I'm fine. After witnessing Eun-ha's strength so many times, his friends were still a bit taken aback. You really are the big bro, but what is this place? Minji wondered aloud with Young. Why are there so many kids here? Among the homeless kids, two rather mature boys ran quickly toward them. One boy impatiently hissed, Idiot! The boy no Eun-ha saved sensed the commotion behind. He looked over happily and softly called to his elder brother. The kid running over pulled the smaller boy close, causing him to shout in surprise. The one with the missing arm was so worried his voice lost calm. He said, You're not supposed to talk to strangers. Another boy was more sensible, constantly bowing his head and saying, I'm sorry, the kid is still young and caused trouble. Please forgive him this once. Apologizing, the boy with the missing arm added, I haven't forgotten the first duck. The younger boy urged him to accept the apology. I'm sorry, hurry and apologize. Although he didn't understand, the smaller boy still said, I'm sorry. Their continuous apologies left no Eun-ha and the others stunned, speechless. The two wary boys quickly carried the smaller boy away, while the boy being carried cheerfully waved goodbye. Minji stammered, Those kids just now. Jung-ha hesitated and shared her thoughts. They looked scary. Eun-ha watched the scene and quietly remarked, The kids are scared because of their appearance, which is understandable. No parent ever tells their child about the homeless. Kids only know school and playing. They'll never encounter homeless people, never go into slums or places people usually avoid. Seona suddenly remembered that today, the church where she grew up also distributed free food. Choi Eun-hyuk, curious all this time, turned to ask Big Bro, Who are they? No Eun-ha. Wanting to shield these kids from harsh reality, he gave a vague answer. You don't need to know, but inwardly thought, they're not ready to see the dark side of the world yet. A cruel world for children. At the park the next day, friends ate ice cream and sighed. This feels refreshing. Jung-ha noticed the time was late and worried a bit. We shouldn't be late, right? Seeing this, Seona reassured her. It's okay, we won't be late. Eun-hyuk remembered Eun-ha and teased loudly. Big Bro and Minji must be hot. That's why they ate ice cream on the way here, Seona added casually. Eun-ha was always the last to arrive. From afar, sounds of struggling to drag feet and scraping against the ground could be heard continuously. A man with a terrified expression muttered non-stop. No way. He must be a quack suffering from mana distraction. I think he should go to a bigger hospital. No way. How can someone with normal mana lose concentration like this after dreaming of being bitten by that giant mosquito? Is my body weakening, or was it just a dream? There's nothing on my shoulder, so I guess it was just a dream. Just as the thought ended, he looked down and saw his hand had somehow transformed into a grotesque shape. His scream caught the attention of the bullies nearby. Worried by the unusual situation, Eun-hyuk anxiously asked, Are you okay, sir? The man continued to nervously bite his tongue. He forced a smile and mumbled, Let it go. Maybe just tired. The man shakily picked up his phone, muttering to himself, I have to call the director and tell him I'm not feeling well. But on his phone screen appeared a clear image of a monster. The man panicked. He shouted and threw the phone to the ground. Eun-ha ran over from afar, kindly asking, Sir, are you all right? You look unwell. Hearing this, the man reluctantly stammered, I, but a deep fear flashed in his eyes, making him instinctively hiss. Go away. Eun-ha grabbed him when he suddenly pushed him away, but he didn't leave and kindly kept asking, Sir, are you really okay? The man's mind was no longer clear. He could only shout unconsciously, I said go away, get lost! A strange light flickered in Eun-ha's eyes. It seemed she had realized something. Regardless of the situation, Eun-ha loudly called out to Eun-hip. The boy heard the voice and turned to look at the man's face, which was beginning to distort as he kept mumbling non-stop. Impossible! Impossible! His body kept transforming uncontrollably. His skin was no longer intact. Eun-ha anxiously warned, Run Eun. Eun-hip was stunned for a moment, unable to react, as the man had completely transformed into a monster. It stood still, staring intently at its prey, Choi Eun-hyuk, ready to attack at any moment. Under the scorching sun, No Eun-ha walked down the street, sweat trickling down his small face. He sighed tiredly. It's so hot. No. Eun-ha softly called, Hey, Kim Minji. She replied, What do you want? No, Eun-ha suggested. It's too hot. Let's get some ice cream before heading back. Kim Minji's sweat-speckled face showed irritation as she snapped, Hey, dummy! We're late for our appointment because you were too busy playing with that AI Ung and forgot to get ready for the pool. Calmly, he said. If we're late, they'll probably just hang around nearby anyway. No, Eun-ha pleaded with Kim Minji. It's too hot, I can't walk anymore. Let's just get ice cream. She firmly refused. No way. She even jumped on him and gave him a beating. Suddenly, a voice echoed inside his mind. No and Howie! He startled and looked around. Did you hear Siona's voice? Kim Minji, still holding his hair, said, Hey, stop making a scene. Siona's voice sounded again. AI, please just call a player. This time, both he and the girl heard it clearly. Pausing, Kim Minji looked around anxiously. Hey, is there a monster? I keep hearing Siona's voice. No Eun-ha bent down to fix his shoe and said to her, I know you called the Player Management Association. You know their number, right? Kim Minji hesitated. Yes. Before she could finish, he was done fixing his shoe. A blue energy burst from No Eun-ha's feet as he sped off, leaving her dumbfounded. Wait! No Eun-ha! No Eun-ha! Kim Minji shouted helplessly as he shot into the air. You have to tell me where the monster is before you go. All living beings have mana inside their bodies, a power source that keeps the heart beating. Even in small amounts. However, the amount of mana a body can withstand varies greatly. If they accumulate more mana than their body can handle, they will transform into a monster. Unlike humans, a giant flying mosquito was attacking people. Choi Eun-hyuk gasped. What is that? I'm not mistaken, right? That man just suddenly turned into a monster, Jin Siona said. Now's not the time to think about that. Run before you get killed. Everyone fled immediately. The loud buzzing of the flying mosquito echoed as it charged forward at lightning speed, tearing through the space. Eun-ha was a little scared. So Jin Siona, are you okay? She replied, I'm fine. Choi Eun-hyuk turned his head, his face pale as a ghost. Choi Eun-hyuk thought to himself, at this rate that monster will catch me. But I'm not confident enough to run while using mana to block its attacks. Can I do it if my big brother were here at times like this? The kid recalled what No Eun-ha had told him. You're the only one who can protect everyone. Choi Eun-hyuk braced himself and reassured. Stay sharp, Choi Eun-hyuk. The kid seemed to have grown tougher. I'm the only one who can protect my friend right now. Choi Eun-hyuk focused and turned to Jin Siona. Siona, can you run while carrying Jung-ha? The girl looked a bit confused, but agreed. Yeah, I can. Jung-ha insisted. No, I can still run. Before she could refuse, Jin Siona grabbed Jung-ha-gyang's hand and hoisted her onto her shoulder before she could react. The girl advised, just do what the brat says. He definitely has a plan. Jin Siona looked at Choi Eun-hyuk and asked, so what do I do? The kid's making the plan. Jung-ha, you create a barrier to keep the monster away. Fight. Jung-ha glanced at the mosquito flying right behind them, biting. I can do it. I'll try. It was getting closer. She stretched out her hand and summoned a surge of energy. That power burst forth from Jung-ha like a shield, blocking the mosquito chasing closely behind. Choi Eun-hyuk relaxed his facial muscles a bit and guided, keep that shield up. Before Siona could reply, Jin Siona understood and said, got it. I'll send a signal to everyone nearby. She closed her eyes and began transmitting. A golden energy spread from Jin Siona. Please help us. We're being chased by a monster. I heard the girls cry for help too, AI said confusedly. What's going on? Jin Siona's signal kept broadcasting as loudly and far as possible. Everyone please summon a player here. Everyone could hear that plea. Eun-ha Jiang spoke up. I wish the monster got trapped in the barrier. Choi Eun-hyuk felt it was his turn. In his hand, he formed a sphere of power. Gathering all his strength, he hurled the sphere at the mosquito and shouted, Go away! Jung-ha Jiang saw and acted immediately, opening the barrier. The kid's energy orb struck the mosquito directly. The monster was hit hard by the combined force of the three. Choi Eun-hyuk shouted, Run! He didn't forget to praise, Good job, Eun-ha Jiang. Eun-ha Jiang and Jin Siona quickly escaped. Then, the three of them continued trying to flee the danger. The black smoke gradually dispersed. The mosquito seemed mostly fine. It only groaned and trembled a bit. It wasn't pain. It was pure rage. The mosquito's eyes shifted, becoming sharper. The mosquito growled irritably, I don't want to die! Then it charged wildly toward the three. Choi Eun-hyuk's reaction terrified them all. Jung-ha Jiang seemed to notice something strange. She thought, how odd. Jung-ha Jiang sensed that inside the mosquito the monster's mana was mixed with human mana. Or was it a human turned into a monster? Choi Eun-hyuk yelled, Make a barrier! Jung-ha Jiang snapped out of her thoughts. The monster was already right behind them. Jung-ha Jiang screamed in terror, startled and releasing a burst of energy. Her power blew past the mosquito, also affecting Jin Siona and causing her to fall forward. Jin Siona was thrown far away, and she couldn't recover quickly, hitting the ground hard. Choi Eun-hyuk called out, worried, Siona! Jung-ha Jiang snapped back and quickly steadied herself. She ran over to check on Jin Siona. Sorry, Siona, are you okay? The girl was hurt, but tried to reassure her. Yeah, I'm okay. The kid helped her up. Choi Eun-hyuk was a little reproachful. Jung-ha Jiang, get a grip. Jung-ha Jiang felt guilty seeing how badly Jin Siona's leg was injured. Her leg, Jin Siona comforted. I'm fine, really. Don't cry. She was serious, because something more important was happening now. Right. The three remembered and looked toward the mosquito. It had calmed down and was flying back to attack them. Choi Eun-hyuk gathered mana and took a risk. Her leg's injured, so we can't carry her and run. Jung-ha Jiang, you shoot mana at the monster too. We have no choice but to hold our ground here. Jung-ha Jiang heard and replied, All right, I understand. Then both of them unleashed a huge burst of mana at the flying mosquito. It was attacked by a massive amount of mana from Choi Eun-hyuk and Jung-ha Jiang. Both continued trying to stand as shields in front of Jin Siona to protect her, while fiercely attacking, but the flying mosquito seemed unaffected and was actually provoked. It darted toward all three of them. Caught off guard, she could only raise a shield again to protect herself. Jung-ha Jiang held the shield steady while the kid continuously fired mana. The girl was injured and could only remain silent. Jung-ha Jiang and Eun-hyuk reacted calmly, but they couldn't keep this up forever. Jin Siona noticed Jung-ha Jiang's expression changing. It seemed he was exhausted and feeling guilty. If this continued, his strength would hit rock bottom. The girl tearfully thought, Everyone will be eaten by that monster with no way to fight back. Jin Siona trembled as she said, You all just leave me here and run away. But Choi Eun-hyuk reassured her, It's okay. She snapped at him with a reluctant tone. What do you mean it's okay, run now? The kid confidently explained. Don't you know, at times like this, he always appears in the air. The silhouette of that AI was speeding closer. Jin Siona felt like she had found her savior and brightened up. Ah! A foot appeared in front of the flying mosquito, startling it, and a kick sent the mosquito rolling away, leaving it no time to recover. Jung-ha Jiang was overjoyed. I knew you'd come. Choi Eun-hyuk also seemed energized. Why are you just showing up now? You're so late. No, Eun-ha spoke first. Jeez, I'm right on time. Why are you still complaining? No, Eun-ha appeared like a shining light rescuing others from danger. No, Eun-ha attacked the flying mosquito, startling it. He kicked it hard in the face, sending it flying. Jung-ha Jiang was delighted. I knew you'd come. Oh, so excited. Why are you so late? Turning back with a smile, oh my. You sighed I arrived just in time. Why are you still complaining? Dropping the pair to the ground. You guys should hide behind until other players arrive. The flying mosquito trembled as it got up. The girl worried. No, Eun-ha, that monster. The kid agreed the big brother suddenly had an uncle transform into that monster. He looked back at the transformed creature. Why, oh, so that's how it is. Instead of feeding on humans, the flying mosquito steals their mana. Then the mana control ability of those who lost mana becomes disrupted. And during the process of recovering some mana, their bodies accumulate an overload of mana. This leads to their bodies exploding from mana overload, or transforming into monsters. The flying mosquito attacked, and no Eun-ha punched it square in the face. He thought to himself, if infected humans roam freely like this, then players, or the hospital didn't fulfill their responsibility properly after treatment, or this is still the period before people wrote guides on how to handle these kinds of incidents. Right, the flying mosquito kept attacking relentlessly. No Eun-ha dodged gracefully, thinking it didn't matter. These fools never handled it properly anyway. He unleashed power into his fist and charged at it. And they expect me to clean up their mess too. No, Eun-ha punched the flying mosquito hard in the face. Its head slammed onto the ground, cracking the earth. The mosquito cried out, it hurts so much, save me." He was surprised it still had some awareness. Its whole body radiated a dark aura. The flying mosquito groaned. "It hurts." No, Eun-ha quickly backed off. The flying mosquito began to transform, yelling, "Please save me!" He signaled his friend to leave quickly. Was that the flying mosquito's arm growing bigger and stronger? No, Eun-ha wondered about its demonic transformation. It became huge and looked terrifying. Its mouth kept mumbling, "Save me." He pondered that before his regression, there was a group of demon humans called the 9 Demons. They carried out widespread terror attacks across the entire Korean territory. Every one of them was a living disaster. They called themselves the New Humanity, but the chance of humans turning into demon humans was nearly zero at this point. Now what? "No, Eun-ha," asked Young. "Ha, Gyang, are you sure the uncle who turned into a demon isn't a woman?" The girl answered, "Yes, it's definitely him." "I also thought so. Besides, that's a man." He thought silently that it wasn't her. Beelzebub, one of the 9 demons, is definitely female. There are still 15 more before the 9 demons appear. The flying mosquito cried for help. It soared high into the sky, screaming, "Help me!" Eun-ha formed a mana orb and shouted, "Who said you could run away?" He threw the orb at the flying mosquito, which spun to dodge the attack. Eun-ha jumped high, thinking, "Damn the mana orb." Well, the damage wasn't enough. "I need a weapon to catch that monster. Is there anything around here I can use?" He spotted a power pole nearby near a high-rise house. Subin was holding a little girl close. The little girl cried out in fear. "Mom, the flying mosquito appeared right in front of us!" The woman screamed in terror. Eun-ha appeared. "Forgot about me, huh?" It startled the monster. He struck the flying mosquito hard with his weapon. It stumbled, but quickly stood up and backed away. The flying mosquito fled, surprising Eun-ha. He looked at Subin and gave instructions, then hurried after it to prevent it from transforming into a monster. "Then please go to the hospital to check the mana inside your body." Eun-ha jumped up, preparing to attack again. The flying mosquito panicked, unleashing a mana shockwave. He swung his weapon toward it, but it dodged. Eun-ha poured more mana into his small spear weapon, swinging sharp spikes from No Eun-ha's technique. He lunged at it. The mosquito quickly dodged and fled, diving into another house. He said, "You dodged pretty well." A scream caught No Eun-ha's attention. It hurts so much, Mom, help." He burst into the house, breaking the window glass. Eun-ha landed lightly, swearing. Damn it, right in front of him. Eun-ha rescued the injured, lying motionless. He was furious it was already too late. Most people robbed of mana die from the trauma. Mana flared. Eun-ha thought before it causes even more damage. He saw the flying mosquito attacking someone else. Then I have to finish off that monster. Eun-ha charged at it, striking the mosquito hard and sending it flying. The flying mosquito slammed against a door. Eun-ha observed based on its appearance transformed back into a monster. The consciousness of that man was consumed because the demon transformation wasn't complete. Why is it flapping its wings? The flying mosquito tried to run again. He cursed angrily. "Damn it!" The victim tremblingly called for him. "Brother Angel." No Eun-ha was surprised when he looked back at the boy. Suddenly a rock fell toward No Eun-ha's head. The house echoed loudly. Smoke blurred the vision. A voice shouted, "Someone from afar!" He woke up, rubbing his aching head. Eun-ha looked up to see a group running on the rooftops and entering that building. "As soon as it comes out, shoot that damn monster immediately." He wondered if those players heard Selena's telepathy and came to finish off the monster. Eun-ha looked at the boy. Selena's telepathy brought them to finish off the monster. Eun-ha looked at the boy. "Then I'll leave that monster to them." The homeless boy trembled, calling, Brother Angel, this is the boy you once saved." Could one of the homeless boy's eyes have been transformed? He was panting and smiling happily before returning to Suwon City. The nighttime scene showed countless high-rise buildings in ruins, with a few bodies scattered on the rooftop. A voice rang out expressing disappointment that those bastards weren't among the 12 thrones. Jin Parang held his injured right shoulder. His face, full of hatred, stared at the opponent. Behind him, Ayu Dung was using her power to heal Eun-ha. They were the Mistflower team. A mysterious woman smiled, resting her chin on her hand, surrounded by giant red-eyed flies. "Did you guys really match your reputation? You're pretty strong." From above, she looked down arrogantly. This was the ruler of the 9 great demon flies, Build-a-Bop. Hearing the taunts, Parang lost his temper and charged. "Shut up. Stop babbling." Ayudong was healing, but still worried about him. "Parang, the demon girl didn't grow up," Much calmly said. "So you're the mad dog." She beckoned. Parang charged like a rocket, but suddenly took a hit, clutching his face in pain. Ayudong and No Eun-ha rushed to assist. "Stay there, I'm coming." In a flash, Build-a-Bop stood right beside Ayudong. The demon girl swung her huge hand toward Ayudong's small face, making her flinch. Build-a-Bop's voice was amused. "The Mistflower team's only support, you must be death itself." Someone shouted, "Let go!" In that instant, the hand was sliced off. Build-a-Bop's eyes widened at the severed hand. Rising into the air, Eun-ha managed to pull Ayudong out of danger. The demon girl looked at the bleeding arm and calmly said, "You're hot-tempered, huh? Are you that infamous soldier? Isn't it supposed to be the immortal?" He watched her closely, pointing for Ayudong to move behind him. She'd spotted someone from afar. "Is that girl behind you?" A red-haired woman was clutching her stomach, leaning against the corner. Build-a-Bop's eyes were bloodshot. Wings sprouted from her back like a fly's. She wielded destructive power, rivaling the 12 Thrones, hundreds of flies swarming from her body. Immediately, a fireball was hurled at the red-haired girl. Build-a-Bop smiled with satisfaction. She quickly dispelled the fireball with her powers. She was a deadly witch, but her body was covered in countless wounds. Her eyes were bloodshot, no longer fully human. Build-a-Bop sneered. "A grand name, but you're really weak. However, your magic resistance is impressive." Surrounding the witch were fly soldiers. She had fallen despite being torn apart by my offspring. "You're the only one who hasn't turned into a monster. You should be proud of that." She frowned with hatred. Parang couldn't hold back anymore and charged forward with her sword. "Shut up, you bastard!" Grabbing a long whip, the demoness taunted. "Quick, aren't you? Has death already healed and restored you?" She instantly swung the whip, her face full of murderous intent. Parang's sword clashed repeatedly with the whip, so fast that the eye could barely follow. Beside Ayudong, someone was desperately trying to save the witch, but the situation wasn't looking good. She spoke softly to Captain Eun-ha, without taking her eyes off the battle. "What's going on?" The red-haired witch's voice came from behind. "Please end me." He turned to observe her. Her body was beginning to sprout abnormal limbs. Despite the pain, she joked. "What's wrong? Do you secretly like me?" "That's kind of gross." Then she smiled brightly but bitterly. Witnessing this, Ayudong couldn't hold back her tears, while he could only grit his teeth and endure. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to step forward, responding. Eun-ha raised his sword, his face cold. "See you in hell." One strike, and everything ended there. Then a young voice asked the angel, a boy about 5 or 6 years old. His left eye was deformed, and his full body shape was unclear. He was bleeding but forced to smile at Eun-ha. At this moment, he looked much younger. It turned out to be that homeless kid whom he had saved before. All the others were gone now. Hearing this, he paused. Everyone had genuinely treated Eun-ha well. They approached the boy. Now only despair remained in the boy's eyes. "Am I going to die, too?" he replied coldly. "Yeah," the boy asked. "Angel, don't you smile." At that, a flood of painful memories came rushing back the monster Kraken. The one who caused the disaster, and young Eun-ha was hugging a photo of his late sister, crying bitterly. "Please, please don't leave me, sister. Don't leave me alone." His parents spoke bitterly. He had long forgotten how to smile. Hearing this, the child advised him, "But you have to smile, okay?" He wondered. "What on?" "They told me to. If you smile one day, your body will grow strange parts." Those things made his whole body tremble. The boy smiled brightly, just like the red-haired witch who made him happy would come to Eun-ha. He silently watched the boy. "It'll hurt a little." His weapon glowed. The boy replied, "It's okay," then raised his weapon high. He asked coldly, "Kid, any last words?" Seeing this, the child trembled. "Mom, remember Mom." His eyes reflected the image of the one who had freed him. In a ruined building, bodies lay scattered. Only Eun-ha and the child had passed away. He was silent, a tear falling. "I hate kids." That was his thought. A child playing nearby suddenly fell in front of him. The child began to scream, and the mother appeared. "I hate their selfishness and shallowness. They think that just by crying, their parents will solve all their problems." He watched the child being comforted by his mother. Turning away and back, the child was giggling. Innocently smiling in the arms of his parents, as if hell didn't exist, and believing that happiness would last forever. Since witnessing loved ones die right before his eyes, he no longer held those beliefs. Beneath Eun-ha's feet lay an old stuffed bear. He dusted it off. I smile so no one around me worries. His emotions had grown numb on the battlefield. Since returning from regression, he no longer felt anything. He hugged the bear and walked on alone. Even if you all die, I won't shed a single tear. He stuffed the teddy bear into the doomed child's arms. A loud voice snapped him back to reality. Mosquito extermination mission complete. She's turned into a monster. Eliminated completely. One boy used all his strength to tightly restrain the demoness, while another plunged his sword repeatedly into the monster's body, causing it to scream in agony. In the flashback, this happened after witnessing the child's death. He declared boldly, "But in return, I will kill all of you, every last monster." The news broadcast reported on the giant mosquito incident. Thanks to the quick and timely reaction of the half-human girl, the flying mosquitoes were eliminated. Eun-ha listened intently. Seoul's mayor Book-gu awarded her the Brave Sprout Prize. "Thank you." AI peeked out watching her brother from afar. "He hasn't been smiling much lately. I don't want him to be gloomy." She recalled her sister's advice, Nuna. "If he's sad, you have to comfort him." "Got it." The girl wondered. We'll run quickly to him." She called out loudly. "Brother Nuna said Eun-ha must hug you tightly." She suddenly threw herself into his arms. Being patted on the head, she giggled. He gently asked, "What's making our Eun-ha so happy?" "I just wanted to hug you." Hearing her answer, he smiled kindly, rubbing her head. The little girl leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Hey." "Yeah, what is it?" Suddenly, she kissed his cheek tenderly. She said, "I like you the most. Lots and lots, this much. Like the sky, like the earth." She waved her hands cutely as she spoke. He cupped his cheek in awe, then smiled. "Me too, AI," he asked cheerfully. "Really, huh?" At the school gate, a voice came over the loudspeaker. "Now we will begin the team-finding race," signaling the start of the game. No Eun-ha opened the paper she had just received, her face confused and mouth agape. He nervously looked around, saying, "Where do we even start?" While the other kids began scattering to complete their tasks, Eun-ha suddenly spotted Kim Min-ji sitting with Jin Seona. He shouted, "Oh, Jin Seona!" which surprised her enough to ask, "Huh?" Without hesitation or explanation, Eun-ha grabbed Jin Seona's hand and ran off. "Let's go!" The girl was pulled along, confused, yelling, "Wait, what?" "What does your paper say?" Meanwhile, Kim Min-ji, sitting behind, cheered loudly. "I don't know about you two, but you have to hurry. We have to beat them. You two are the last to arrive." The teacher saw this and asked, "Let me see your papers." Eun-ha excitedly handed his paper over, saying, "Here it is." Jin Seona panted heavily behind him, her face pale. When the teacher unfolded the paper, it simply read, "Puppy." The teacher asked, "Seona, are you a puppy?" Hearing this, Jin Seona couldn't hold back anymore. She burst out in anger, grabbing Eun-ha's shirt and shaking him. "Hey, why am I a puppy? I'm a fox!" He just glanced away. Seona said, "Our blue team has to win." She refused to argue further. Still, she remembered Kim Min-ji's words. "I've counted on you two. I'm sure we'll win, and I'll be class president. Next time, please help me, okay?" She gritted her teeth, enduring the irritation inside, then decided to bark twice to prove her point. The teacher was pleased. "That's right, you really are a puppy." At lunchtime, no. Eun-ha, eyes sparkling, lifted his lunchbox proudly. "Appa, Eun-ha." Happily receiving the lunch, he pointed to the smiley face on the rice and asked, "It looks delicious, but who's this AI?" She happily closed her eyes and replied, "Appa." Meanwhile, Kim Min-ji and Jin Seona sat ahead, jealous, glaring at the two. He was always so bright and cheerful. Kim Min-ji angrily glanced at No Eun-ha. "Why can't you treat us even half as well as Eun-hee? How dare you call Seona a puppy?" At this, Jin Seona pouted sadly, while he calmly replied, "What nonsense? How are you guys any better?" The girl angrily pointed at No Eun-ha and demanded, "You even forced me to join the item-finding race, or else you'd be lazy again." With confident eyes and a bright smile, Kim Min-ji raised her hand proudly and declared, "As long as I'm class president of BA class, I'll definitely get the highest score." But her dream quickly collapsed when Eun-ha exposed the truth. "Isn't it because Teacher Do-hun promised us hamburgers if we win?" This caused her expression to gradually distort, turning grim. Kim Min-ji angrily threatened, "Either way, if you dare run away this afternoon, just wait. I won't let it slide." Nearby, a girl who had just finished running gasped for breath, exhausted. A beautiful woman approached her, wiping sweat from her brow and asking with concern, "You did great. Are you hurt?" The girl smiled and replied, "I'm fine, just tired." A friend overheard and asked curiously, "Hae-young, what does just tired mean?" That woman was Hae-young's stepmother, Min Soo-jin. She smiled gently and said, "Just tired sounds nice. It's special and unique." "Right." She smiled warmly and asked, "No Eun-ha?" Their somewhat awkward interaction reminded them that a few months ago, Hae-young's father remarried Min Soo-jin. Min Soo-jin is the second daughter of Mr. Min Jun-sik, the chairman of the Alice Corporation. At the wedding, the kids were momentarily surprised to realize the chairman of Alice was the uncle they often played with. No Eun-ha cheerfully said, "He's still just uncle," which made him laugh heartily. "Thanks, kid." In hindsight, he thought the kids accepted it pretty quickly. Besides, it seemed Hae-young felt a bit shy, calling Min Soo-jin Mom. She clenched her fists tightly, trying to say, "I'll do my best to call you Mom." Jin Seona teased, pointing her finger. "Hae-young, you're wrong again, Young." Hearing that Hae-young realized and shouted out loud, Min Soo-jin happily said, "It's okay." At noon at school, No Eun-ha was still wandering around the schoolyard. He yawned repeatedly as he walked. Maybe I should take a nap. While saying there was no one in the back garden and he'd sleep there, he noticed Jin Seona hiding in a nearby corner. Seeing that No Eun-ha approached and asked, "Puppy, what are you doing here?" She frowned, closed her eyes and pointed at him. "You said I'm not a puppy. Because of you, everyone calls me puppy now." No Eun-ha replied nonchalantly, "So, what if you're a puppy sounds affectionate and friendly to me?" Hearing a scuffle behind the wall, he went to check. Just as he asked, "Why are you here? What's going on?" a head popped out from behind the wall, and No Eun-ha looked surprised for a moment. A voice shouted, "Mind your own business!" It was Kim Min-ji yelling, "Why should you care who I play with, Mom?" She was gently soothed. "No, listen to me." Seeing her calm down, she continued, "You can play with Eun-ha and Eun-hyuk, and it'd be even better if you got closer to Hae-young than you are now. But I hope you keep your distance from Seona." At this, Kim Min-ji couldn't hold back, pushing her mom's hand away and loudly questioning, "What do you mean, why do you have to interfere about who I should befriend?" Her mother snapped back, shouting, "Seona is a villain!" Those words made No Eun-ha freeze for a moment, her hand clenched near her voice. Min-ji said, "Maybe you don't. No, but most people don't like villains. What will people say if they see you close to a villain?" As soon as she finished, No Eun had turned to look at Jin Seona, who sat with her face buried, hugging her knees, deeply sad. She looked down and said, "I'm fine." Her hand subconsciously drew circles on the ground, then continued, "I've known all along, how could someone like me have friends?" Hearing this, No Eun-ha quietly asked, "Then what are we?" At this, Jin Seona smiled faintly and revealed, "I know, so I'm very grateful and sorry to you all." She stood up, showing she was okay. "I was going to meet Min-ji, but now things are awkward. Let's go." Suddenly, her wrist was grabbed. No Eun-ha, with a determined and serious expression, said, "It's okay, trust Kim Min-ji." Kim Min-ji's mother's angry voice still echoed, "Others told me. They saw you hanging out with that girl, so they don't want to play with the rest." "Do you like hearing people badmouth you behind your back?" Each word was like a knife stabbing at Kim Min-ji's heart, making her whimper, unable to speak. Jin Seona couldn't bear it, pleading with, "No, Eun-ha. Eun-ha, it's okay, let's go." Suddenly, Kim Min-ji spoke up, yet she lowered her head, clenched her pants tightly, and resolutely said, "But she—" Kim Min-ji's last words were tearful, but firm. Seona is my friend." Those words shocked Jin Seona deeply. Hearing that Min-ji fell silent for a long moment, then sighed and compromised, "Fine if you want, then don't regret it and cry to me later about the choices you made." After sharing this, mother and daughter hugged tightly. Then Kim Min-ji affirmed, "I won't, I'm as stubborn as that AI," so she was lovingly scolding her. No Eun-ha peeked out happily, saying, "Looks like everything's settled." Then he turned and walked away, teasing, "Let's go, puppy, before someone else sees us." This made the girl furious as she chased after him. "Chasing me. Keep calling me puppy, then." Suddenly, Jin Seona stopped and softly called, "No, Eun-ha, what did you say?" The girl smiled warmly, her eyes curved with joy. "Let's win first place today," Jin Seona said excitedly. "We should help Min-ji feel better." No Eun-ha agreed. All right. During the activities, the Baba class enthusiastically played the ball-throwing game, surprising everyone. The teacher saw this. An AI solemnly declared the blue team the winner, while Kim Min-ji was confused, turning back to look at everyone. "Huh, what's wrong with you?" No Eun-ha shrugged casually. "Is something wrong, sis?" His actions made the girl suspicious. She pointed at him, questioning, "Why are you trying so hard?" "That's not like you at all." No Eun-ha turned his face away, trying to avoid her gaze. "What are you talking about? I'm always like this." Elsewhere, Jin Seona also brought victory to the class in the relay race. In the following games, they quickly overcame the hurdles, winning the high jump as well. The kid boasted, "Easy as candy." The two also won the three-legged race, and naturally the final result, announced by the school, was that the winning class of this autumn sports festival was revealed as the blue team of Class Baba, when Kim Minji stood up to receive the prize in front of the whole school amid cheers and applause. Her face couldn't hide the happiness and pride. Kim Minji held the certificate for the class, proudly saying, "See, we can do it if we try. You all have to vote for me as class president next term." Before she finished speaking, she already felt the mischievous looks from her classmates. No, Eun-ha was the first to ask, "Are you all ready?" Jin Seona replied confidently, "Ready." Then each of them grabbed one of Kim Minji's arms and legs, slowly lifting her up. The girl panicked, asking, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" Jin Seona below ignored her and shouted, "1, 2." When she shouted, 3, Kim Minji was tossed into the air amid the cheers of her friends. The friends exclaimed, "Awesome again. Hey, hey, stop!" Even the parents standing outside couldn't help but smile happily. The kids are so close. Right, the classmates once again shouted, 1, 2, go but at the third count, Kim Minji, with a face full of pure joy.